Come on, I couldn't help but take a dip in the clear square window. But there was no time to blame the crazy gaming system. Lady, are you alright? Vinter called out for me. After no reply, I answered powerlessly, there is devil over here too. Wait a moment, I'm about to say Vinter. No thanks, I said grimly, staring at the black lumps crawling along the cave wall behind the square window. I think I can handle it. The no way that the system window would open in case of an emergency caught the person. Accept the quest fast system. Use your magic to the devil. Magic order fire Pison prison start 0/20. A black lump jumped over the wall. A huge mouth with a sharp tooth came to me through a square fire piston. I shouted incontrovertibly, then the approaching mass of leaves suddenly burst into a tremendous fire. I stepped back from the heat. The devil burning in the fire is screaming. The devil wriggled and soon drooped. The fire brightened the view. The moment I faced exactly what was happening in the cave, I got goosebumps. Dozens of slippery lizards-like monsters crawling towards me. Crawl. Then again, one jumped up to catch me. Prison. This time the devil frozen in the air. The ice-capped devil descended to the bottom of the cave. It shattered in all directions. 2 out of 20. The number in the air rose in a flash. I was bewildered by a magical century more powerful than I thought. What is it? It's incredible. I was staring at the bodies of charred mountain-scattered demons with a puzzled look. They roared as if they were angry at the death of their colleagues. I stared at them at the sound and made a solemn move. It's all set. From then on I shouted the spell in a trance. Compared to the last brown bear, the difficulty felt much easier. This is because the speed of the lizard mana was not fast. Fire Pison prison. The little annoying thing was that we had to constantly shout out strange spells. It's rather fortunate that they ripped and torn. If I had to recite this shabby spell before they die, I would have died in shame. 15 out of 20. Before I knew it, I had almost finished the devil fire Pison. Fire Pison. I've been crawling in a rather insincere way. Burn 2 at once. 17 out of 20. The burning wriggles were disgusting. I vibrated in the cave passage. I frowned with my nose closed. It was stronger and cleaner to freeze for killing, but then the cave quickly fell into darkness. Therefore we had to light the interior by regularly lighting fires. Fire Pison prison. 19 out of 20. I then removed the 2 leftovers from the ceiling of the cave. There is only 1 left now. I was so nervous while dealing with the devil that I was finally able to relax. I haven't even seen Roan's hair yet, but I already felt exhausted. While I was waiting for the last devil to come, I suddenly felt something strange. What is it? Where is it? The last one didn't show up. I scoured the passage because these devilishly cling to 1,000 pages and crawl. By the way, no matter how hard I looked, it was only a dead body that had already been magically killed. Did he run away? I tilted my head and checked the air again. 19 out of 20. The counted numbers remained. My heart was on edge because the quest wouldn't end unless I killed the last one. I can't do this. I must find it first. I reluctantly moved into the cave. It was the door when I was sticking to the wall that had been tangent to the west, empty space and spouting only the spells because I didn't want to touch the disgusting monsters. It was when I carefully moved a few steps away from the remains of the devils on the floor. Thud. The cave shake suddenly. What is it? I hesitated. The shakes soon disappeared. It was when I took another step, wondering if I felt it wrong this time. It's more certain than before. I felt the frost. What I stopped altogether. The fire, which was burning with mana firewood, was fading away so the light could not reach far away. I stared at the other side of the aisle, holding my breath. It was the moment. I can't compare it to anything. I feel it in a row, and I reflexively raised my hand to plug my ears. The intensity of the tremor grew bigger and closer. Fire Pison. I shouted the spell reflexively, feeling something was wrong. Flames rose over the far side of the cave. His mouth slowly opened at the sight that was immediately revealed. A big demon, huge enough to fill the passage, was rushing toward me with a fireball hanging over one head. Boom! Every time he struggled, the cave shook like it was falling apart. The stone dust fell over my head. It brought me to my senses, and I shouted the hysterical spells. Fire Pison prison, but he only faltered for a moment, not killed himself. It's so huge that it doesn't hit hard. It overlaps with the situation of hunting the brown bear. Fire Pison prison. I recoiled and kept shouting for orders. But the monster, let alone die, rather jumped with more excitement as the distance narrowed down. The fear struck suddenly. I was stuck back, but I couldn't move any further because I was blocked by something hard. It will be at the end of the passage. Behind me is the cave wall, and in front of me a giant monster with no magic. The devil, who was 1 inch ahead, opened his mouth wide to swallow me up. "I'm being eaten," someone awakened me roughly with the terrible sound of cutting through the flesh. With a familiar voice I opened my eyes wide. There was an eerie rush. Someone was blocking my way with a knife in the mouth of a monster. A brilliant golden head twinkled in the dark. "Your Grace, I can't believe it." I looked at him blankly, and my voice, the Crown Prince, who was standing in the mouth of the monster, shouted ferociously, "What's the use of standing idly still? Do you want to die? Hurry up, use the magic inside the muzzle." He came to his senses at his words and quickly opened his mouth quickly. Fire, prison inside the mouth of the open demon. The spell poured down. Surely there was a blow to those who were directly attacked inside, and the devil shook like mad. Callisto was pushed to my side. All I could do for him was keep on chanting the spells: fire, prison, fire, prison, fire, prison. I continued to shout the spell of the spell without breathing. 20 out of 20. And finally the last devil drooped, spewing great smoke from the main dome. At the same time, with the system window we're going to have, the identity was revealed. System: defeating the devil's quest completed, plus 5% favorability of Callisto as a reward. The sudden quest is over. The disappearance of the square window completely relieved all tension. I stumbled and leaned against the wall. "Princess," the Crown Prince opened his eyes wide and came to me at once. "What's wrong? Where did you get hurt?" The Crown Prince frowned ferociously and scoured me to see if I was hurt. Reddish arc sensitivity gauge bar that flickers slowly, and looking alternately at the dead lizard stuck in his bayonet, I felt strange. I'd almost die if cut it short. The moment of desperation when the magic didn't work, and my heart sank. I didn't know how to describe this feeling that I had felt since I saw the golden hair that suddenly appeared. He was such a terrible guy. His red eyes looked very strange, as if he were worried about me. "Why aren't you talking? Where did you get hurt? Did you get a slap in the mouth?" As I stared at him in silence, he bent down and thrust me into the face. "What are you doing?" I shuddered out of him and held fast to the beating heart, and clasped close to the wall with a bang. "I'm fine, Your Highness." No one got hurt. At that moment a blood smell flashed through my nose. When I looked up and looked at the Crown Prince, I could see that one of his sleeves was tattered. A dark red liquid leaked out from there. "Your Highness is hurt," I exclaimed in astonishment. When the Crown Prince noticed where I was looking, he picked up where he was hurt and pretended to be strong. "Not a big deal, it's just a little scratch." "Not a big deal, sit here and stay." I walked past him and toward the dead devil. Because he ran straight to me, the Crown Prince's sword was still in the devil. A shaft with its muzzle open as it stands. The drooping corpses of the devil were abhorrent. I pulled the Crown Prince's sword out of the muzzle of a charmed beast by the attack magic I spell. And with it the ends of the skirt were well rounded and left long. The prince looked at me with a strange look on his face as I turned around with a sword and a cut cloth. "Here you go, and give me your arm." I held out a sword to him. At my request he took the sword gently, put it in the sword, and extended his injured arm. I threw a torn skirt over the wound. I copied the billion one I saw in the book to stop the bleeding, but it wasn't as pretty as I thought. "You're good at magic, can't you do healing magic?" He's staring at me like that, and Crown Prince asked suddenly. There was nothing to hide, so I answered immediately. "Yes, that's a mess. Shall we do it again? Can't you even joke around? Why are you so cold?" With another earful of his babbling, I wrapped up a sloppy rod, put down the hem of the sky-colored cloth quickly with serious eyes. "It was when I was watching everything. You don't have to make that face. It's better when you apply this." Part of the emotion that was being pressed down on the calm voice that came from the other side of the head leaked out. "What kind of potion are your saliva, Your Highness? Now you've decided to blaspheme the imperial family." The prince smiled as if he was having fun at me, and then he wiped his face and asked, "Well, what the hell were you doing here?" Without even asking for inventory, I was speechless for a moment, saying, "These days around the Archina Islands is very dangerous." "And you tried to kill the demons by yourself without escort? What if this isn't the end?" I thought about this last time when I was hunting bears. As expected, princesses are not usually mad dogs. I felt very unfair. "You think I want to do this?" I was so frustrated that I felt like I was going to die. But I couldn't say that the system made me do it. Looking at me who had no answer, the Crown Prince opened his eyes slightly. "You're not satisfied with the archaeological data I gave you last time, so you're going to go all the way here? Did you come in person? I didn't know you was such an inquisitive woman." "No, it's not like that." "Well, We came here to do volunteer work, and the sane kid been kidnapped by remnants of Layla's new country. I had no choice but to summarize the facts in moderation as to how far to explain them to him. I've come all the way here to save him. Volunteer activity. The prince looked back at me as if he had heard the word for the first time. You doing volunteer activity? Yes, I felt a little bad without knowing why. The crown prince murmured wistfully. It's the most amazing thing I've ever heard from you. It's the basic skill of the noble family. As I clenched my teeth against his front wall, I asked back a step later, how the hell are you here then? I forgot because I was distracted by the devil, but Callisto's appearance was certainly out of the blue. When I looked at him again, I avoided his gaze without knowing why. On the news that the new nations are on the move, I was watching the Archina Islands and Trot End carefully. You'll watch carefully, so you were in the Trot End too. That's right, Callisto added a step later. Do you know how absurd I was to see you here all of a sudden? Thanks to you, we've found all these places. I've got a navy around the Archina Islands. And how the hell do we get out of here? I couldn't tell if he was going. The crown prince looked around the cave and shrugged. As I listened to him, I suddenly frowned. Did you follow me? What's with the I'm following? The crown prince jumped at my suspicious eyes. That was more suspicious than how did you get stuck in the same place as me? I'll kill them all. Where have you been? Because of the trap. The person that came with me also fell. That's when I asked a question full of doubts. Like a rapid-fire shot, the crown prince coughed loudly, and he rolled his new red pupil for a moment, as if he were looking for an excuse, and spat it out. It's a secret of the imperial family, I stammered in bewilderment. I won't let you know, you'll get hurt. What nonsense is that? More than that, princess, didn't you say we had to go save the kidnapped child? Suddenly Callisto pointed behind me. To do that we have to ride that leftover mare. We're running out of time. Then he passed me like a shot. I looked at the back of such a prince in a daze. What are you doing? I told you to hurry. When he arrived next to the dead body of a demon, he gestured quickly for me. That's weird. When I was suspicious, I stared at Callisto with an unquestioned eye, and I turned my steps after him. He was right in what he said. Either he followed me, or whatever the important thing right now is to save the children. The body of a heavy flat horse filled the passage without a break. As he said, it was unavoidable to step on a demon. Indeed, Callisto climbed easily with his injured hand. Just like man it was when I was just staring at how to follow it. Come, hold hands. In an instant he stood on top of the head of a demon, and suddenly bowed down. He reached out his hand to me. I stared at the hand and immediately held it together. At that moment, I realized that I no longer thought. I thought coldness would go away over me, but I'm surprised. Then Callisto pulled me up with great grip. I lost in thought, pulled up like a sheet of paper. When I opened my eyes, it had settled on the head of a demon. Careful, seeing me reeling, he hurriedly hugged me tightly. I opened my eyes wide as if to pop out on the chest of another hard man touching my forehead, and managed to come to my senses. Thank you, Your Highness. My heart was pounding with fright. Now I can go alone. When I was flustered out of his arms, the crown prince let me go without a word. The hand that had been caught by him was hot. I couldn't even think of choosing the window of the confirmation system or the favor that came to my mind because I was in a hurry to hide my hands behind my back. We quickly walked across a straight line of passage over the mare. How much would we have walked? Suddenly the dark field of vision brightened and there were as many as 4 branches. Geez, we're in trouble. The crown prince murmured a curse. It was also about time. I looked at the window with troubled eyes. System, you have earned Rayon's room as a reward. A square window came up in front of me. An arrow has sprung up. The figure pointing to one of the 4 branches of the road gave a flash of color. Your Highness, I think I know the way. You know? Yes, I can feel the child's magic signal. In fact, I don't feel anything like that at all. But the crown prince, who looked back at me with astonished eyes, turned his head up. Follow me. We hurried into the aisle at the far left as the arrow that only I could see pointed. The road that followed was very complicated and twisted. It seemed to have been deliberately made to stop the intruder. A new road has emerged constantly. Every time it was not for the arrow marks, the system would have been stranded. The crown prince followed me without much depth. In the middle of the enemy camp, I was constantly caught in a complicated mind. Walking in silence for a long time, I moved to the side where the arrow was pointing, but I couldn't stand it. So I opened my mouth first. Why don't you ask what about magic? To my question, he said, as if he had remembered what he had forgotten. So you're pretty good with magic too. In the crossbow and the magic of archaeology, it's getting more and more amazing. Nothing to worry about, princess, I don't have any prejudices in the wizard. He glanced down at me and made it insignificant, I blinking my eyes at him. Looking up, I carefully asked back what was really bothering me. Doubtful, don't you doubt? What doubt? I was suspected I may be in league with Layla. He blew his breath away as if he were dumbfounded. Why would you do such a useless thing? I pinched my mouth in embarrassment and asked again. What's the point of? Well, said the crown prince, nodding his head and saying, why would Eckhart's only princess, who has nothing to be afraid of in the world, be one of those crazy groups? It was me who was rather embarrassed by the tone that did not contain any doubt. I made up a reason why I stuttered while rolling my eyes. You actually trust that I'm not believer of Layla? Ha, you, the crown prince laughed at me without hesitation. I jagged my mouth. What, can't you believe it? Didn't you see Layla remnants on the eve of the hunting competition? Of course I did, reply with a sullen retort. Now, he turned his upper body towards me. Crazy guys who don't know what's right or wrong and just believe in their own beliefs. I see their eyes glisteningly upside down. He looked at me and tapped the corner of my eyes with his hand, then the hand pointed to my face. I'm not looking at you, fatly, with such rotten fishy eyes as you are. What do you mean, rotten fishy eyes? I walked a step away from him in disgust. The crown prince grins, and if you were a believer in Layla, you'd have recognized it first in the cave, a fellow of the ancient Layla clan who tried to carve a portal in the palace. I opened my eyes and I looked around. It was amazing that the remains I met in the cave were the ancient Layla clan. But what's even more surprising is that the crown prince also knows this rundown about the Layla tribe that Vinter had been working on. Did you know about Layla tribe? I asked him all comprehensively. The crown prince turned his head away from me and answered indifferently as he walked forward. You had no idea. If you knew, you wouldn't have said so casually that you would dig up artifacts. If I had been Layla's admirer, I would have tried to complete the portal at that moment somehow. I looked at him with a little dim eyes. Whether it's this amazing that he knows everything or it's a relief that he doesn't doubt me at all. Whether or not it is possible, even I could not understand my feelings now. In addition, how much do you value the water that those madmen remodeled? As he was walking along him with a complicated heart, the crown prince suddenly added with a cynical expression. When I went to the slaughter, they begged me not to touch only the underground lab, although they could kill themselves. When I went straight into the lab and I was just feeding the young children who had run out of mana. Oh, the children, what kind of madmen are they? I was astonished by the more brutal than I imagined by the believers of Layla. The prince continued to speak with a faint voice and sigh, perhaps because he had already seen the terrible images. How many humans did they kidnap, and how much effort did they put into creating a giant object that you had just killed? So if you were the remnant of the new kingdom, you would have killed all the evil creatures so senselessly. Senselessly, I was shocked by his ignorant remark. Why? You shot the crossbow at these evil creatures without hesitation on the eve of the festival. He laughed at me, stuttering in shock. I tried to contradict him in a fit of emotion, but I shut my mouth again. And after a long time I asked again with caution, what if I was to kill an ally to avoid doubt, someone who thinks I'm weird? Were they afraid that they were there? I couldn't stop whining about the crown prince. So what if I'm really Layla's remnants, and I'm acting at a high altitude? As I turned the corner, a new arrow came out. It was an arrow point that led to several passages. What would you do then? The crown prince stopped slowly and looked back at me. Well, then I can't help it. The white arrow pointed to one place, but I paused and looked at him. You'll magically destroy this fucking Inca empire, he said with a grin as if he were playing a pranks. I frowned at his behavior, as if he were waking up to a serious question. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding either. The truth is, if you're a real Layla clan and you're trying to destroy the Inca empire, I'll help you both materially and morally. What did you just say, Crown Prince? I was so stunned that I kept blowing up the wind in vainly. Why can't you? This country is rotten to the core. It's time to go down. He shrugged. When I become an emperor, the first thing to do is to cut off the heads of the royal family and the nobles, your highness. After that we'll scatter all their wealth to the hungry people. We're going to give it away, and then we're going to start a war with nothing left after. It's going to grow until this fucking country was blown to ashes, muttered with an unknown face, whether he was serious or joking. Then will our emperor run out of the grave in tears of blood? He laughed ferociously, suggesting that when he became emperor he would be dead for sure, matter what. The figure was a little creepy. The plan was more specific than expected to be dismissed as a joke. As I stared at him in silence, he patted me on the shoulder a couple of times. So let the princess take over the imperial palace first before I painstakingly start a war. I don't care, it's really because it's okay. I opened my mouth that wouldn't fall and I answered back in a frightful way, unfortunately I'm not Layla's remnants. That's a pity. The conversation, which began with my suspicions, ended with a reminder of the crown prince's crazy side. Now where should we go? Callisto asked, glancing around the cave all over. Only then did I come to my senses and point toward the arrow. This way, lady. Then someone popped out of the left burrow. The familiar appearance of the rabbit mask startled me and shouted. I was about to call the fire piston, and suddenly realized that there was a crown prince next to me, and I managed to change it. Rain Frequent in an urgent mind. A very familiar name popped out. Frequent. The crown prince was following me, and with this unpleasant look he jabbed the blank. Who is it? The sudden appearance of the crown prince made his eyes big and dark blue pupils visible through the cracks in his face. I am cried out in place of a vacant lot showing signs of difficulty. Well, he's the top volunteer information officer who came with me. He know how to use magic like myself. What's that weird mask you've turned around? You don't take it off right in front of the crown prince, it's profane. The crown prince groaned, showing his discomfort in his voice before he pulled his sword like a madman. I rushed to the front of Vinter. It's a custom from a country far east. They firmly believe that if you take it off, it's used for evil spirits. The crown prince frowned disapprovingly. Does a princess know anyone like that? There aren't as many companies as I thought that would arrange volunteer work in places where support is really needed. Like Trot and I see when I get back, I'll always have to back up. Callisto finally shook off my excuse and accepted it in a faint voice. I looked around the Vinter with an apologetic face. Let's do it to keep it secret. As I winked in meaning it shook like a gin for Vinter. Soon, he said with a nod of his head, as if he had no choice. It's where rayon is when you pass through that barrel. You said you were a foreigner, but you speak quite well, right? The crown prince looked at the Vinter and ordered arrogantly. You said you were a magician, you take the lead. Vinter followed orders obeyingly. What's going on? Really? I followed and chewed my lower lip with anxiety. Isn't the crown prince aware? Is it? It was none of my business to find out that Vinter was the Marquis and the wizard. However, if crown prince caught coming all the way here with him, something very bad was likely to happen. Suddenly the crown prince stopped, realizing that he was standing still. I called him, Your Highness, aren't you coming? The crown prince, who stared at Vinter that first entered the aisle with dubious eyes, finally moved at my call. Princess, look at that, he whispered as he came towards me, suddenly death of his voice. Did I get caught? My heart was pounding. I tried to hide my shock. I asked with a quiet voice, What? He's barefoot. The crown prince pointed a finger at the feet of the Vinter. Isn't he possessed by an evil spirit? I don't know which country he's from, but you're not crazy enough to barefoot. The shoulder of the leading Vinter flinched. Even if the crown prince turned down the sound, he could hear it. I'm sorry. I turned away as if I didn't know as I mourned through Vinter that had become a demon-possessed maniac. We lost. As the last passage, the winding road seems to be cut off, and it goes on endlessly. At a time of constant delay, Vinter attempted teleport magic between cave and cave, but failed because the road was too complicated and did not know the exact location. We kept moving fast and fast. We're going to reach the Archina Islands. What a bunch of them. The crown prince murmured with a frown in the middle. I felt the same way. I was horrified by the precision of the men who made such a deep and complex cave under the island. I thought you were just an extra villain passing by until the eve of the hunting competition. I had made fool of them. The name Layla New Kingdom seemed sloppy, and it was because the system made it easier to defeat them. But in retrospect, I could never think it was sloppy. They were the ones who fought through ironclad censorship and defense to the depths of the imperial palace with mana. There's a helper among the high nobility. How far are their odds? I don't know if I did, but I felt scared again. At the same time, I couldn't shake off the sense of incompatibility that the story seemed to be intertwined with them. The closer I got to Rayon, the more mysterious anxiety eroded my body. We need to get out of this crazy game quickly before something happens. I thought again, looking at the red and purple guys walking in front of me. My goal is escape, that's all. It was one more time when the direction was reversed. Along the cave in the distance, someone's desperate screams echoed. The three of us who were startled and stopped walking soon shut up and walked quickly, regardless of the screaming. Soon there was a glimmer of light in the distance. The winding passage is finally over. Before the exit, the most advanced Vinter suddenly turned around. From here on, I'm afraid we need to use transparent magic. He quickly pulled out his cane from his arms and swung it toward us, and as if he were blessed, a burst of white powder came out and spilled over Callisto's body. I didn't feel anything special, Vinter said, a cautionary note, as if he had finished casting a spell. Unless you shout loudly, the noise is blocked to a certain extent, but don't show magic or mana. When overlapped transparency is lifted, then can we sneak up and kill them by force? The Crown Prince asked the same question I was about to ask. Vinter answered calmly. I don't know how long it's in there. Please refrain as much as you can until you know the exact location of the children. As if to understand, the Crown Prince lifted his head with no sincerity. It was the moment. Don't come, it's coming. A gruesome scream rang out from a place much closer than before. We made an eye contact and ran straight to the exit. Coming out of the dark and stuffy burrow, a surprisingly huge space appeared. An exquisite wall and pillar of white plaster and marble. It was a completely different scene from the dark cave that had been passed by. I've turned their base into ashes, and here's the only place I've got. The Crown Prince looked around and smiled with a fierce look. Goddess, at that moment the eyes of the people turned to the voice of several people. At the very end of the space were large statues and altars that made the temple fire. A slender figure dressed in a white robe and wearing a white mask stood on it. Dozens of humans with black robes on their faces were lying on their stomachs below. Please eat the leftovers as well. The one at the front of the fallen fellows crawled close to the altar. I know you're unfamiliar because you haven't fully recovered your memory yet. But for the greater good you have to accumulate strength. Food. I tilted my head. Because there was not much food on the altar, but what they call food. It was right after I learned that it wasn't a ceremony. Two black robes lying on their stomachs suddenly rose. And isn't he dragging something from behind the altar? Let go, let go, let go of me. It was a young stout man who was dragged out by the sound of a rough chain. As if he had been hiding, the man's face was limp with fear of balls. They dragged the man down the altar at once and knelt violently. Let go of me, the man rebelled harshly, but it was useless. A man wearing the only white robe that stood out among black robes slowly descended from the altar. I looked deeply at the white robes. He hesitated for a moment in front of a man who rebelled in fear, and soon after, reached out. Don't. As it approached, a scream similar to what I heard just before I arrived here rang out. Surprisingly, however, the man suddenly shut his mouth when the white lobes patted the earl oysters. All I could see from my side was my back, so I couldn't tell what he had done. When the man calmed down, a white robe soon lowered its head over it. The guy who saw in front of him was wearing a mask that showed his nose. Unlike the hesitant gesture earlier, red lips were seen enchantingly drawing lines. Woman. By the time I noticed it, the woman with her head down kissed the man slowly. What the hell are you doing? Why are you kissing him? All of a sudden I couldn't figure out what I was doing, so I glanced sideways at the Crown Prince and Vinter. They also seemed puzzled as to what was going on. Like me, it was a few seconds later that the situation reversed. The man who had been accepting the kiss of a woman in a white robe suddenly fluttered with a groan of anguish. The movement grew more and more intense, but neither the men who caught him nor the woman who kissed him did not budge. I was so surprised that I watched the scene with my breath stopped, but at that moment something unbelievable happened. The healthy body of a young man who was convulsing gradually reduced his volume, and shrank like a wind-free balloon in an instant. When the woman finally took her mouth off and took her breath in two pairs, only the loose clothing fluttered in front of her over the bone-in corpse. Just as the two black robes that he was holding on to threw away, they put the man, or the body. As soon as he reached the hard floor, the dried body was crushed and scattered in all directions. What happened? I breathed sharply. What the hell? Immoral. The Crown Prince uttered harsh curses. The same seemed to be true of Vinter and Callisto, who were shocked by the terrible scene. Bring me a mirror. The situation turned before I even realized what the hell was going on. The black robes who was urging you to take the lead in eating food got up. She gave orders for them. She seemed to have a higher position than the others who were lying on their stomachs, rose and brought them to the back of the statue. After a while, what they brought out were 6 children who had fainted and a large colorful box of chastity. Except for one, they put down the rest of them under the altar rayon. I recognized the lion's mask and my eyes were widened. It seems to be of great use because it has the most mana. I'll take out the rest of the mana in moderation and throw it into the mana's food. The man bowed his head to the white robe and made a terrible sound. At that moment there's a white square in front of me. System main quest: the whereabouts of the children who have disappeared. Pursue Rayon's whereabouts with the wizard. The quest is complete. System, you got plus 5% of Vinter and famous 50. Famous total 460. I checked the completed quest. I asked Vinter and Callisto urgently, hey, what do we do now? Too many. Besides that white guy, you shouldn't touch her. It seems like you're playing some kind of trick against it. The Crown Prince glared at the white lobes, frowning his brows. After a moment of thought he opened his mouth. Hey, a stranger, yes, I'll catch his eye for an opportunity so you can move the children. The prince, who spoke quickly, turned his head toward me. This time, princess, you sneak up and get that lion mask and then escape with the moving magic. Do you understand? The prince's voice was outspoken. Perhaps in that short time his strategy was perfect. The problem was me. Well, I can't use the mobile magic. What? The Crown Prince looked back at me as if he was puzzled by my words. You know how to use magic, don't you? But you can't use mobile magic. Well, you know. Xfoot, how can I tell you that I only use magic as the system tells me? It was a time when I hesitated because I couldn't think of an excuse to answer. That suddenly the empty space looked somewhere and spat. His eyes, visible through the crevice of the mask, were pitifully rigid. Me and the Crown Prince followed his gaze and turned their heads. Turning behind the altar, the white robe beckoned off the lid of the fancy box. Something floated up in the air in the box. They were sharp fist-sized pieces in every frost. Like debris that had been broken, the white robes arranged them in the air with light hand gestures. As the debris returned to its place, a blue light leaked from the finished part. You can't activate that, said Vinter in an urgent voice. Asked the Crown Prince, what's that? It's the oil used by the ancient Layla clan. Bring your opponent into the most hopeless situation and dig his mind out. Vince muttered as if he were confused. No matter how young he is, I wondered how he was brainwashing the firm spirit of the magicians. They're trying to use it on Rayon, aren't they? I understood his meaning and asked urgently. It was then. A sudden burst of blue light from the altar liturgica. Without a moment's hesitation, the Vinter ran forward, swinging its cane. Where are you going? I called him out of shock. From his back the intangible membrane was seen flowing down. It's because magic overlaps with transparency. The intruder, the black robes, were confused when they saw Vinter that appeared out of nowhere. You must not have left it yet. Protect the goddess. I'm going to pull the devil. Come on. When the guy who was advising next to the white robes gave the order, they didn't hold each other's arms. Stay here for a moment, Princess. Crown Prince hurried after the vacant lot. Well, Your Highness, I was left alone with no answer. As soon as the Crown Prince followed Vinter, a roaring sound rang out in the hall. I opened my eyes wide and turned my head. Light spewed out of Vinter, shouting out the spell. It was shot straight into pieces that the woman was matching. I don't know if she's almost finished with the broken artifact, but she's going to have a blue light in the air. She was emerging in a large flat form. It collided with the magic shot by Vinter. There was a gust of wind. There was a short and fierce confrontation, but after a while, with the sound of rupture, the blue light from the oils slowly faded. Soon the light was completely gone, and it returned to the dull gray of mirror. A mirror. It was very messy and dirty, but it was a section of the mirror that looked momentarily as the light went out. Instead of just turning off the light, Vinter continued to shoot magic lasers. The debris seemed to be trying to destroy the artifact again. But the attempt was soon overlooked because of the snake that's been running towards him. Just before the mouth, which had opened to a disgusting extent, tried to swallow the lower body of Vinter, the Crown Prince who had followed him managed to drop the sword on the forehead of the snake. Hey, a stranger, look at the situation. Do it as you go. Should I cover your ass? The Crown Prince exclaimed ferociously. Frowning, Vinter froze and answered urgently, we have to destroy it completely. That artifact has a negative effect on not only wizards but also ordinary people. If you're so worried, move the children away. The Crown Prince's words made sense, and Vince quickly killed Snake instead of insisting on it. Surely with the two men running wild, the villains didn't even tap. As expected, a man is a man. Seeing the number of demons declining sharply, I was inwardly relieved. Seeing that the main quest was no longer coming out, it seemed like the episode would be over soon. After saving the children, the Crown Prince quickly reached near the altar thanks to Vinter, which used magic to strike several balls at once. He cut off the men who took out the manure from their pockets without hesitation. As he asked Vinter when he cast his spell a moment ago, the prince's transparency is solved by force. Several people were killed in an instant in his unseen assassination too. There's another one who's been invisible. Sudden sprinkling of blood among themselves. Did he look very strange? They soon noticed that someone had been hiding. Protect goddess more mana. The men who were being cut off by the crown prince's sword quickly banded together to the main side of the altar at the order of their superiors. Some of them have taken out a shiny crystal ball as seen in the palace before. Some of them have black pockets held up and shouted an unknown spell. A heavy tremor rang out. I shut my ears with my hands in a tremendous roar. Looking ahead, I doubted my eyes. Crazy in terms of what has come out so far. 5 fully grown devil jumped out of their pockets and filled a large space. It was much bigger than the one I managed to defeat with the help of the crown prince earlier. Boom. Every time the monsters moved, the floor shook. The huge shadows fell all over and over again. The crown prince fixed the bloody knife and cursed that the same was true of the vacant lot, which faltered in an overwhelming size that was different from what it had been dealing with. Why is it getting harder and harder? Shouldn't it be over at this point? Standing on the corner, and not being able to do anything, I felt a sense of uneasiness. Unlike me, Vinter and Crown Prince quickly regained consciousness and began to fight the evil creatures silently. When Callisto cut off the legs of a demon, the ground poured out magic with a stick. However, the size was so big that it did not make much difference. The attacked demons jumped with excitement. It's hard to control, or there's an object that tries to trample on the new country. The Crown Prince drove his spirit into enticing the demons to attack them. Throw your rice at the devil. The black robes ordered. Oh no! I opened my eyes knowing what rice was. I began to run aimlessly toward the altar with the children. I wasn't sure if I could stop them without the power of the system, but I had to do anything while Vinter and the Crown Prince went through hell. But before I could get close to the altar, a black robe surrounded 2 children. Don't I clenched my teeth. Piratio. At that moment, Vinter, who had been struggling with a demon, quickly shouted the spell. 5 children hanging on the floor with white light disappeared. I stopped running. He turned around. He was hit by a tail wielded by a giant lizard monster in return, and then flew to the other wall and plunged. Slipping down to the floor, he cramped for a moment, and soon drooped, and I couldn't breathe and looked at it. Is he dead? What if he's dead? What's happening now has come as a realistic and unrealistic performance. Whenever everything I thought was part of the game felt like a real situation, I felt scared and crazy. I'm scared and I can't wait to get out of here, princess. It was none other than Callisto that awakened me, who had been in a state of panic, frozen stiff. Penelope Eckhart, the clear name that called me, came to my senses. He roamed the floor, avoiding the ball of 3 devil. Get a hold of yourself. If you act quickly when you're dragging your feet, you'll get away with it. I turned my head reflexively at the words on the altar, blocked by countless black robes. At the foot of the white robe, a small body in a lion's mask was still unconscious. He was lying on his back. I looked with shaky eyes at the Crown Prince, who struggled to deal with the devil alone, and said, "No one can see you can make it." He stabbed the flying tail and shouted again for me. I nodded madly at him, and soon got back to my legs. It took me times to get near the altar. The Crown Prince was right. None of the men noticed that I was going up and down the altar. Whether the invisible magic would be maintained even if Vinter was lost. The white robe covering its face with a mask embraces the blue-colored relics and looks somewhere. It was on the side of Callisto. He seemed to have lost his mind to invisible humans dealing with evil creatures. I stooped down under her ruler. After stopping at some distance, I reached out and held Rayon's hood tightly. From now on, it was the key for me to drag Rayon to the end of the altar. Took Rayon just a little bit towards me. Fortunately, neither it was white lobes, black lobes, and no one noticed. Okay, just a little bit like this. Then I took courage from him and led Rayon carefully to the end of the altar. However, it occurred to me that it would not be possible to do so at this pace. The Crown Prince was on the defensive. At this rate, even that will be Vinter and the new nations will accomplish what they were going to do with Rayon. I was thinking, will it just get caught and go wild? I was looking at the woman wearing a mask. It was then a faint light came into the relic. The woman was hugging. The blue light poured down on me. What? By the time I was looking at it in a state of confusion, I could see something rising in the relics. At the same time, the white robe sensed an abnormal status. The mirror, the woman looking down at the mirror, looked at me exactly like a flash. The blue eyes beyond the mask met face to face. Its X. I got a gut feeling that something was wrong. I realized the truth. It was the moment system main quest, the whereabouts of the children who have disappeared. Would you like to proceed with the quest? Compensation: all male leads favorability plus 5%, reputation 50, accept refuse, accept. I hit accept twice in a row. The letters were immediately changed. System shout out the magic spell Decina Reptium. The magic spell in front of me has never been more than welcome. What kind of order do you want me to attack? Unlike other times when I told you nothing was written, but I was not in a position to cover it. Decina. When I opened my mouth hurriedly, an unknown heat swelled under my neck. I clenched my teeth and pressed it down. And shouted with all my might, Decina Reptium. It's a lot more than ever. The vibrations and the roar shook the basement. A huge chunk of light round like a gym ball poured out like a bomb from all sides. They bounced off in all directions like rubber balls, smashing everything down and trampling on it. Light, scary vibrations, ear-splitting loud noises, glaring flashes that cannot be seen. When the roar finally died down, and most of the light sticks were gone, I was speechless at the sight that had been revealed, and between the rubble of the broken and crumbling columns, 5 giant lizards were all dead, spewing only smoke. Standing in the midst of the chaos, Crown Prince stared at me with a faint look. You, the chief who was standing next to the white robe, saw me and pointed a finger at me. Not only him, but the eyes of all the black robes standing in front of the altar were on me. He couldn't take it out by using magic, and the 2 famous paintings were released. How the hell did the ancient magic go away? The one who muttered in a trembling voice like he couldn't believe it exclaimed, as if nothing had happened. Heal that bitch Decina. I quietly mended the beginning of the order. Haha. The men who were about to come to me took a sharp breath and stopped moving. Everyone had just seen with their own eyes how big the magic power I spell was. You'd better not move if you don't want to look like the snakes. I rolled up one corner of my mouth and laughed meanly. Then I held Rayon in my arms and raised himself proudly on his stomach. As if my warning had worked for sure, they were only flinching at my actions and never thought of coming. I still glanced at the white robe staring at me in silence with the relics in her hand. I said it was to destroy the spirit. You shouldn't see it. As consciously as possible, she slowly opened up the mouth, trying not to look at the woman's arms. It was when I had just come down from the altar out of the faint light that was spouting toward me. A white robe which had been staring at me without moving suddenly lifted up the mirror in his arms. The Assam, with a low-pitched voice, a blue glow came from inside the mirror. The light struck straight down on me. There was no time to spare. I hugged Rayon's head towards me and closed my eyes tightly, but even though I closed my eyes tightly and didn't see the artifact, the light penetrated in an instant. The view flashed blue. Numerous scenes passed through it, changed so fast that I couldn't tell exactly what they were pointing at all. I couldn't cover my eyes with my hands because I was hugging Rayon. I startled and backed away at the seemingly repeated welcome. Now, as if he had taken the chance, the leader shouted with remorse, Princess. The voice of the Crown Prince, who called me anxiously at a distance, was also heard by a slight difference. Get a hold of yourself, you'll die. I tried to regain my reason in a dizzy hallucination. The magic spell came to mind by a narrow margin. I opened my mouth. The hot things were bubbling under the neck again. I don't know why, but for the second time it was very hard to spit out the spell. Heal her and take her away. I could feel them coming. I fought desperately with the rising heat, and finally magic spells popped out with the feeling of something pouring out of my mouth. Decina Reptium, a wretched cry resounded, and there was once again a deafening roar of tremors enough to sway the whole body. The blue light that had occupied my sight disappeared, and I was able to open my eyes with difficulty. I blinked several times to regain my greenish vision. When it was barely clear in front of me, there was another tremendous spectacle before me. What? A lot of black robes which had just been lumped around the altar were scattered all over the place as if a bomb had fallen. Most of them were bleeding and did not budge. It seemed to be dead before I could even grasp the situation. Something about it flashed through my eyes, screamed, and scattered a few of the remaining black robes, but it was for a while too. Then I was struck by a lump of Ahon light, and they flew like paper sheets of paper. It was a great destructive force. Oh my! I opened my mouth. Numerous balls were popping around the hall, which looked twice as big as when they killed the demon a little while ago. When I killed the demon and smashed a pillar was small. The blocks of light I made by reciting the spell were as if to destroy everything in this space. Fortunately or unlucky, the attack was not crazy for me at that time. A chunk of light flew into the open. It was on the altar where the white robes stood. A strong wind blew with a deafening roar. Strong energy burst out like an explosion. I, holding Rayon, was pushed out of my hands near the altar. I don't know if there's any danger around her. It was fortunate that there were no remnants of the post by the time I managed to squeeze my leg and stopped being pushed out. Lady Goddess, cried someone as if he were shouting. Turning my head towards it, I suddenly opened my eyes wide. A white robe fell on the altar. Goddess, wake up! The silver lobes called to her like that. I jumped up close. I could see red water spreading over the lobes, which used to only be white without a speck. Whether she was hit head-on by a mass of light that flew in, the relics that the woman was holding were shattered around her. I unintentionally did what Vinter was trying to do. It was when I was staring at it with a puzzled look. It's a flash of light at my feet. It caught the eye. It was one of the pieces of a broken mirror. It felt like it was tinged out here when it was broken by the magic of a lump of light. It sparkled as if it wanted me to pick it up. I felt a sense of déjà vu. I bent down and picked it up with one hand at the same time. Another roar rang out. One of the still lingering blocks of light is stuck in the statue behind the altar. The statue and ceiling collapsed at once, and a stream of water began to shoot out of the gap. The salty and fishy smell spread. The cave was broken and seawater was invading. You must go, Goddess, whether she is still alive and not dead in the mess. The black robes have raised a woman who can't keep her body together. He took out the crystal ball with one hand and mumbled something. Then a blue light came out of the crystal ball and surrounded them. Instinctively I noticed that they were trying to escape. I have to kill them all here. It was as soon as I opened my mouth to shout the spell again, Dekina, I made eye contact with a woman who managed to come to her senses again. The woman wrapped her hand around her face, blood dripping as the mask broke. But the hood she was wearing was torn to pieces, revealing all the covering of the hair. I forgot to shout the spell and opened my eyes widely. At that moment I couldn't hear the wall falling down or the sea pouring in. Breathless, lovely pink hair fluttering in the strong wind, the blue eyes staring at me. Yvonne, I spewed out, but doubted what I was seeing. It doesn't make sense. I'm mistaken, but no matter how much she covered half of her face, I've already played the game, and I couldn't not know that I broke all the normal mode. A woman's appearance that perfectly matches the game illustration. The blue color surrounding them grew stronger and stronger. It was then Princess. Someone grabbed me roughly by the shoulder and turned around. Golden hair fluttered before my eyes. Hey, the only time he stopped breathing was when he burst out, "Well, Your Highness." I blazed, the Crown Prince panting wildly. Callisto pulled Rayon out of my arms and hugged him and said urgently, "What are you standing so absent-mindedly? We have to get out of here too." But there I looked around the altar in confusion. Shoot, the place was empty, with only a great deal of sea water pouring down. "Thanks to your magic pouring like a madwoman, the cave is falling apart. If you don't go out now, you'll be buried." The spirit of the horse seemed to return little by little. "What about Vinter?" I looked around and looked for Vinter. The Crown Prince answered by moving quickly. He came to his senses by the time he made a second magic attack. I ordered him to pick up the children and get out before you eat the cave. That wasn't a very nice thing to say, but I was greatly relieved. That was a relief. Before I knew it, the sea had risen to my ankles. We rushed through the passage and began to turn back the way we had come. But not long after, the cave suddenly shook like it was about to collapse. I shrieked and crouched. "Damn it, can't you control this fucking magic?" After shooting, the Crown Prince uttered harshly. I felt very unfair, who thought the magic of the system was so powerful, but I could not answer back because it was not me who ate the cave. The Crown Prince and I sped more speed into the cave. A few more rumblings, some more. Did he run like crazy? Which feels a little different from before. Began to approach every momentarily. Me and the Crown Prince looked back reflexively beyond the cave. The fluttering Sheikah far away was chasing us at a terrifying speed. It was none other than a huge wave. The Crown Prince and I screamed at the same time and ran for life. But the speed of the surging waves could not be overcome with human legs. "X feet now, you're drowning. Route or calm, you crazy game." The last thought I had was, of course, a curse on the game maker. Just before the dark sea hit my body, my chest feels stuffy and my airway is blocked like someone's strangling me. I want to live, but I couldn't breathe properly. Save me. At that time I could feel someone holding my hand tightly. Soon after, hot and soft on the lips, I've got to feel a strong wind blew from him and pierced a tightly blocked airway. How many more times did the strange sense repeat itself? At one point I coughed violently, and opened my eyes vaguely. The salty sea water burst out like a fountain on my mouth. Fortunately I was still alive, haha, when I was breathing hard. Princess, your majesty, gold hair streaming down over the dark vision. His red eyes expanded big and soon fell into raptures. I'm glad you're alive. I was thinking about what I should tell the Duke about his obituary. Despite his exhausted expression, the Crown Prince smiled playfully. I sat up and sat down in a squatting position without answering. Apparently the cave was swept away by the falling and crashing waters of the bar, but it was on a quiet beach where waves came and I couldn't tell how much time had passed. What happened to us? We were left together in the cave, I wondered, but luckily that little boy woke up and shouted something. The Crown Prince answered in a gentle manner how we came to live. And we were moved to a small uninhabited island around Soleil. Rayon. I looked around excitedly at the thought of Rayon, which I had forgotten. A lion mask stretching out into a large ruler was seen on the sandy beach, which was not far away. My eyes grew bigger. Are you alright? Don't worry too much. I think he's been exhausted for a while because he's consumed a lot of mana. I was relieved by the prince's subsequent remark. At the same time, sorrow sprang up. I felt bad because I felt like he had consumed too much man and stamina in that small body for a day. With a worried look for Rayon, I looked back at the Crown Prince in a flurry of thought. What about the new Layla? How about their remnants? Hey, Callisto suddenly reached out and pointed out beyond the sea. I looked at the side where Crown Prince pointing at, but I could see nothing in the vast sea of Inca. With a puzzled look on my face, he went on, searching for the place he pointed to. Congratulations on breaking down an island. As if he were teasing, he clapped 2 or 3 times without sincerity. The underground burrow was broken and moved here, and not long after the whole island sank. What? I asked back with a puzzled look, as I did not understand as the Crown Prince dawdled in a tone of absurdity. By the way, I've never seen an island being buried in water before. Well then, I'll have to give you a prize when I get back to. In recognition of your contribution to wiping out the remnants of the Empire and destroying their base. He turned his head toward me, bursting into laughter. I think I've been working on wiping out the newcomers since last time. I think it would be better to give you the knighthood. What do you think? Are you kidding me? What do you mean teasing? I'm serious. He grinned with a look of no sincerity. What happened to the crazy system? I couldn't find a word for a while when I was told that my magic had eventually brought the island down and sunk. I did, but I didn't actually do it, but I took responsibility for it. I don't know how to express the subtle feeling that I have to talk about. It was when I was staring at the far side of the sea that had disappeared. With a sudden light in front of course system main quest, the whereabouts of the children who have disappeared. Save the hid abducted from the power of evil. The quest is complete. System as a reward, all men favorability plus 5%, fame plus 50, and ancient magic mirror sculpture. Famous total 510. I laughed dejectedly at the sudden rise of the system window. When I lowered my head and looked at my hand, I found all the pieces of relics I had picked up when I used magic. Thick piece of mirror no longer glitters. I didn't lose. It was a quest reward, so-called quest main quest. It was fortunate to have saved the children, but it was inevitable that this would happen. It was so hectic that I finally realized that this was part of the story. At the same time, I remembered the sight I had seen earlier. The white robe that disappeared with the blue light. You looked just like the heroine. Blazing pink straight hair and a blue-eyed girl who was looking right at me. When I recalled it again, my heart became stuffy as if it were clogged. No, it's just a similar person. It can't be. I denied what I saw, flirting wildly. How does an angelic normal mode hostess look like a rail line and axis of evil? You mean the same kind of clan? It was then. Are you sick? The Crown Prince glanced at me with red eyes, perhaps because I looked strange, suddenly flapping my head with a serious face. What are you so seriously thinking about? When I came to my senses at the sound, I looked at him for a moment, and spat it out with difficulty. Your Highness, do you happen to see the face of a white robe? Have you seen something? No, the cave is about to collapse. Where's the time to sit down? Looking at his face, the heart slowly returned to its original state, which was cringed by the answer without delay. I didn't know why I was so relieved. Only then did I burst out with a sigh. I'm sorry. What? Retorted the prince, puzzled by the contextless apology. All this was not what I did, but what the system told me to do. But it was not an indulgence. After hearing the island fall apart, I forced myself into my crowded head, and opened my mouth calmly. You have to ascend the throne in a state of impurity, and I have destroyed a part of the land. I'm sorry. It was part of maintaining his good feelings, but the prince laughed as if he was dumbfounded. Is the princess making fun of me now? What do you mean making fun of you? I mean it, I responded with a serious look on my face, and here I murmured a little weakly because I couldn't control my magic, and this is what happened. Thanks to you, we're not all going to see the camouflage, Callisto answered in a rambling voice. And how do you know if you're gonna leave that base, and they're not gonna kidnap the kids again and kill them? It's better to be gone now without having to deal with it. I looked at him with a little surprise. Unconsciously words popped out. Don't you doubt? I don't think I'll ever be able to get enough of my doubts, isn't there? Callisto frowned. Why is a man so crooked? That your highness has said to me, and I was shocked and lost in my thought, and I regained my reason. Still, how came I use such powerful magic you don't even know? He snapped off coldly. You make me repeat what I said in the cave. You wouldn't have been watching the snakes and Layla die with such a puzzled look. I have eyes too, princess, just don't say anything. I'll judge on my own. As I saw it, I looked up at him with my shaky eyes. My heart was pounding too much. Was it because I was relieved or because I wanted to hear it? Suddenly I felt like my eyes were burning with tears, which had been called a dry spell since the old days. If you're really grateful, at least kiss me. But the feelings of the name were shattered by the following words. What? The prince looked at me, stammering. He had the audacity to say back. Why, you know, kissing the hero who saved him from danger. In return, to be exact, I saved you from danger. Then I'll kiss you. I'll do it. I refuse. The prince murmured something small, pouting his brows as if dumbfounded. I looked back and asked him, but he only shrugged his shoulders as he stood up, following me. With a curious look in my eyes, I soon became interested in his words to myself. But now how do we get out of here? He said he called the evil spirit scene wizard before he fainted. So he'll be here soon. I still glanced sideways at Rayon, who had no movement, nodded. It was the moment there was a strong vibration sound somewhere. As he looked around in amazement, the crown prince exclaimed and took something out of his arms. The tiny crystal ball was glistening. Wait a minute, princess. He turned it away from me with a shocked face, and then it worked. Your highness, where are you? A loud voice rang out. I tilted my head. It was a familiar voice. You shouldn't have run out of the way during the operation meeting. Why did the wizards threaten you? The prince hurried to stop the crystal ball. He spoke to me in a hurry with a puzzled look. Princess, I'm sorry, I have to go first and say, can you go back? The royal family is summoned in case of emergency. There's magic on his feet that can be done. Began to be painted. As soon as his words were finished, a golden-colored magic crew began to be drawn beneath his feet. Oh my, I gotta call Cedric Porter. That fucking guy already triggered it. Cedric, he was the only aide to the crown prince. While shocked by the sudden breakup, the magic crew was almost complete. Your highness. I approached him. Be sure to heal the hem of my dress on his arm was so red that I couldn't help it. They may have poison in the teeth of a demon, so check it out as soon as you get there. You're talking like a bird. The crown prince smiled faintly at my rapid talk. He suddenly reached out to me and grabbed me in the face. Pungent sensation touched on the lips. The moist thing popped out and licked the lower lip. While I was blankly blinded by the situation, it fell off quickly as if he were stamping a seal. This is a kiss for you who saved me, princess. Well, see you soon. The crown prince grinned and talked proudly, and disappeared with the golden color without a moment. What is this crazy? I realized what the crown prince had done to me one step later and uttered abusive language. I wanted to give him a good account of what kind of brutality this is, but he was already gone. I raised my hand to cover my lips with the back of my hand. The momentary touch was moist. Damn you, I shouldn't have worried you. Maybe it's because I was too surprised. The chest thundered as if it would break through the bone to grind. My face went up in flames. It's because I'm in a bad mood. I decided to kiss his thief like that. In fact, I couldn't tell if he was really upset. All these violent feelings seemed unfamiliar. There was a cool breeze, but after a long time the heat was still up. It didn't cool off easily. As I tried to calm down by pressing my hand over my beating heart, I finally opened my eyes hard on the white sand beach where he had disappeared. And the moment I turned my head beyond the lion's mask, I encountered a round eye staring at me. Rayon. I was very embarrassed. It was hard to know when the child who had no movement woke up. By the time a dreary wind swept through us, Rayon suddenly yelled at me to raise his finger. He kissed her. I was shocked by the bright teasing that popped out, and soon shook my head like crazy. No, it's not like that. Yes, it's kissed, hey no. As soon as I was about to run to stop that absurd-mouthed lady, a low voice rang out from behind my back. I paused, stopped moving, and turned around in the sky. A barefoot man in a rabbit mask stood tall as if he had risen from the ground. Then know you, I barely changed my words as I came up to shout Vinter reflexively. Because there was no prince, there was no need to call him that anymore. You didn't see anything like that with the crown prince, did you? He showed up at an exquisite timing. I looked at him with nervous eyes. But I couldn't tell because he was covering his face with a mask. It was then Master Rayon, who had been sitting on the white sand a little away, jumped up and ran. I'm sorry, actually Penelope told me not to go under the wall, but I was trying to show off my magic to the children, and Rayon's sullen voice revealed the truth of the incident. I was a little surprised at the remark. They're showing up today. I didn't expect to them. They kidnap all the kids. It may sound like an excuse, but I was also in a state of limbo. Lady, it is the door. When the words of the calmly throwing vacant lot were true when they were just entering the cave. In fact, I didn't believe half of it because as far as I'm concerned I've had a heavy blow to the back of my head. Put down the crying lion mask on the mask. He breathed a deep sigh as he watched it. All right. Are you hurt? Yes, I'm fine, as Rayon mumbled. The blue pupil headed toward me. This time, is Lady hurt? It's all right, I answered the truth with a nod. Then I asked the things that came to mind belatedly. Did you take the children home safely? Yes, are you? I was going to ask if you were okay, but I just shut my mouth. I couldn't say. It's okay if it's empty talk, perhaps because he was struck by the tail of a demon. Red water had spread over the ragged edges of the robe. It looked much worse than the crown prince. It's too late, I'll stop taking you there. So when I seemed to have no intention of continuing, he reached out his hand and suggested. At first I couldn't refuse the tired voice. Okay, let's get back to work. Hurriedly took his hand. Soon a bright light wrapped the three of us. Your Grace, the Crown Prince's only aide Cedric Porter greeted Callisto, who had just been summoned to the Imperial Palace portal with a stunning face with a magic crew. Hey, the Crown Prince raised his hand to greet such an aide. Here Cedric bit his teeth to press down on the simmering filling. He was the only major army he had brought to the battlefield, but sometimes whenever he acting like a madman, I wanted to strangle him. Recently, intense meetings were held day after day to wipe out the Layla Ganzhans hiding in the Archina Islands and damaging the Empire. The Archina Islands, where they hid, had so many canyons and reefs along the main side, and the waves were rough that the warships could not easily access them. Moreover, their rebellion was stronger than expected, and they were often killed in a group trying to wipe out the mess. Thus the Crown Prince was looking for a way to access the ancient maps he acquired during the previous hunting competition. It was at the height of the meeting a red spot appeared on the map and started blinking. It was an island not marked on the map near it, not on the Archina Islands. Everyone was puzzled by the sudden redness, and suddenly the Crown Prince ran out like a madman, leaving his seat. And now I'm back. What the hell are you doing at Solenoid? What happened to the injury? Asked Cedric, who recounted the situation once again. Instead of answering, the Crown Prince wriggled his eyebrows. Have you already threatened the wizards? You must have threatened them. I'm just asking for confirmation to find the charges. The wizards, at Cedric's interrogation, said if you don't move the Crown Prince to the Solenoid right now, he's holding it, so I will make a fawn's tail for you. He said I had no choice but to do so, shaking his teeth. Cedric added coolly, thanks to you who ran out during the meeting. The staff has yet to leave the palace, and we are very angry. You have to excuse me for what I did when I was injured, so give me an ear pump. Roughly, the shit was that you were making a mess of it, and everybody was making a fuss about it, so you could just explain the situation for an excuse. The Crown Prince replied slyly, what are you doing? I'm here to wipe them out. Yes, your grace, by blood. No. Callisto, who was walking fast toward the Crown Prince's palace, suddenly stopped walking. He raised his chin with a strangely imposing face and gave a thunderclap. The reserve was with the princess. What? Cedric said, what's wrong with my ears, and passed it lightly. The Crown Prince moved on and continued his horse. Our prediction was right. They couldn't easily move from the Archina Islands to Trotan. So he's got a silver basin on the seabed nearby. You mean the basement of the foil? Yes, the depth and breadth of the oysters were enormous. Maybe it was the Archina Islands. Then send troops to Soleil first. No, you don't have to. They'll be quiet for a minute. Callisto blocked Cedric, who was trying to fix the operation quickly. What Cedric seems to be wondering. Callisto, who seemed to be lost in thought for a moment, suddenly burst into laughter. He's finally crazy, Cedric thought. Of course the Crown Prince has been crazy for a long time. But it's finally time to go home. The princess beat all those underground burrows up. The whole solenoid sank under the sea. The Crown Prince, who was laughing, moved it to a rather pleasant voice. Embarrassed by the sudden turn of conversation, Cedric soon noticed something and was astonished. Then was that red dot. The princess's location reproducing the relics of ancient Balta was very dangerous and reckless. Therefore the Crown Prince engraved the law so that no one but the princess could use it. I don't know how it was obtained, but it went smoothly thanks to Callisto's possession of a handful of her cut-off hair. However, in the process of engraving, Magistrate said he had a problem. The ancient map recognized Penelope as its owner, and shared it with the clone new map. I didn't know exactly what it meant at the time. Your Grace, isn't that a crime? The thoughts that spread out of control, asked Cedric with a serious face. Crime? The Crown Prince was angry. It was a mistake to the last degree. Is it a mistake that you know? As far as I've heard, you must have been told a farewell by the princess during the last hunting competition. Cedric has a sudden chill. I was startled by the entrapment. Turning away, the blood-red eyes were shining brightly. Has your work been a little idle lately? The Crown Prince struck Cedric on the shoulder a couple of times as if he were reaching out. Just hear and deliver what's going on between me and the princess, as I told you. I want you to do your job. Don't try to add words to other people's love affairs, all right? Yes, all right, Cedric answered painfully with the water in his eyes satisfied. The Crown Prince stopped the violence disguised as encouragement, and began to turn around and walk again. After that the whining of the load ensued, but strangely enough it was none the worse today. Callisto couldn't stop smiling and laughing without even realizing it. At first it was nothing more than teasing. It was funny to deceive myself with a lie that seemed to look out and lose sweat to make up for it. I often thought about what she would reply and looking forward to seeing her again. It was damn good and life was pretty good. The weak interest was not extinguished even after the hunting competition. Rather, she's the one who's disgusted with herself. The curiosity about it grew even more. After the Marquis of Ellen, I was not very angry when there was an absurd rumor that I was talking about princesses. Because I didn't have enough of a blow to the old man, I was amazed by myself. When she acted awkwardly with the makeup on, I thought it was trivial and cute. I thought she was just a dumb and arrogant commoner. The tiny lips, which were cursing while looking at me, kept growling before my eyes, so I unwittingly said, "By the way, Your Highness." Suddenly at Cedric's call, Callisto awoke from deep thought. "What? Why have you been fiddling with your lips so much since a long time ago? Are you afraid to hurt your lips?" Actually, what I wanted to say was, why are you stuttering your lips like that? But because his life was a waste, Cedric managed to swallow his words as if he didn't know that the Crown Prince blinked. I was not very interested in reason, as I spent years in a battlefield where blood and flesh were popping up. I thought that my greed and sexual desire were all dead, and only hatred and murder were left. But at this moment in his head it was Penelope Icart's face that occupied. I kissed her, and she was round like a rabbit. Blue-green eyes, embarrassed, and puffed red lips. The princess' face revealed in the moonlight a little. Pretty, yes, Cedric bit back at the solitary chatter. The Crown Prince glances sideways at such a subordinate. He laughed as if he were doing it. There's such a thing. You've never been in a relationship in your life, and you don't know it anyway. No one has ever done it. Callisto laughed cheerfully, leaving behind the angry voice of his subordinate. When we opened our eyes, we stood in the corner of the human sparse alley at Hamilton Street where we first started. Looking at the street stained with black darkness, I sighed and came. I hope no one noticed there was a story left to wrap up with the empty space. But it was not a good situation. He and I needed treatment, and rest. It's all. I gave them a short glimpse. I'll get going. Are you going, Penelope? Rayon asked me, visibly sullenly. I'll see you next time when I get a chance. I smiled lightly, and then turned to the vacant lot. Thank you for the shoes. I took off the shoes he had worn me. He put out magic on the shoes so I didn't get wet or dirty even though I fell into the sea. Therefore it was meaningless to wash it and return it. I don't want to meet again because I'm returning the shoes. It didn't matter if I was barefoot because it was soon from here to the mansion. Judging so, I turned away from him without hesitation. It was a moment when I took a few steps. Wait a minute, the urgent voice clung to me. I hesitated and turned my head slightly. Wait a moment, lady. Why, Vinter spat out at Rayon without answering me. Rayon, you go back first. Yes, the teacher's words are heavenly, but the lion's mask answered obediently. After a while, a small new model was bought with the sound of a paratio and a cry for a spell as Rayon went. Vinter bowed down and lifted the shoes I had taken off and trudging along, sticking it out at my feet. Please keep your shoes on, Mansion, I'll take you inside. It's all right, I flatly refused. I think your treatment seems to be more urgent. It doesn't matter if you just have 7 children like this. A little while ago I looked at the main movement with the magic of maximizing hearing, and some generals were circling around the mansion. Nothing. I think I'm looking for a lady. What I thought he was literally saying, I'm terribly disappointed. Did they catch me, you crazy? I asked the rabbit mask hard with my shaking pupils like an earthquake. What time is it now? It's a little past 10, I sighed with a sigh. I left at 10 a.m. and came back after 10 p.m. to hell. Is it all a pass because it hasn't passed the day? I turned the positive circuit with tears in my eyes. When Vinter saw me like that, he reached out his hand and urged me again. You're late, so please allow me to take you to your rooms safely. If the knights are circling around the mansion, they will sneak into the hole anyway, and it will be long gone. I wore the shoes that the empty space had put out again and answered with a gloomy face. Please do me a favor. A moment later the white light occupied my eyes, and when I opened my eyes again, a familiar space unfolded. It was my room. My God, what! Emily was surprised to see me suddenly appearing in the middle of the room. Miss Penelope, Emily, what the hell? Why are you here now? Who is this man? When she saw a giant in a rabbit mask, she was startled and pulled me in. I asked in a hurry instead of explaining the glade. Did anything happen when I was not here by any chance? Emily's muddle about the facts. That's the butler came in the evening and knew you weren't there. What, the butler? I told him you was sick, but he said he had an urgent message. I grabbed my head. Of all things, the Duke knew it was a disaster for me. She tried to comfort me by looking at me frowning. Well, I'm sure he'll be here any minute. I managed to stop him from telling the Duke right away. But the butler was already secretly looking for you by releasing someone. If I hadn't come back today, it would have been only a matter of time before the whole world known. Hey, I decided to use extreme measures. I'd like to leave some requests. What? Vinter, manipulate the memory of all human beings belonging to the Duke. I've never been out. Emily took a shallow breath in my words. The blue pupil, who looked at me calmly asking for favors, shook once. Is that maid included? He asked in a dark voice. Yes, Lady Emily looked back at me with a shocked face at my answer without hesitation. But I retorted coolly, sorry Emily, there's nothing special about a complete crime. I still didn't believe anyone in the Duchess. After staring at me with no expression for a while, Vinter slowly pulled out his cane. Ram Branica, oh miss, how could even I be? Attempt. The terminal of the empty space, which was chanting magic spells, resounded heavily. Emily, who was expressing her disappointment with her betrayed eyes, suddenly fell to the floor with a pulp sound. I looked at it and asked, frowning, what's the big deal? As I told you before, the magic of the tube in memory has a subcrop that falls into a deep sleep. A sigh of relief came out. Vinter added, the magic was successful, and everyone in the mansion fell asleep. Don't worry, after waking up, there will be nothing more than losing your memory. I nodded still and opened my mouth. What should I pay for the request? Vinter was silent on my words, and the answer that came after a long time, I won't take it. Why? Lady came home late today because of my great responsibility. You can't trust me anymore. He seemed to hesitate for a while, then recited it calmly, the termination of the contract. I'll send you a letter as soon as possible. The words gave me a dejected laugh. You must still know my mistake. It was unpleasant and irritating enough to cause a rail line or not, to be suspected and be subjected to a rough time, but is it because it's a series of shocking things? I wasn't as mad at him as I thought. Even he looked tired in a rational way. Vinter's intentions were justified. He's been running against Layla for a long time, and I'm sure my behavior, driven by the system, is very suspicious. But have they seen it? The appearance of the white robe I saw last came to mind. I was caught off guard, denying that I was mistaken, that it was just a similar appearance. Circumstances have shown that Vinter already encountered a real princess who was living as a poor commoner while doing volunteer work. If very much the hostess is really the centerpiece of the pack, trying to kidnap the children and get rid of the wizards. It was an unknown thing to deceive the vacant lot and use him to do what he was to be done. As soon as I got there, I suddenly got goosebumps on the back of my head. You by any chance? I suddenly opened my mouth and immediately shut up. He suspected me of being a Layla remnants. There was no need to start a fire without knowing whether the suspicion had been terminated. Even if the hostess did, it was after Penelope's coming-of-age ceremony that she appeared in earnest. After I escape, it's not my job. I suddenly stopped talking and shook my head toward the rabbit mask looking at me with strange eyes. Nothing more than that, just keep the contract. In my words, the blue-eyed pupils expanded greatly. He showed signs of confusion. Why, well, it's funny to break the contract you've already made because I don't trust your public ability. The point of time for the escape. It was also hard to find a new top that was as capable and heavy-mouthed as Vinter. He stared at me with a look of unknown emotion. It was easy to notice that it was a mixture of faint expectations. However, I hope you don't have any more work to do besides the public sector. I cut it off like a knife. I don't think I can be as good as usual with the terms of the contract you've put forward. At my smiling face, the pupils of the vacant lot began to shake endlessly. Lady, I see what you doubt, what you worry about, and the cause that has become younger on your shoulders. My reputation and rumors haven't stopped, and I've been very suspicious of using magic. But you shouldn't be deceiving people with bullshit like interest. There was more vivid emotion in his eyes than ever before. In my words, it was pain and remorse. Above his head, the purple favor also blinked slowly at the gauge bar. I looked at it without any excitement. I wasn't deceiving, he spouted out in a nearly squeezed voice. It wasn't just for the doubt and confirmation that lady was interested. It's just that I'm suspicious it wasn't. Vinter repeated the same thing within a slant voice. His faltering appearance seemed precarious, on the one hand pathetic. I felt sorry for him, who had the belief that he should continue the fight with difficulty while being cursed by Layla and ostracized by people. But understanding and my feelings were separate. Well, I don't care if I'm more suspicious. Doubt interests you all. Do it yourself. Lady, I'm telling you not to use me for your cause anymore. Lady, just once, one more time for me. I blocked the blank space that called me in a pleading voice and gave notice of coldness. Now go back and don't contact me until I find it first. Vinter went back hurriedly as if he had been kicked out with the shoes I handed him. I thought it was the end of all contacts with him. However, the moment I took off my clothes for washing, I felt the texture of the cold metal on the collarbone. Damn, with my head down I frowned and spat out a short curse. Vinter's necklace remains to be given to the hostess, so I should have given you the same shoes. With this feeling, I wanted to do everything in writing with Vinter. However, since ancient artifacts cannot be recklessly passed away, it means that we must meet again at least once. I sighed irritably, taking off my necklace and putting it in my desk drawer. I took out a piece of broken mirror that I had put in a small pocket inside my dress and put it down beside me. As I casually looked down at the drawer, there were quite a lot of things I got for a new game reward. I felt strange because it seemed like only junk that didn't even use anything was getting bigger. Looking down at it with a strange look, I soon closed the drawer. The next day, the butler, who had been looking for me in an urgent message, visited my room early in the morning. Lady. After a short silence, the butler spat out with a slightly stiff face, I have something to tell you. What's going on? Eclis, who went to Sir Spencer to learn swordsmanship, has not returned. What? Sitting on the dressing table, I hesitated and looked back at the butler. What are you talking about? Didn't he come back after training? I returned to the mansion after the usual evening rush. But last night I was going to tell the lady in a hurry, but this old man fell asleep. I'm so sorry, miss. After finishing his words, the butler bowed deeply before me and apologized. Whether Vinter's magic was really successful, he had no recollection of me sneaking out. But I was rather caught off guard. It was because I thought this idea that was urgently looking for me through. It was a serious matter. I frowned and hurriedly asked, what about the horseman? You know something because you went with him. I asked the horseman, and he didn't come even after the time to go back. Sir Spencer also said he finished training as usual. Then the worst assumption passed through my head: run away. Eclis was very good with his eyes, his gut, his brain. He also knew that it was impossible to formally learn a sword within the Duke. Knowingly, he asked me to save the master. No way, you're not gonna do this from the start. Although he hasn't been properly confirmed yet, his favoritism would have exceeded 90% by now. But if he used me to escape, I'd die. The hand on the dressing table clenched my fist. How did I survive this far should I die with only 10% left? The molars spontaneously disappeared. It was time to sink into the endless darkness, assuming the worst in an instant. Suddenly the butler made eye contact with me. Lady, I'm sorry to say that whether he was thinking the same thing as me, he spoke carefully. All the restraints worn by slaves are necessarily carved with trace magic track location. Yes, so why don't you call the family wizard? The butler glanced at my left hand on the dressing table. Blurring the end of his words, his eyes turned. I could see a large ruby ring still stuck in my left index finger. The red ruby egg on my fist were trembling, not knowing it was too powerful. It's too early to jump to conclusions. I slowly flexed my fist. I said I'd released the choker several times. But it was Eclis who refused to do so himself. He wasn't stupid enough to run away with a leash. Gradually reason came back. The fear of death and the sense of betrayal came into my eyes. Just wait a little longer. The butler opened his eyes wide at my instructions and soon asked back as if hesitating. The capital city is not very safe, miss. Just in case you're in trouble, how about releasing people around town? No thanks. I answered firmly. There is nothing more ridiculous than the assumption that ML might have been humiliated. Just wait for him to come back on his own feet. Yes, all right, miss. The butler didn't seem to understand my reaction, but he quietly accepted it. But that didn't mean that the essential problem would disappear. But how can I tell the young duke? If Derek knew, it wouldn't be a problem for Eclis to be kicked out. Please keep my first brother pen a secret. Lady, I beg you, butler. I don't want to make things big for nothing. He'll be back soon. The butler nodded his head with a prickly look. Thank you, may go out. After a while I heard the butler close the door and leave. I pressed down on the tingling temples and tried hard to dispel the growing anxiety. What's the matter? Even if it wasn't, I had no choice but to believe it right now. The favorability of Eclis was my life. There was a great risk that reckless doubts could have a bad effect on favorability. Now it's only 10%. From then on I began to fight endless doubts. I couldn't tell how the day had passed. The dinner that Emily brought to me was bitten, and the night was deep after I repeating the book had read and covering it several times. It's almost midnight, but until then I hadn't heard the news that Eclis had returned. The nervousness reached its peak after touching Ruby's ring. I finally couldn't stand it, and opened my mouth. Emily, go get the butler. Yes, Miss. Emily, who had been looking at me all day, left the room quickly. Did you call, miss? After a while the butler arrived. I gave the order straight away. Needless to say, even if Derek found out, there was only one way to solve this now. Let people and dogs go to the village where Sir Spencer lives. Yes, I got it, and bring in all the wizards of the family. It was then Miss Butler. Emily, who had been avoiding her seat to talk, burst in through an open door. The lady's escort is back. The butler and I met my eyes at the same time. Take him to my room right now. After a while the butler brought Eclis to my room. In a wild, nagging mood the butler left the room, leaving only Eclis. There was a frosty silence in the room left by the two. Master first breaking the heavy silence. Eclis walked slowly, coming near the table where I was sitting. He naturally knelt at my feet. He lifted his expressionless face and looked up at me. What happened during the day? His face is as pale and as white as a sick man. When asked if I was hurt, my patience had reached its limit. Where have you been? His voice was so shrill that he could not help it. I was always the one who forced a smile before him and evoked a soft voice. The brown-gray pupil shook at first when I saw it for the first time. Master, answer me, I asked him without a break. Why did you disappear without a word? Did you worry? A cold laugh popped out. It was only 3 weeks before the Real Princess came back. With 3 weeks left until the escape, the fear, nervousness, and suffocatingness that the ML might have splashed out. Can I draw them together as a worry? Am I funny? At that moment I couldn't even see the dark red that was shining on his head. Do I look like a god of disease who would be swayed if I said what's in my head, because I bought it for you without telling you? For you I have to risk my life, and moved over and over again. I bowed my head to the Duke. Nevertheless, I didn't know when my favorability would fall, and I trembled, and I didn't even say a word in front of him. I chewed the words up to the end of my neck and swallowed them. I took a deep breath. I don't know how far I have to endure your selfless attitude. I'm sorry. Master Eclis shook his head down, avoiding my eyes. It looked like an abandoned puppy. Wait a minute, there was an accident. With his eyes down he replied obediently. I asked coolly, what accident? I met my fellow countryman. He raised his head again and looked at me. and my unrefined anger was lost in the painful eyes. I encountered those who were sold as slaves like me. A fellow of the East? I lost my words when he said so, and I looked at him. He was a faceless servant who used to work in my house. I followed him to see the Delmans being enslaved on the farm near the village Eclis, but suddenly, a large monster appeared on the farm and attacked people. What monster? I opened my eyes to the following words of Eclis. The village where he went to learn swordsmanship was not far from the capital. But why is it not Trotan, which is close to the Archina Islands, but a monster appeared in the middle of the empire? Is this also one of the hard mode stories? Just the day before I felt strange after meeting a bunch of monsters. Eclis, who was lost in thought with a serious look on his face, quietly moved. No one came out while people were dying. I was the only one there who had a sword master. I suddenly came to my senses in the end. It meant that he killed the monster himself. The sight of ML, who was caught up in something even more extraordinary than running away, made me dizzy. I tried to think rationally and called him like a sigh. Eclis, even if it happened, you should have been running first to me. Master, you should have come back to me to report and ask for help. I honestly could not imagine how miserable it must have been for Eclis to see his homeland in danger. But I calmly recalled reality. Slaves of the enemy country wandered around the streets and used the sword freely. If someone accused him of this, it could even lead to a misunderstanding. When asked to save his teacher, Derek was most concerned. You're a slave who can't use a sword in the Empire now, and I'm in charge of you. Eclis' expression faded in my stiffened face. I know how much better life I have compared to them, and how unpretentious I have been doing. Eclis replied with a very bad voice, but while I killed all the monsters, no support came from the Empire. You could have taken action to get support from the Duke. After all, the people are dead. Eclis. I had no choice but to kill the monster master. The dull gray-brown eyes flashed more brilliantly than ever before. I eventually closed my mouth and reopened it long after. Why didn't you come back immediately after killing the monster? To this question, he bowed his head to avoid the eyes. He was facing me to see if he was ashamed of himself. In the meantime, the slaves looked at the wounded commoners of the Empire in that wicked place where there wasn't about one thing to apply to the wound. I could do nothing but pick up grass or firewood for the wounds. That's all I could do. After speaking, the tail of his eyes drooped down a little. I didn't have an expression so much that I usually felt the minute change very much. His sullen face and nervousness which had filled his neck have eased little by little. I asked, the most concerned, with a slightly softer voice than before. What about the observers? There must have been empires who managed the slaves. Eclis shook his head weakly. It's all slums around there. They release the slaves who put their restraints on the farm, and at certain times they come to collect only the crops they harvest. As soon as he said it, he glanced at my left hand, which I had put on my legs. I remembered the butler's words that said the slaves restrained had the magic of tracking his location. The concern that the security was not good was also positive. There was a moment of silence in the room when Eclis' desperate appeal was over. There was some excitement in the assumption that he might have run away. Then the gray light came into his eyes, unlike usual neatness for a slave, a messy skeleton. I did everything I could to make my escape, but today I was so upset that I felt like I was rolling around in a place where I wasn't there. Are you hurt anywhere? I gave a voice that was a little worried. Eclis shook his head in silence. I looked through it with a clear mind, but fortunately there were no bloodstains, only dust and dirt. Good thing still. Just in case, I opened my mouth again, thinking that I should let the butler see him. Eclis, if this happens in the future, tell me what's going on through the horseman. 'Cause that's why I sent him. I spoke with a determined voice. I was surprised to hear that you didn't come back. What's going on? We need to solve people right now, and you're worried about not doing anything for hours. I turned my face away. Even if I didn't have to act, I recalled the dry skin I felt before, and a desperate voice popped out. There was a stir in the eyes of Eclis. He shook his lips, spitting hard. I killed the demon and went straight to him, but he was already the first to go. I frowned upon his words as soon as I heard them. This is because the butler was silent and instructed him to put up a man who could lift his feet without disturbing Eclis as much as possible. I've been waiting a while, and I've come back in my fierce spirit. Eclis noticed and asked carefully, Are you angry? No, I shook my head. It's my fault that I didn't care properly. I guess he didn't know my subject to the new horseman. I'll tell him to spare an hour until the end of your training. At that moment his eyes widened. I tried with a smile and added, "It's full free time, do what you have to do in there." Master Eclis called me with a hint of embarrassment. During that time it was an unconventional permission to meet and help people in a bad situation. If Derek finds out about this I'll be punished too, but not more than that. I drew the line firmly. 1 hour it was okay to give help as long as you could, but I couldn't do anything more. If he is found to be formally learning and using a sword, it is not only dangerous for the Delmans who have become slaves to be exterminated but also to the Duke. No more, Eclis. Once again gently he stared at me with shaky eyes and then nodded slightly. Now me too. Eclis hesitated for a long time and then asked the question of the unheard. Master, have I become a useful person? I tilted my head to a question that was out of context. Why do you ask such a question all of a sudden? If it's useless or causing trouble, send it back to the auction house. I immediately realized what he was worried about. So you'll have to prove to me your worth so that I don't waste the 100 million gold I paid you. I can't insist on keeping a useless man here forever. That's what I said the other day when I brought him in. He's worried that he won't let himself go because he caused trouble today. It was a little surprising that he still hadn't forgotten it. Eclis. I reached out and lifted his cheeks gently. My eyes met him. Eclis' face was wriggling again. I whispered sweetly and snugly enough to touch my nose. Now forget about that, Master. You're a very important person to me, otherwise why would I care about you as much as this? The shaking of the gray-brown pupil staring at me stopped at the same time. I felt Eclis' breathing stopped again. Dimly I had the illusion that his eyes seemed to unravel in a daze. It was that moment. System, would you like to check the Eclis favorability? 10 million gold, fame 200. I slowly took one hand off and chose 10 million gold. System, subtract 10 million gold to check the favorability of Eclis. Remaining funds 58 million golds. Favorite 94%, 6%. Finally I saw the top. His hand, which had not caught his face, trembled. A few days later I took the chance of a small commotion called Lost Eclis and headed to the aerospace field with a pretty big package to wedge the Eclis ending. Just before reaching the scarecrow, the wooden sword stopped suddenly, leaving only a narrow gap enough to fit a piece of paper. The straw powder flew. A gust of wind blew around with the sound of a wave. But as time passed and the wind subsided, the scarecrow didn't even get any scratches. They reached the stage of spouting the sword, but they were not yet gathered at the end of the sword and scattered every time. Eclis lowered the sword that had been pushed in with an expressionless face. Disappointment flashed through his dull gray eyes. You've got a lot of thoughts these days. There are so many thoughts about the guy who came to practice every time. Yesterday I remembered what my teacher Sir Spencer said, hitting his head with a wooden sword. Eclis shook his head sharply and raised the sword again, and he looked at the end of the sword. However, the concentration did not last long. It was because of the face of someone who grew up instead of black at the end of the sword. Eclis, his only owner, has no smile. It was cold, but he was still lonely and alone even to anyone. He did not give his heart to the slave he himself bought. Eclis knew better than anyone that she is buying and taking care of himself at a high price to achieve a purpose. Unlike her beautiful mouth, she said she was worried every time, but her eyes staring at himself never had warmth. And yet he could not tell why he was waiting for her. Eclis hated her until she bought himself, saying she would send him back to the auction house if he didn't prove useful. In fact, he hated not only her but all the Empire's stupid bitch. He had vowed to thoroughly use the stupid woman who had bought him 100 million gold. Now I'm acting like a dog licking her mound, but when I get the chance, I'm going to break her slender neck and leave the fucking Duke and the Inca Empire. But the pledge was broken with a woman's smile every time. The cold and cold-hearted master sometimes smiled and was as beautiful and fascinating as the queen of the magicians in the legend. Often when I closed my eyes and whispered to me I wanted to give up everything and settle down. Nothing changed even though I started learning swords from outside the Duke to guard against him. You're a very important person to me. The important person, what does that mean? She said she needed it, a defeated country's slave. Unlike other empires who spit when they know my status, she held himself desperately every time. You are a very precious person to me. Eclis. Penelope's words, which were ringing in his ears, were a little different from the reality, but he didn't care. I'm precious to you. The grayish-brown pupils were disheveled. The tip of the sword shook. Even if I escape from the Empire, there is nowhere to go back. Master was right now. The homeland was completely destroyed and neatly disappeared on the map. The Delman people whom I met not long ago were resentful, but surprisingly most of them were alive and happy. Unlike the barren land of Delman, this place was rich in resources and civilization is much more developed. Besides, the treatment of slaves was not so bad. It's less than the ordinary people, but it pays a certain amount of money. Some people even said this place is like a heaven compared to Delman, who was starving to death due to drought. Eclis couldn't say anything to them on the farm. His life was so prosperous that he couldn't even talk about it compared to the slaves. My master did everything I asked her to do and what I wanted: treatment, hunger, learning. Even free time was not allowed to slaves. Knowing it was a crazy idea, he found it difficult to control this seething feeling. Since when did it start? Her mysterious ulterior motives, which had been constantly wary of, were now appalled. It was okay to use myself. In other words, it meant that he wanted to keep herself around as much. It was good to pray like a dog kneeling in front of the Empire without any pride. I had no money to repay her, so I could break the flower stalk and make a flower crown to offer it to her, and cry miserably for it. As long as you can stay by my side, whatever. His eyes, which had been released looking at the azalea's bright hair glaring in the air above the wooden sword, were flashing in a moment. Hi! A small voice echoed behind his back. Eclis turned and aimed the sword reflexively, only to throw it on the floor. It was different from before. The body, not the head, first recognized who the owner of the soft voice was like an instinct. It wasn't an illusion, but the azalea-colored hair that appeared as a reality made me dizzy. Master. Eclis called her in a panting voice. I was amazed at the action of Eclis also. I didn't want to have an experience that would have been hit by a wooden sword, so I stood up from a distance. However, he threw a wooden sword on the floor and turned his back. As he turned his shoulders, and I smiled awkwardly, and slowly approached him. You didn't go to swordsmanship class today. It's a little surprising that I know every single move. And Eclis' eyes grew a little bigger. I heard that the family's boilers went to outside camp training. So wouldn't you feel lonely if you were left alone? When I added the reason, he came with a smile, and he said, and made a brief silence. Because my teacher has something to do, so I decided to go late in the afternoon for a few days, Master. Really, in fact, it wasn't that important whether he went or not. I held out the big package I brought to him. Here it was bulky and wasn't as heavy as I thought last time. The clothes were delivered through the servants, and it was a relief that I could give them myself this time. What is this? I've got some ointment and herbs. He stared at me with a curious look. I spoke in a calm voice so as not to appear too vivid. Didn't you say that you had to go through the mountains because there was no medicine to cure the injured? I've only packed good ones, so take it, and hand them out to the people in need. I couldn't give him the money to buy medicine. Because the defeated slaves may gather and form some kind of party, this was all I could do. Master, I thought you'd be happy, but Eclis' expression was strange. He looked at me with a subtle look, as if he were lifting up again and sticking out a crumpled flower crown. An unknown passion swirled in his pupils. You're self-respecting, don't you want to take it? I asked carefully with a sudden fear. Eclis shook his head quickly. No, it's not that. Then what are you doing? Come on. Without answering. At my urging, he soon slowly raised his arm. I saw your hand tremble faintly towards the sack I put out. Are you impressed? It wasn't possible by facial expression, so I brushed my fingers, pretending to hand over the sack. Immediately a white square window appeared before my eyes. System, would you like to confirm the favorability of Eclis? 12 million gold, 200 reputation. Crazy 12 million. No matter how soon I was about to become a rich man, the uncontrollable surge of favoritism also shook my stomach at the confirmation price. I clenched my teeth and struggled to choose 12 million gold. System, subtract 12 million gold to check the favorability of Eclis. Remaining funds 46 million gold. Favorite 96%. However, as soon as I saw the figure floating above his head, the thought of a waste faded away, far away. 4% joy came. It was really soon now. Soon, I thought, now trying not to show my trembling heart with joy. But maybe it's because the ending is coming up soon, so it doesn't rise as much as it used to be. In the past, when you hand something over, 5% went up to the basics, but certainly recently it's gone. I had a little bit of a bad appetite for the significantly reduced increase it was then. Thank you very much, Master Eclis gently lowered his eyes and murmured in a small voice. Before I knew it, I saw a black-red gauge bar, and a letter that changed to it was still an ominous color but was the high altitude right before us. It wasn't used as much as it used to be. However, the ending had one more condition besides 100%. By any chance, I took my gaze over his head and faced him as naturally as possible. Don't you have anything else to say to me besides that? Yes, what? No, nothing. As I glanced, I shook my head at once in his bewilderment because I have not filled 100% yet. I grinned as I tried to press down on my nervousness. What a lovely day. Do you want to go somewhere together today? Play? You're tired of training every day. His eyes were smiling like a schoolboy who didn't know anything about it. It was a moment when I couldn't even look back at Eclis, who had lost his breath, in the joy that this tedious life was just around the corner. Miss Penelope, someone called me at a distance. As I turned, someone was approaching at the entrance of the fence with a quick step. Butler. I tilted my head at the sight of the butler, who came to me suddenly. Whether there was an emergency, he reached me and Eclis in a month for urgent business. I'm afraid you'll have to come back to the mansion, my lady. He breathed violently and spat out like a rapid fire. What's the matter? Please give me an ear for a moment. The butler, who glanced at him as if Eclis was bothered, lowered his head. I turned completely to the butler and gave him an ear. The Crown Prince's aide visited the mansion. What? I was panicked by the sudden news, but soon I could see why the Crown Prince sent his subordinate. There must be something left about Soleil. It was a game, but there was no delay because it was an imperial order with national security. Let's go. I immediately followed the butler. No. I was about to. The hem of the skirt suddenly became tight. I turned my head in surprise. You came to see me, master? I could see the face of a mess of Eclis. Sorry for the long wait, guys. I stopped breathing in surprise. I saw Eclis, who had thought of her as a wax figure, showing such vivid feelings, a face full of contorted looks, very angry at first glance. The slow, flickering dark red favorability gauge bar gave me a big breath. You asked me to go out with you, Eclis. Why do you always? Who was complaining? Eclis suddenly closed his mouth, his jaw tightened. But he didn't let go of the end of my skirt. Far from letting go, the tight fist was full of blue blood lines. How can I appease him? It was the moment when he looked alternately at his head and his hand holding my skirt. What are you doing now? Suddenly the butler shouted in a stern voice. Do you think she's your friend? Because you can't help the master by becoming a subordinate, but you can't stop her from being busy. Man, I didn't see you like that, but I'm in big trouble. Stop it, butler. I hurriedly called the butler and stopped him. But the butler did not back down and glared at Eclis with a terrifying face. No, that's not it. I was surprised at the charisma of the old butler for the first time, and at the same time I was filled with anxiety. So I glanced back and forth at Eclis. He wondered if he was able to withstand the butler's bruises, and soon relaxed his grip, and the way he dropped his head down, it was pathetic. I raised his hand, which was fast moving away. Eclis. There was a brief conflict in the window that immediately appeared at the touch, but I tried to ignore it. There is a man from the palace. I don't know if you've already overheard the butler, but I froze with a voice as gentle as I could. But once the head fell down, it never came back. I gave strength to his hand and whispered softly. Don't be so upset, and keep training, Eclis. Why don't you come back and play? He didn't answer until the end, and when I smiled he shook his head reluctantly, but I couldn't let go of his hand easily because he had no energy in his hand. I wanted to check right away because I was worried that the level of favorability I had put up might have dropped. But lady, in the voice of the butler, I endured the urge and let go of my hand. Eclis didn't look at me until then. Of course I didn't get to see him off or ask him to have a good trip, but all the way out of the field, turning around, I could feel a glued gaze on the back of my head. I felt a little strong that I was glad to say that. I was walking along the forest road to the mansion. I could feel a lingering hesitation from the butler, who was walking behind me. Lady, if you have something to say it. When he finally squealed his lips, I answered right away. Lady, don't take care of your inferiors. Well, it's good, but don't let him crawl too freely. He's crossed the line many times. If you accept all the young men, there will be no end, my lady. The cautious voice that the butler uttered was not the same as before when he held me back. As the chief of a noble family, I could feel the sincere advice and loyalty of a servant who served his master. Thank you for thinking. I nodded my head and thanked him in a gentle manner. Everything he said made sense. But from now on, without my permission, don't step out in front of me and his matters. I stopped walking and looked back at him. It's in order. The butler's eyes grew faintly in my cold gaze. Even though he crawled freely, I had no choice but to let it go. 96%. I had already come too far to be offended by the arrogant attitude of the ML. When I arrived at the mansion, I went straight to the reception room, and there was a really familiar person sitting there. The Crown Prince's aide stepped inside and saw me and jumped to his feet and greeted me with a chilling greeting. "Hello, Princess, long time no see." When the Crown Prince fell into a coma after his assassination at a hunting competition the other day, he was seen visiting the palace every day. "Let's have a seat for now." When I sat face to face on the sofa, Emily soon served refreshments. "Today I visited a princess like this." Cedric, who took a sip of this hot tea looking for the princess today, immediately opened the door. "Wait, butler." Emily, I raised one hand and said, "Just arse him for a moment. Get out of here, you two." No one knew I had sneaked out. However, it would be a disaster if things related to Soleil and Layla knew. Kingdom popped out of his aide's mouth immediately. But Cedric shook his head wildly at my orders. "No, you don't even have to do that. It's okay. It's better if you're with me." "What brings you here?" I asked, looking back at him, wondering. Cedric laughed, his cheeks thick and vaguely. "Isn't that the birthday of the Crown Prince in a few days?" "Birthday?" I was asking again, as if I had never heard of it before. This was a world where the birthday of the direct royal family was a holiday. Yes. I had no idea when the Crown Prince's birthday was, but I shook my head and pretended to know. Fortunately, Cedric didn't care. "But why your highness sent the princess a dress for the banquet?" "What this time?" I asked again, like a person who hears an unfamiliar word. "Dress. Yes, would you like to take a look?" "No, it's okay." Without a moment to say yes, Cedric winked at the servant who brought him quickly. It turned out that each of the two servants was holding a box of their own size. One of them walked up with a pretty big box and put it down on the table. Cedric opened the lid of the box with a careful touch. "Look, princess." "Oh my God!" He looked at me, but the exclamation bounced from the side of Emily. Her mouth popped out when I told her to leave, but she had her eyes glistened and her upper body bent down toward the table. "Oh my God, it's so beautiful. The dress is shining. Are you a magician? Such artificial things are common and obvious. It's made by cutting the wings of the knightly Hun elf." "Oh my gosh, aren't those elf called the index finger fairies? Oh my God, making a dress with those tiny wings." At the strangely confident explanation of the aide, Emily struck a finger and threw up her admiration. "I didn't understand what you were saying, so I just stared down into the box." The folded dress was black in half, but the more I looked, the more faintly blue, and gradually the darker blues spread over the entire edge of the cloth. It was like a calm night sea. "That's interesting." I tilted my head and watched the dress with the fresh eyes. Knowing that I was interested, Cedric made a servant do the dress again. My God! And Emily did it again. Unlike the simple upper part of the chest, the silver and gold glitters danced as the stars and galaxies embroidered in the night sky. I, who was blind, also had an amazingly colorful yet luxurious look. "It's a blue diamond from Pinaini Mountain." "Pinaini Mountain?" This time the butler took a wild breath. "Oh my," when Cedric explained, pointing to the silver glitter. "All of these embroidery are pure gold. In fact, the designer finished the dress with diamonds only. But I added the pure gold of the Imperial own mine especially because he said that you like gold." Cedric pointed to the slender golden embroidery that crossed between the silver sparkles in a dignified tone. "Well, it's pretty, but it's not that much," I denied with a look of reluctance. "Don't you think you're crazy about gold?" "Of course it is." Emily and the butler alternately went on a rampage, taking care of the parties to the dull gift. "Oh my God, mines owned by the Imperial Palace. This is not the end." Cedric beckoned the remaining servant. The servant brought a box of trillions of gold smaller than the box of his dress. Cedric opened the lid of the box without delay. This is the butler opened his eyes to the revealed contents. "It is a pearl of a poppin' diamonds and a red-ear turtle shell." The first thing that caught my eye was a pearl the size of 501, red and silver, and dozens of diamonds glistening in 5-colored lights around it were arranged like threads on a loom. The big one was a necklace, and the smaller one was an earring. I'm speechless with the blindingly glowing accessories. It wasn't just me, both Emily and the butler were all grim-faced because they were tired of the jewels that looked so valuable. "The Poppins diamond is so famous that you know it well," Cedric added elatedly, as if he was very satisfied with our response. "Of course, this is also very precious and difficult, but the pearl of the red-eared turtle shell has been sought by the Empress for years. It's like a legendary gem. Just before the Empress got her hands on it, she was so eager to steal it. Oh no, ha ha ha. Anyway, it's worth the trouble. I think it suits you very well, Princess. The face of the Crown Prince was peculiar in his appearance. So it was a strange thing. Did he notice my reluctance? Doesn't you like it, Princess? Cedric noticed me a step later. I asked with great curiosity. No, I like it, and I don't like it. Why are you giving me these? Rather, the Crown Prince who celebrated his birthday should receive a gift. Yes, Cedric was very embarrassed when I said I didn't understand. He hesitated for a long time, and soon opened his mouth carefully. The princess has decided to be his partner at this birthday party, wasn't it? I opened my mouth to the question of returning instead of answering. I was stuttering because I was dumbfounded. When did I knew it? I knew you would, said Cedric, nodding his head, and whispered with a serious face, Princess, can you give me an ear? I raised my head to his words and looked around, the butler staring at me, and Emily's minute crisis had turned strange. Everyone stay back, I yelled at them in a hurry. Then, after confirming that, they stepped down 5 steps near the sofa. They bowed their upper body towards Cedric. He whispered in secret, Your Highness left a message saying, if you say such negative things as when did I take it in return for the hero who saved your life. He said it's better than being crowned in front of everyone. What he said, if you don't take it, I'll think of it as an extension of the something you have dedicated. I was dumbfounded as soon as I heard something I dedicated. Then a scene passed my mind like a lie. The cool windy night sea, the Crown Prince bathed in the brilliant golden light, suddenly reached out to me and, on my lips without a moment's notice, you crazy bastard. I could feel the heat going up like it's going to explode in my face. I shook my head hurriedly and tried to shake off the damn memories. I didn't get this reaction right. And Cedric whispered again and again with a very serious face, Princess, I'm afraid to ask you out of old age, but are you being threatened by your highness? If so, please give me a double cough. I'll help you somehow. He suddenly stopped talking and opened his eyes wide. By the way, are you sick? Why are you suddenly fidgeting with your lips all of a sudden? I was startled by his words and raised my hand. I didn't even know he was doing that, but my voice popped out without realizing it. Oh, you don't have to know, Cedric sighed with a strange look that seemed to have realized something about my response. Somehow I felt unpleasant, and raised my upper body, which I bent with a frown. Thank you for the gifts you've given me, but I've never heard of a partner, so I want you to be sure to tell your highness. What do you say? I still haven't decided whether to attend the banquet, so I think it would be better to look for someone else. I smiled and shrugged my shoulders in an obnoxious manner. You don't know, do you? That day I suddenly had a fever, so I would lie down. Oh yes, of course it is, but Cedric glanced at with a faint expression. You don't know what's going on, so it's true. He stared at me with dubious eyes for a moment with his sudden thoughts, and then quickly got up. Thanks for the tea, Princess. Well, I've told you so. I'm going to get up now. Yes, I can't hold on to a busy man any longer. I shook my head in a haughty way and said, get out of here. Then I'll go. Thank you very much for accepting your highness' gifts, Princess. Cedric said goodbye in silence. Something's wrong, I was trying to answer carefully, but I felt as if I had heard a strange noise. Soon after, the Crown Prince's aide, who drove in a storm, left the mansion safely. It wasn't a big deal, but a sigh of relief came out. Emily, get these things organized and put them in my room. Emily. When I didn't hear the answer, I turned my head in a careless manner. Then I saw the butler and Emily looking at me 5 steps away from me with a strange look. The butler squirted his lips and asked without difficulty, Did you really have a cold war with the Crown Prince by any chance? What the hell is that? As soon as I was about to ask, I was remembered the rumors of me and the Crown Prince, who had been in an uproar for a while since the hunting competition. The secret couple of centuries that no one knew. Is it a sad farewell, or a sweet cold war? A courtship of the Crown Prince who was kicked by the princess? I shook my head hurriedly and shouted, Oh no, it's not really like that. My voice, filled with resentment, rang hollow in the reception room. I didn't decide whether to attend the birthday party or not, so be careful of your mouth. I returned to my room after having Emily and the butler join in several times. It was fortunate that the Duke went to the palace and the sons went out for outside training. I can't stop the Crown Prince's aide from saying that he's been there, but it's because only those who were there knew that I had received the extravagant luxury. After a while, the butler who had given orders came back. Entering the room, he was alone. What about Eclis? It looks like he's in a swordsmanship class. Young lady in class, I wondered. I'm sure you said you were going to be a few days late. But the butler added that looking at me with a slight frown I went to Martha and checked. There were no horsemen and carriages either, then he must have really gone to class. The carriage that picked him moved only to the village where he was trained. Eclis, who had been out of nowhere, turned off a little and was a bit limp, but I accepted. You can't ignore a doctor who wants to learn swordsmanship. I have to go out tomorrow. I could see the 4% left of the favor, but I tried to relax. If you don't behave properly, it won't work. While I was thinking of places to go out with him, I suddenly thought about something else. I was worried and spit out, "Get ready to go out, butler," the butler asked with amazement at the sound of a long absence. "Is it okay if you don't have the escort?" "Yes, I'll be right back. Where are you going?" Well, I thoughtlessly knocked over my desk. I don't really know what a man who already has everything will need, and whether it means anything. Let's go to the arms dealer. It's just that I can't contain my sudden urge. The outing ended as short as expected. "Hey, I heard his aide's here today. Why are you here?" As soon as he entered the mansion, Reynolds came back from training and asked. "It's not a big deal. I had a question about the trial at the last hunting competition. What I'm sure I've put all the false rumors to rest, but what else is he here to ask?" "Reynolds, I'm tired. We'll talk about it later." "Hey, what did you ask? Just answer this and go." I answered roughly because I was tired and then ran up to the room to avoid this rascal. The next day, the butler reported that Eclis had returned at dawn much later than scheduled. The anxiety rose again and again. I quit as soon as I tried to call him in and question him right away as before. "Well, I've given you the herbs with my hands. Of course, free time is only 1 hour. It was just that I was trying to help the fellow countryman the next day. If you question him about why he was so late, nothing would be so ridiculous, and if he did that again, it would have been obvious to the butler that he had some kind of medical condition. Please tell him to come and see me as soon as he wakes up." That's all I said. It was the consideration I could do, but I couldn't meet Eclis that day either. As soon as he woke up, he went to training in a carriage. I felt strange at the butler's words, delivering with an embarrassing face. Are he avoiding me? But there was no reason to do so. He may have been upset by the aide's visit, but he was not in a position to show it to me anyway. There were times when he was whining, but this Eclis was faster at understanding reality and subject matter than anyone else. I had the urge to hold on to him right away and make sure that he was in good taste. However, he was so eager to learn swordsmanship that he couldn't make up his mind to go out on a date me. How long the coming-of-age ceremony is left? I counted the coming-of-age ceremony in my mind now. 2 weeks. That was enough to raise 4%, and that was a close call. But contrary to my nervousness, I could not meet Eclis the next day or the next. When I finally decided to go to his lodging in person at the Imperial Palace, an invitation was sent to the Crown Prince's birthday party with the order that the entire family of the Duke must attend the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. Time flew like an arrow to the Crown Prince's birthday. The Crown Prince, who sent invitations to the Duke for fear of faking the illness, he could not get out of the door. As I did at every banquet, I was waking up from the new wall to the hands of the maids and polished off. It was annoying and tiring, but after repeated it every time after being possessed, it was now worth it. "You have to wear a dress, lady." I, half dozing off with my eyes closed, leaving everything to myself, opened my eyes carefully to the shaking hands. When I saw the gentle black-blue dress in front of my eyes, I was instantly awakened. This was the dress the Crown Prince gave me as a present. The dimmed lights for massage also glowed softly on the edge of a cloth. "Oh my God, did you buy a new one? It's so beautiful. Look at this touch. I think you'll look really good with her." The appearance of the new dress, which they never seen, made the maids make a fuss. I stared at it for a moment, and soon shook my head. "Bring me another dress." "Why, miss?" "Your Highness himself." Emily, as she tried to make fun of me, asking back why. Emily silent at my cold warning and immediately shut up. Once again I looked at the dress the Crown Prince gave me as a present. I hate fancy things, but even with my eyes like this, the dress was very beautiful. I didn't like what he had given to me, but I couldn't help but admit that he had an eye. If I worn it will definitely make Penelope's elegant figure stand out. But if I wear that dress, I'll certainly not be able to avoid getting involved with Callisto again. But unlike before, there was nothing certain about it. The ending was just around the corner. You should no longer be tied up with another ML for unexpected events or tied to an unknown clutter. I'll just show my face at the banquet, and I'll be right back, so bring me a dress that won't stand out. The maid stopped complaining about my orders and bit the dress. After a while, what they brought was a dainty dress in a dark purple color. It wasn't originally there, but it was bought to my taste. After being possessed, I tied my hair together in a normal way, and left the room after wearing accessories as little as possible so that they wouldn't stand out. As I stepped down the central stairs, familiar figures stood near the front door. The Duke, pink and orange, were seen in turn. Penelope. The Duke pretended to know first. I was about to say greeting, but suddenly I wondered. Why are you all here? Let's go to the palace together. Wasn't it separate ride? The Duke slipped his gaze away, spitting an uncomfortable cough at my question. These guys asked me to go with them first. When did we? As Reynolds tried to shout out, he shut his mouth under the glaring Duke's breathless thank you. By the time I was staring at them alternately, with a blink of an eye, Reynolds was squeaking. You haven't received any partner applications this time, have you? I was about to respond to his sarcasm by saying no, I'm not, but I shut my mouth with gasp. If I answered like that, I had to reveal that there was a madman who pushed ahead with his plan for a partner. Don't be embarrassed, we're going to escort you. What, wasn't it a separate ride? You're full, aren't you? You're not the only one applying for a partner, and then using my escort as an excuse. Oh, do you want to die? Stop, Reynolds. Penelope. To me and Reynolds, who were quarreling like children, the Duke dried in a stern voice. Stop it, time's up, let's move on. Reynolds looked back at me until the end and turned his head. Childish guy. I couldn't do it with my lips pouting, so I followed in their footsteps. In front of the mansion was a carriage dedicated to the Duke, who rode on his way to a hunting competition the other day. When the Duke got on first, and then Reynolds went in, it was the moment when I was about to climb onto the carriage, lifting the hem of my skirt. Hold on, suddenly someone's hand popped out in front of me. Turning my head, Derek was staring at me with his still blue eyes. I was surprised again, but soon I took the hand gently. Thank you, brother. Is it because it's been a long time since I've called it brother rather than young Duke? Derek's hand, which touched her, flinched faintly at that moment. My eyes lit up. System, would you like to confirm? Derek. Favorability 2 million gold, 200 fame. The spirit of the system window that immediately came to mind was a little bit clear. But then I've never checked it out since it was out of favor. I chose 2 million gold, which is hesitant. I didn't have to look at it, but it was purely to see if it was negative. System, subtract 2 million gold to confirm the favorability of Derek. Remaining funds 44 million gold. Favorability 45%. Derek's favorability was shows. Fortunately, it didn't fall off compared to the last time I saw it. On the contrary, it has risen considerably more than I thought. However, since he had already seen the favorability close to max, his favorability, which was not more than 50%, was not so impressive. What are you doing without getting on the carriage? Then a cool voice awakened me. I realized that I was just staring at him, holding his hands. Oh, I'm sorry. I turned right around and stepped on the footboard of the carriage. It was just the moment I was walking into the carriage. You're dressed quite a lady today. A faint glance of his voice passed over my ear. I was about to sit down, but I hesitated and looked back at him. However, he sat next to me silently, as if he had never said such a thing. But what's wrong with your seat? Later I realized that it was a place and arrangement that was no different from a hunting competition. It seemed like I was already suffocating. It was only a short time after the carriage left the Duke breaks the heavy silence. The Emperor is there too, so don't be so frivolous, especially Penelope. This time I was the problem again. What's wrong with me again? My mouth, which was about to pop out of resentment, fell into the Duke's sermon. Don't kick your bottom right away just because some assholes are flirting with you to dance. I'd rather call your brothers out loud. I tell you, if you want to hit them, just drag them to a deserted place and kill them. Do you understand? Father, I've told you so many times not to say that. When Derek frowned and restrained the Duke turned his head slightly, coughing in vain. You should, considering the fact that I almost cut off Hale Ross's family in the Emperor's birthday 2 years ago. Wow. Reynolds shuddered as if he were in a terrible state. I looked down under my feet. The tip of the pointed crystal shoe was revealed between the hem of the skirt. Oh, it's pretty good. I guess the heels are useful. I looked alternately at the shoes and Reynolds, clapping my toes against the new attack skill. The man sitting across from me shook his shoulders and shouted, Hey, why are you suddenly looking at your shoes with such gloomy eyes? When did? I grinned at the Duke after he shot me coldly. Okay, father. Oh, I'm crazy. Reynolds, who was whining about something, and Derek's cool eyes touched her cheek from the side. But I didn't care and I hit the tip of the shoes more cheerfully. After a while the carriage reached the imperial palace. I was deeply nervous until I got off the carriage completely. This is because the crown prince may pop out of nowhere and say, "Is my partner here?" That's why I changed my dress so I wouldn't be seen by him, but fortunately the golden hair was not visible until all the steps leading to the banquet hall were taken. "I've been looking around for him, my dear." Suddenly the Duke called me. As I turned my eyes I could see the wrinkled hand that stood out before me. "Will you allow your father to escort you? Would you rather enter with the old man than refuse to go in alone?" I burst out laughing playfully at his words. It was well known that Penelope was perverse by the Duke's neglect. I could be embarrassed to see a young adolescent who goes through puberty holding her father's hand and entering without my partner. "You shouldn't have said so plainly, you fucking Penelope." It was time to look down at the Duke's hand in a flustered, unstoppable look. "If you don't like it, it's fine." When I didn't readily hold his hand, he withdrew his hand immediately after he was embarrassed. I grabbed the hand in a fit of surprise. "No way, you can't do that, father." I smiled painfully at the Duke. When I saw the lightning Duke's face at once I felt nauseous, as if I was getting motion sickness. "Let's get in now." It's the member of the Duke of Icart family. A huge door of the banquet hall slowly opened with the shout of the servant. There are already many nobles in the hall standing inside holding the Duke's hand, I desperately pressing down on the dizzy stomach. I met my eyes in front of someone every time. He was wearing a rabbit mask. His pretty silvery hair, which I had never seen, shined ashy. Even though the eyes met, Vinter did not turn away. Not long ago I felt a little burdened by the bad end with him, so I avoided eye contact first. "System: an unexpected quest has occurred on this burning night. Dance with Vinter. Would you like to apply dance application with Vinter? Compensation: Vinter's 5% favorability, 50 fame. Accept, reject." Suddenly my eyes were white, and a system window came to mind. What the fuck? I frowned and struck reject in a row. It was just when the system window was gone. "What's that old man staring at?" A nervous voice rang from the side. Turning my head, Reynolds was staring at Vinter with his beak eyes, but at that moment. "System: an unexpected quest has occurred on this burning night. Dance with you. Would you like to dance?" Application to Reynolds. Compensation: Reynolds 5% favorability, 50 fame. Accept, reject. Another quest window popped up. Isn't this game really crazy? I am truly dumbfounded. Reject. I hit reject again nervously. I didn't want to be seen by the crown prince, so I wore a modest dress. But wouldn't the effort go down the drain if I danced with a high-profile ML every time? And why should I apply in normal mode? The hostess went crazy asking for the glory of the first dance. However, Reynolds was too busy staring at Vinter, and he didn't look like he was going to take out to the part of the dance. I was dumbfounded, and he glanced sideways at me. "What else do you see?" I frowned and ignored him and moved on. The Duke and Derek had already left to find their own friends. I thought Reynolds do the same too. But a man who had thought he would turn away like a stranger came after me. "Hey, where are you going?" "You don't have to know," I answered in a lukewarm manner, and moved to a rare corner to avoid people. I was going to keep my seat until the Emperor came and gave a congratulatory speech. Holding a glass of wine from a passing servant, I took a seat beside a pillar with a dark light. Reynolds, who had followed me until then, stood a few steps away from me with his arms folded and twisted. Even though it was a remote place, the presence of the Reynolds kept people staring this way. "Why are you following me?" I said to him with a stunned look. "I wasn't following you, but this is where I often go." He turned away after giving a childish answer. But I couldn't take a step toward him. "Oh, where are you going?" "You said it's your favorite place, so I'm trying to avoid it. I don't want to be alone with you." I turned around and said, "This game is damn good, so the quest recommendation is very persistent, so I don't know when the system window will pop up again. It was best to be apart from the ML. When can I go?" I was the first one to hold on to it. Reynolds frowned at me with a fierce at me. Perhaps because of the light the face looked very red. "Annoying bitch," and then he turned his head with his face thumped. No, I was frozen. While stuttering in bewilderment, and looking at his back, a scene flashed through my mind. "Do you have to go? Just stay with me, and are you crazy?" It was on the eve of the hunting competition. I didn't know when the crown prince would appear, but I was terrified by the shields that were leaving one by one. But I was surprised that Reynolds still had that in mind instead of having pink hair mixed in the crowd. I looked at the light pink gauge bar which flopped over his head with lush eyes. Come to think of it, it's time to check his favorability. Let's ask him to dance when he comes back and check it. It was a time when I slowly took my eyes off him, thinking that way. Suddenly, the temple was filled with stinging glances. As I turned my head unconsciously, my eyes met again with the blue eyes. Oh no, I hid on purpose. But how the hell did you find it? He also followed me, and it was not too far away. It seemed to me that there was a proper mix of people around the place where there were many people to keep out of sight. But I couldn't help but not know because of the vivid purple gauge bar and the faint look at me. I'm going crazy, I was drinking. Suddenly Vinter straightened his body and said this wasn't the best place. I turned to move back. Here, what are you doing? But someone in a white suit was directly blocked by something. It was Derek's system. An unexpected quest has occurred on this burning night. Dance with you. Would you like to apply dance application to Derek? Compensation: Derek's 5% favorability, 50 fame. Accept, reject. Ha, please be mercy. As soon as my eyes met, I swallowed a chilling sigh. In the quest window that comes to mind, I'm just standing there. At the same time, I was puzzled why Derek was in front of me. Unlike the cold-blood aristocracy, he was always surrounded by people. When I was staring at him with astonished eyes like a lie, the music turned into a slow, romantic tempo. Would you like to dance? And from Derek's mouth an incredible sound came out. My eyes blinked when I asked belatedly. With me, yes. Derek held out one hand for me. I didn't know why a man who had been extremely loathsome, even to reach me or even to be called brother, suddenly did this. Why, I was about to ask reflexively why, but I shut my mouth when I saw Derek's mouth flinching. I actually don't know his voice, which was giving a grave answer, crossed my ear. I don't know his behavior, and he doesn't know his own either. Yes, it's a quest that's still going on anyway. Once or twice rather than keep refusing. It was better for one to just end it. The reward wasn't bad either, nor was it a servo begging for a dance for favor. I made up my mind, and slowly reached out my hand. Just as soon as I was about to press accept, I'm sorry, my waist was pulled hard. Standing defenselessly with a strong back pulled, I was dragged helplessly into someone's arms. It was me who was supposed to dance with the princess. And the golden-haired sword reflected in the light of the chandelier fluttered brilliantly before my eyes. At the same time, another square window came to mind. System: do you want to check Callisto's favorability? 2 million gold, 200 fame. For a moment the sight of it had been taken away. There was an icy voice from the side. Your Highness the Crown Prince, what are you doing? I turned my head sharply. The cold eyes of Derek are on Crown Prince's arm around my waist. Only then did I come to my senses, and I was in a panic trying to take the Crown Prince's arm off. What the hell is this? But the thick arm trunk only tightened my waist and didn't budge. The Crown Prince frowned at me, staring down at me in confusion. I arrived a little late because of work, but I couldn't find you. You've been hiding well in this place, and I found you, princess. I asked what you're doing. Derek ran to me right away and flinched like a man who wanted to take the Crown Prince's hand off. The surrounding temperature cooled down in an instant. That hand let go. Nope. The Crown Prince tilted his head unyieldingly despite the young duke's warning. You're a brother and sister, so you can dance anytime. Give it up to me today. I'm sorry, but it seems difficult today. Derek answered back to the Crown Prince, who was like an order. I'm busy with my recent work, and I can't enjoy playing with my sister. You'd better not be so rude to Eckhart, Your Highness. It was quite different from the last hunting competition. Derek was struck with an expressionless face. There will soon be a grand meeting of nobles under the leadership of the Emperor to confirm the succession. And then suddenly a harsh grinding of the teeth rang out from the top. It was so small that only I could hear it. Facing the Crown Prince, how rude. I'm disappointed. Callisto clenched his teeth and said with a smile, the princess is my partner, young duke. I've never heard of her being called a partner. Request to try to drag a woman away, I politely asked through my aide, and the princess accepted while chasing the conversation with anxiety. A sudden silence came. Derek's mouth slowly closed as he was about to answer back directly to the Crown Prince's words. He kept silent for a moment, and then looked at me and asked, Is it true? I belatedly realized what nonsense the Crown Prince was talking about. I shook my head at the orange gauge bar that started to blink. Well, when did I accept it? If you refuse, I'll shout out loud about the hero of the Empire who wiped out Soleil. At that time the Crown Prince whispered in my ear so small that only I could hear. I looked up at the Crown Prince with my eyes wide open, but he just smiled a mean smile. You crazy son of a bitch. I was fed up, but I knew this lunatic was a real guy if he did, brother. I ended up calling Derek with tears in my eyes. I would like to be honored to receive the request for dance from your highness. I moved my trembling lips and managed to make a sentence. But I didn't want to say anything that recognizes my partner Penelope Eckhart. Derek hardened his jaw as hard as ever and soon turned around. The fast blinking orange likability gauge bar has faded away. I felt a little sorry to him because I felt relieved. Will it be okay? No matter how much I said these words because I was worried about whether this was okay, it was then. It's the first time I saw the young Duke look like that. Thanks to you, I gave you a good shot, princess. Turned her head to the mean voice, and the crown prince was giggling with a funny face. What are you doing? It was natural for my eyes to rise in triangles. When did I say I was going to be your partner? The crown prince stopped laughing and answered calmly, why isn't that right? I'm going. You can dance alone. I turned irritably. Princess, the crown prince held me with a rare embarrassed face. Are you angry? I was just dumbfounded by the crown prince's question. Your highness, the crown prince, the rumor was true. With the sudden appearance of the crown prince, the nobles has already begun to dig into their ears. I wanted to get away from him as soon as possible. Just one step away, the hem of the sleeves suddenly became tense. Turning her head, the crown prince stood holding on to my sleeves like a child. I was looking around and I said, what are you doing? Dance a little, princess. I told you to dance along. It's a birthday banquet, and I feel so sorry for myself if it turns out that I was rejected by my partner as a prince. The crown prince made an exaggerated imitation of his sullen face. At the same time, he didn't let go of my sleeve. I looked down at the hand and frowned. You're not a child. What's wrong with you? His behavior was so rude. However, it is not just the two of them, and they cannot strike out the hands of the royal family with the eyes of nobles on them. This is because he knows it well. I swallowed a deep sigh and clenched my teeth and said, I'm sure there will be plenty of young ladies who will be your match, not me. All right, he answered back and looked around. And some of the nobles who were watching this sighed with breathless breath, turned their heads in a hurry that touched the eyes of the crown prince. A group of young ladies became contemplated and even moved to another place. His gaze look around the banquet hall was nailed back to me. Did you see it? Said the crown prince, tilted his head. The princess has a knack for making me miserable since last time. I just blinked my eyes and didn't answer anything. It was clear fear and vigilance that stood in the eyes of the nobles in the hall who followed the crown prince. And it was not in line with the feelings of the noble who would become the emperor in the future. Well, it's no wonder you made such a fuss at the second prince's birthday party. The man who cut off the assassin's neck in front of everyone. In addition, in the game, the crown prince was widely rumored to be a blood-crazy killer. Now that I see it suddenly, Derek recalled that there would be a grand meeting of the nobles to confirm the succession. Though he spent a long time rolling on the battlefield bringing victory to the empire, he still received no credit for it from anyone, even to his own father, the emperor. I'll just hang out with you. At that time, the crown prince awoke me from my thoughts. It's my birthday. Isn't it too much to keep your mouth shut up after all those expensive things? The accessory is the national treasure of one of the defeated countries, princess. You can't buy it for $1 billion. I was trying to refute who asked me to give him his quibble, but I just asked him all the questions. The crown prince, as usual, was a mean face. But without knowing why, he didn't let go of my sleeve and held it tight. It looked a bit tacky and pathetic. At the same time, he seemed so persistent that he was disgusted by other ML, who immediately stepped back if he didn't like it. I glanced sideways at the still floating quest window and ended up speaking in a resignation tone. I can't dance. Come to think of it, was true. I had no idea the dance of the nobles, but to leave the body to the rhythm. I didn't think I would dance well because I was the master of this body, as expected not to do this damn quest. It was the moment I made up my mind once again. Then you can do this. The crown prince placing the hem of my skirt that he was holding and lifted me up with one hand. I clasped his shoulder in a shrill scream of surprise. Fortunately, he soon put my body down, but it was not a marble floor. Under the low-heeled shoes, which were roughly chosen to match the modest dress, the firmness touched the soft touch. What are you doing? He's so close that I can feel his breath. Embarrassed by the firmness of someone else's body, I struggled wildly. A low moan came out of Callisto's mouth. Only then when I stopped struggling in surprise. Do you know that what sometimes when you talk to me, you make an expression that you want to hit me? The crown prince, who had tightly wrapped my waist so tightly, took my hand off his shoulder with the other hand and held it together. It is a crime to touch the body of the member of the imperial family, so I cannot allow it. Instead, step on it as much as you want. Well, wait a minute, the man who was moving his body right away dragged me along as well. I belatedly realized that he had lifted me up and put me on his feet. He moved his steps slowly to the beat. The feeling of pulling weight on a person's feet was really strange. It was only a few centimeters long, and I was afraid of falling. Without realizing it, I held him tightly in my hand and I balanced myself with caution, following his movements. At that moment I didn't know that we were too close, that we were dancing strangely on the dark place, not on the main hall, and I didn't know that the people were gradually surrounding us. That's enough, right? Few people pay close attention to these corners. Then the question of whether there was no reason to dance also crossed my mind for a moment. But I could not afford to argue about it. I thought it was funny how I looked, but suddenly a low laugh came from near my ear. Step on it as much as you want, princess. He grinned and chatted at the sight of me in a chaotic state. Are you kidding me? Is he laughing at me when I was distracted? I glanced at him and sensed the movement, and straight down my eyes to his feet. If I could, I wanted to crush his feet with my heels, but if I took my foot off I would lose my balance and fall. The Crown Prince burst into laughter once again at my nervous voice. You're really bad at dancing. It's not that I can't dance, it's because of you. It was the moment when I was so frustrated that I was flashing and hitting a dog to refute something. I lost a word on the face I faced immediately. The Crown Prince's eyes, or the Crown Prince's face, were in front of me with a bright smile. With great joy I couldn't believe this is a man who was always crooked, or otherwise had a violent temper, could make this look. This image felt so strange that I stared blankly into his face. At that moment I could not hear the song, nor the voice of the people at the moment when an uncontrollable groan began to spread from the chest to the whole body. The music is over. Fortunately I didn't have to dance long because I started long after climax. Along with the grand finale, the Crown Prince slowly lowered me from the top of his feet. Thanks for the dance, princess. He bowed down like the other men after a step. It was a perfect posture that was close to the standard. It was around the time when he was standing in an equivocal manner with no thought of facing each other. System: on this burning night, dancing with you quest successful. System: would you like to receive a reward? Yes, no. A white square window floated up into the air and my mind went blank. This damn game used to be automatically queried if the conditions were met, even if you refused. There was no reason to refuse the compensation. System: as a reward for Callisto you gained favorability plus 5% and fame plus 50, total fame 560. Looking at the handwriting with the reward, the sense of reality slowly returned, as if waking up from a long day's sleep. In addition, a strangely busy and disturbed atmosphere was felt. I was shocked when I turned my head casually. Crazy, contrary to the Crown Prince's words that there would be no one to recognize, there were quite a few nobles around. Besides, some couples dancing on the stage have moved to the place of where we are. Giving an example of the main character, I poked my lips and turned my body in a hurry. Princess. I could hear the Crown Prince calling me in a bewildered voice, but I couldn't afford to care. I was embarrassed by the fact that everyone had been caught me dancing with weird gestures on top of my partner's feet. Oh my god, why isn't it moving automatically at times like this? After cursing at the senseless gaming system, I ended up on a gloomy terrace to avoid the eyes of others. The terrace was not used well unless it was a couple who shared a secret relationship. Whenever the heroine of the normal mode debuted with the title of Real Princess participated in the banquet, it was also the background used most favorably because this game is a fucking love simulation game. But I was in a hurry to close the door. But I couldn't achieve what I wanted because of the feet of another man who stood in the doorway with a tuck. Why are you running away? Asked the Crown Prince with the glass door between them with an incomprehensible look on his face. You're done dancing now, let me go, Your Highness. I shook the door recklessly with or without the corner of the door stamping his feet. I'm not going anywhere when you tell me to step on it, and now you're trying to crush my foot. This is an insult to the imperial family, princess. I hit his foot hard through the door without replying to his words. If we stay like this, the nobles as well as the guards will come to see us. Wouldn't it be more helpful for you to let me in and close the curtains before that? The Crown Prince groaned and talked a lot. It made sense, though resentful. There was no way to stop the thread if he pushed it in by force. I opened the glass door with a deep sigh as I was getting fed up. The prince grinned and came inside. I gave him a fed-up look. Why the hell are you following me? I danced as you asked. Where in this palace does the crown prince dare not go? Strictly speaking, princess is using my place. Then I'll go. Goodbye. Oh, you can't even take a joke. He hurriedly blocked my way and reached back to close the curtains. I was dumbfounded by the perfect blocking and laughed by the way, but suddenly he looked up and down at me with his eyes glazed. Why didn't you wear the dress I sent you? I was stunned by the crown prince's glare because of the sudden quest. I forgot why I wore this dusky dress. You don't even wear accessories. Without an answer, doubts grew over his red eyes. I made a reluctant excuse. I wanted to save it because it was so pretty. Callisto burst out laughing outright. I was a little embarrassed because I heard so much nonsense. He wriggled his eyelashes, looking at me, avoiding his gaze. Do you think I don't know you? What, I guess because you don't want to be seen in my eyes or anyone else's eyes. I was speechless because he knew exactly what I was. Who knows that he would give me something like that? At the same time, the injustice soared. I don't know how anxious the butler was to go to the Duke and Derek and tell them I had received a dress from the Crown Prince. If you've had enough of the diamond mine, you don't want any more diamond accessories and dresses? When he had a sulky face, the Crown Prince kicked his tongue out. What a weird personality. Your Highness has asked me to point out my character. I caught the mood of being confused by his words close to me and said, Thanks for your attention, but I don't need any rewards. The sudden breakup at the end led to the late delivery of the message. The Crown Prince looked back at me with a little surprise at my words. However, the place where I hid my identity was also on my mind, and there was nothing to gain from the fact that the day was known. I slowly opened my mouth facing him. What happened in the past, just pretend it never happened. What about you? And I kissed twice. No. I was startled by his blunt remark and shook my head. Why twice? We kissed only one time. He raised his head with a strange face when I asked him questions with disgust. Look. I thought about it that he might take it wrong. It was just an accident. I hope it's not publicly known, Your Highness. It was a secret, so don't talk about it anymore. However, the Crown Prince gave out a weird sound instead of answering my question. I had a conversation with the Duke about the historical records at the last meeting. My father. He seemed to know nothing about your character, not to mention about you going out from mansion. That I stammered with embarrassment. The Crown Prince was pinching me for keeping my magic spell secret even from the Duke. Is that why? You refused the reward. I was amazed at Callisto's insights that had already figured out the situation. Yes, of course it wasn't just for that reason, but I added with a gentle nod, it's true that I'm a princess, but I'm not their real daughter. I see. The Crown Prince accepted with a wry face. In fact, I knew you'd say that. You knew I didn't expect you to wear a dress either. It was amazing, I asked back with a frown. Then why did you send it? Just yes, because I missed you. I couldn't believe what I heard. I held my breath and looked at the Crown Prince. He turned his head out of the terrace and muttered to himself, as if he was talking by himself. The moment I saw them, I thought of you. I thought I should find a master worthy of this value rather than fall into the hands of devils. That's all. I stared at the Crown Prince in silence with a strange eye. Today I felt unusually strange. A cool breeze lapped into the terrace with my wavy hair tickling my cheeks. I came to my senses belatedly and asked for a strange word. The devil, the queen, the Crown Prince answered with a wry smile on his face. It was no longer surprising to use such a vulgar word for the Emperor's only wife. You gave it to me because you didn't want it to be taken away by the queen. I don't know if it's true or not, but I decided to listen to him and think so, otherwise it would be hard to calm my heart that kept fast beating. But the Crown Prince suddenly turned his head toward me. I spread it out like this, and you don't have a birthday present or anything. I hurriedly shook my head so as not to be caught looking at him. The Crown Prince opened his eyes. You really don't have it? I danced with you, didn't I? No matter how you do. How dare you become a citizen of the Empire and offer nothing on the birthday of the one and only Crown Prince? I've sent something in the name of the Duke. I'm sure. The Prince blew the breeze in a dull response. Doesn't Eckhart educate manners? The courtesy of the royal family is terrible, he said. I need you to get a new education on manners, and I need to show you around the underground prison of the Imperial Palace. I closed my ears with both hands because of the man who constantly complains like a child. Before he made a fuss, do you dare stand in front of the Crown Prince and close your ears? I hurriedly searched her inside pocket here when I quickly handed over what I had taken out, saying, "Get it, and stop it." His mouth, which seemed like a bomber, was shut. "I'll give it to you." The Crown Prince, who snatched it up, laughed, and he began to tear the wrapping paper without stopping it. "I bought it just in case, but if I didn't bring it would have been a disaster." I gazed away at the wrapper he was tearing. "What's the hassle of packing up like this? If you don't like it, you can return it." "Who says I don't like it?" When I reached out my hand to ask for it again, the Crown Prince raised the present on top of the stroke. In an instant, the wrapping paper was ripped off his hands and a small velvet box was revealed. "Oh, it's an accessory box." The Crown Prince opened the box without delay, shining his eyes. "This is—" he hesitated and looked into the box and soon took out the contents. A bright moonlight below an oval ruby that resembled the color of his eyes glistened with a blood-like red light. The shape of the gemstone, which was only the size of a thumbnail, was rather rough and shabby. "Is it cufflinks?" "It's not just cufflinks, then it's engraved with magic." But in fact this was the limit of my creativity. I was worried while squeezing my head. It was hard to know what to give to a powerful man who already have everything. Besides, I've never given an adult man's a birthday present. I had no choice but to make a rough choice, just like when I gave it to Vinter. But when it was revealed in front of the person concerned, I felt somewhat embarrassed. That's why I wanted to leave it behind. When I went back, I wasn't confident that I'd make eye contact. So I stared at the wall over his shoulder and pretended to be as fine as I could. "Healing magic works best if it's engraved on a raw gemstones." "Healing magic, yes. If you get hurt, bring the cuff closer to the wound until the ruby's completely broken. Magic will work." The fancy and delicate craftsmanship worn by aristocrats usually lacked mana. Moreover, it was extremely expensive compared to its rugged appearance, as the number of use was almost unlimited. "If you ever hurt yourself in the future, don't ask me if you can't use healing magic." I was trying to explain that my choice was more practical than appearance, but it seemed like an excuse. My voice grew smaller and smaller. It was the moment when the gaze was gradually falling down. An eerie sound rang out. What unconsciously I raised my head and opened my mouth at the sight of Callisto. He was piercing his earlobe with a cuff which I gave to him to hang around on his coat. "Is this all right?" he asked, taking his hand off his ear. Perhaps because of the thick gold needle through the plain skin, dark red blood drops fell down the tip of his ear. "Well, Your Highness, I was simply devastated." Callisto grinned as if he were having fun watching me. After a long time stuttering at his eccentricity, I shouted like a scream. "What the hell are you doing? Why, you can wear it like this and take it out if you need it." "Who puts the cuff on the earlobe?" "The Crown Prince of this country." He raised his chin and said arrogantly, then he giggled like a madman as if my words were funny. While looking at the Crown Prince with a faint look, the redness began to flare up in the ruby that came into contact with the earlobe. Artifacts that sensed the wound triggered the magic. There's no need to look at such a madman because he's healed by the gift I gave him. "I really can't understand you, Your Highness." I sighed silently, looking into the ears of a man whose blood was still red. And the Crown Prince responded disgustedly, "That's the same for you. What's wrong with me? Didn't I tell you I've never seen a woman as strange as you? I'm perfectly normal. Rather than that, it's better for you to meet the senator, so let's have a good time to do some strange things together." The Crown Prince abruptly cut off my words and turned himself into a bar. He spoke to me face to face with his eyes as coveted as a ruby in his ear. "You'll be formally acquainted with me, Princess." Or, "You're officially dating me, Princess." I couldn't understand what the Crown Prince was saying. Still, I was short of breath. I stared blankly at the enemy nailed to me and barely opened my mouth, as though I had given up my breath. "What are you saying now? Let's not just provide a lot of rumors, but let's meet for real." The clear voice of Callisto struck me blind. It was just a weird thing, and my heart was pounding like crazy. I clenched my teeth. But unlike usual, when I clenched my teeth and held my breath, these strange feelings that had been lifted up to the tip of my neck continued to haunt me. "Is that such a surprise?" Callisto tilted his head to his side, looking at me, standing at him helplessly. "I thought you were somewhat like me. If anyone sees it, they might think that I was the only one who dreamed about what happened in the maze garden." I was in a hurry when he said something about my shameful past. When the Crown Prince said anything to live. When he saw me making a reflexive impression, he burst into a sarcasm and asked, "Are you still angry about what happened then?" What happened? What I did to thrust a sword into your neck? I opened my eyes wide at his words. It was surprising that he still cared about it, but I realized that I had forgotten it for a long time. I'm sure until now I'm still a little nervous. I hate it. Since when has it changed like this? Surprisingly, Callisto was no longer disgusting enough that I didn't hate seeing his shadows anymore. These days, every time I face him, I feel like I don't know who he is. If I give you a sword and ask you to cut my neck equally, will that make you feel better? But the Crown Prince uttered a terrifying sound as to whether I, who was silent, still took the matter as a matter of concern. I shook my head in surprise. No, that was just an accident. Come on, take it. But a huge activist lunatic was after. He took something out of his bosom. A flaming sword with a clear inscription of the yellow dragon. What he offered me was a dagger. Hey, what the hell is this? I couldn't bring the black one because it was my birthday party. Slightly cut with this instead. Then he tapped his finger on his neck. It was the side that had blood stains leaked from the earlobe. I looked at him and the daggers alternately, and then screamed. What are you trying to do? That's it. Why, I have the artifacts you gave me and I'll have them treated right away. Who's going to be beheaded for treason? It's dangerous, so put it in quickly. As I shuddered with a grimace, the Crown Prince smiled with a cheerful face instead of putting the dagger in. So now you're not going to get along with me, are you? I stared blankly at him like a madman, and suddenly I noticed something. The moonlight is flickering over the golden head. A siren. I regarded the red favorability gauge bar, similar to the color of the Crown Prince's eyes, as a dangerous sign. As a siren, so far Callisto's favorability has not been confirmed. He was the Crown Prince of this empire, and I thought he was the most distant man from my escape. But now I'm not sure. Maybe I've been turning a blind eye to the point of unconsciousness. Because, Your Highness, I stretched my arm forward and gently clasped over the hand still holding out a dagger toward me. And the moment he faced the sudden contact, his red pupil getting a little bigger. System, do you want to check Callisto's favorability? 2 million gold, 200 fame. Splitting between us, a white square window rose in the air. System, subtract 2 million gold to check the favorability of Callisto. Remaining funds 42 million gold. And the white writing on Callisto's head changed straight away. Favorability 76%. When I saw the rising popularity, I felt indescribable. At the same time, feelings of relief and heavy emotions unknown came to my heart. It was similar to disappointment. Hey princess, when I was staring at his head, Callisto suddenly awakened me. It was a mysterious glance, whether I was weird without words while holding hands. I put my hand away from the back of his hand. What's wrong with your expression all of a sudden? I didn't know what kind of facial expression I was wearing. It was all over at favorability 76%. Nevertheless, I couldn't stop open smiling. Just in case, Your Highness, say it. Do you love me? The Crown Prince's eyes grew larger than before. He asked back as if he had heard an unfamiliar word. Love? Yes. Are you asking me out because you love me, princess? Callisto stared at me with a very embarrassed look, and then quickly shed a sound. Isn't that such a naive word that doesn't suit us so much? What's wrong with you? That's what the princess said on the eve of the hunting competition. What you said, you'll find a more suitable person who fits your position. At that moment my head went blank, as if someone hit me in the back of the head. The feeling that I thought was similar to disappointment became something bigger and upset me. The Crown Prince did not notice my condition at all. He said, stroking his chin, come to think of it, makes sense, but your idea is wrong. We are in a position that is most necessary and suitable for each other in reality. It's the combination of the prince whose seat is at stake, and the ugly duckling from the duke. And apart from that, it makes me feel comfortable and pleasant to be with you. Don't we fit in pretty well, princess? No matter how crazy you are now, it would be no different from other young people to marry you after the coming-of-age ceremony. The Crown Prince put the dagger in his arms and looked straight at me. So just come to me now. I think we can be pretty good partners. He shrugged and grinned as usual. It's no different than it was just now, and my face only felt strange. We could be a haven for each other in this fucking empire. I belatedly understood him. That the relationship he asked for a while ago was not an exchange of emotions, but a choice that was born for complex reasons. Unlike me, who is looking at this as a love simulation game, he is cool-headedly facing his reality. Well, there was only 76%. And his love is frozen to death. Of course, 76% couldn't say he didn't like me. I finally managed to admit it. What are these strange sensations that make me cry? I had a crush on the Crown Prince, who was able to treat me without the slightest calculation, or I had a fondness for the Crown Prince who could have been treated without careful calculation. He and me too, we had feelings for each other, but that was all romantic feelings such as crab love were useless in the current Crown Prince whose status is at stake. It was the same for me, 4% and 24%, it can't even be compared. The first priority for me was to survive and escape, and the ceremony was only a little over a week left. Unlike the hostess of normal mode, I was in no position to play with a faintly blooming favorability. The half-dreamed head cooled and the reason gradually returned. It was only natural. By the way, I couldn't tell why I lost all my strength on my toes. I thought I'd stagger unseemly if I let my nerves relax a little bit. I stared straight at the Crown Prince, clearing my collapsing body. I don't want to have that kind of relationship with you, Your Highness. Your Highness the Emperor. Then I heard the shout of the servant over the glass door. At the same time, the vibrating sound spread from the Crown Prince's arms. Damn it, this dog Cedric Porter is freaking out again. He took out a nervous twinkling crystal ball and quickly moved it to me, standing in a daze. How soon is your coming-of-age ceremony? Don't answer now, but be more sensitive until then, and please answer me on the coming-of-age ceremony, Princess. No, it's not something to worry about anymore. The Crown Prince blocked my mouth, which I was about to say no with his palm, and said like a threat with red eyes glistening brightly, "It's so miserable to have a difference on your birthday. Don't you think so? Thanks for the gift, Princess. Take some time and come out slowly. There might be rats on this side that are still interested." Listen, my answer, Your Highness. The curtain fluttered before the Crown Prince grabbed my hand, which had been blocking my mouth, and escaped like a flash of lightning. I was left alone in a quiet terrace hall. I stared at the Crown Prince's rapidly moving back and soon closed the curtains with a low sigh. Like he said, it was good to take some time, but when I was left alone I suddenly felt a deep fatigue. Time passed, and it was time to go out, but I didn't dare to go back to the banquet hall. I'll pretend I'm okay again. I'll put my mask back on as if nothing happened again and deal with the ML who are looking at me and talking to me. In this messed up mood, I wasn't really confident of doing it well. Shall I just go looking beyond the railing? I had such an impulse. Why do I have to stay here? All I had to do was pay attention to the level of favorability and the ML. There was no reason to keep the duty of the noble family, the background of the game, cumbersome. Sneaking down, it was a little high to be on the first floor, but it was enough to jump. Let's go. I rolled up my skirt and climbed up the railing without further thinking. Just before jumping down, the Duke's face flashed through my mind. But it was not a part of the job for Penelope, who was always fickle. There was a dead silence near the banquet hall where the Emperor's congratulatory address was in full swing. I called the servant waiting outside the banquet hall and borrowed a carriage. How long have I been watching the splendid streets of the capital city, with my head leaning against the window? The carriage stopped, but the destination was a far-off gate not in front of the door of the mansion. "Princess, you can't go in any more." The horseman opened the side window and said carefully. Sneaking out the window on the other side, I saw the gatekeepers firmly guarding the gate. This is because the outer carriage cannot be brought into a mansion without an owner, although the patterns of the imperial palace were painted. Shall we ask the gatekeepers to call the Duke's carriage? No, thank you. I gave the horseman some spare gold coins and opened the carriage door. Are you going, Princess? The soldiers, alerted to the sight of an outsider approaching the mansion without any notice, stood down from the carriage and opened their eyes wide at me. Why are you alone at this time? The superior skillfully led me when he was asleep to be embarrassed by an unexpected figure. I'll send a message to the butler and call the carriage right away. There's no need to make a fuss, just open the door. But I'm going for a walk. It was quite a distance from the gate to the mansion by carriage. But at my command, the gatekeepers had no choice but to open the gate. A huge iron gate slowly opened its mouth. Well, I'll take you to the front of the mansion, a young soldier courageously spoke to me. I belatedly realized that the attitudes of the guards had become very cautious and extreme, unlike before. I felt a little strange. No, don't follow me. I shook my head and immediately moved when I saw that the door was open enough to go out, and moved right away. As I moved away from the brightly lit gate, the well-polished road quickly became dark. It seemed to have left at sunset and returned right away from the banquet hall, but it had already been A whole night the night air was cold. I strolled along. I really wanted to do the book I bought. I was trying to clear my mind and replan what I'd do next, but I didn't think of anything while I was moving. I had a dreamy sensation as if I were just walking on a dream path that was strange. How long had I walked like that? Thanks to my slow but diligent footwork, I was able to see a familiar mansion far away. I should go back to my room quickly and lie down. All I could think about was how I wanted to wash up and sleep. The pace quickened. It was when I reached before the front door across the vast garden. A fine sound pierced my ears from somewhere. Bird. I paused and looked around. Then came another cry, as if to announce that it was here. I walked along the sound like I was possessed. It was then just around the left corner of the building. A glimpse of the dark pink feathers shone through the open windows. I approached that way when I saw myself getting closer. The bird in the cage flapped its wings as if it was glad to see me. It was Derek's office. So it was you. Even in the dark the bird's jewels glowed brilliantly with a 5-color glow. I leaned slowly down on the window frame. On my close face a bird came down from the torch and walked waddling along. Then he pecked the cock metal bars into his beak and pushed his head in. It was like a sign to be stroked. I hesitated as I tried to bring my fingers reflexively. What if I get bitten when I try to pet it? However, he fell with his beak as a bird urged and pushed his head in. The colorful dark pink hair collar sticking out through the bars was a bit funny. I eventually smiled a little and gently stroked the bird's head with my index finger. The bird sounded different from before, as if it were in a good mood. Pudic, the wings were fluttered once again. Isn't it frustrating? I hadn't thought of anything until just now, but words popped out without my knowledge. A dark pink bird that looks just like my hair. He's an expensive body with a fancy appearance more than anyone else. But in fact he's stuck in a cage and can't do anything. Sometimes it's the kind of attention that passers-by throws at me, and it's kind of happy to live on. Actually, I feel stuffy. I'm out of breath every second. It didn't look much different from me trapped in this fucking game. I thought it wouldn't matter because it would be over if I get out of here. As if to answer my words, the bird cried straight away. I smiled faintly at the sight. Then I raised my hands to bury my face. A broken smile came out of my mouth. When I was alone on the terrace after the crown prince left, it was a self-help that did not allow me to speak out. I knew better than anyone else that it was a game, but I felt so stupid and pathetic that I expected something and I was disappointed. Only after I hid my 2 hands so that no one could see, I slowly opened my face. I lied to myself that it was just a game every time and I didn't care about it because it was over when I escaped. But in fact I've never been indifferent. I was scared, afraid, and cried every minute. I thought there would be no more hell than when I lived in that house. There was not a single thing I could do at my disposal here. Starting with food, clothing, and shelter, I had to agonize over even a simple word. It's a game here. You're possessed by a bad girl with the worst reputation. I already knew it well enough, but why? But why did I realize that it was only a few days before my escape? The first man in my life to have a crush on me. Why is he the ML in the game who will turn around when a normal mode hostess appears? I am an emotional person, so I couldn't pass this whole thing off without a hitch. So I'm calculating like a villain, and it was more and more difficult to stop me from squeezing. When the sound of laughing at myself seems to be more and more like a groan of tears. Suddenly I thought I was so tired and exhausted. Perhaps it was strange for me who didn't say anything. With my face buried in my hands, the bird tapped the bars of the spear a couple of times with its beak. It was the moment master, a familiar voice suddenly called me. I slowly lifted the buried face in my hands. Eclis, it wasn't a hallucination. In the dark red favorability gauge bar sparkled a few miles away. The ML was staring at me. Surprised by the unexpected encounter, the gray eyes were slightly larger. He moved his steps when he saw me with my head up as I stared at him approach me at a constant speed. I felt my hand on the cheek. There was no water on it. Was a relief. At the same time, Eclis stood tall before me. Are you coming back from the swordsmanship class now? I wasn't in the mood to laugh at all, but I worked hard and made a smile around my mouth. Eclipse stared at me with an uncertain eye and soon nodded slowly. You're very late. I didn't know the time, but it was a rough patch. In fact, there was no spirit in the thought that I might have caught up with the appearance that no one was able to see. Eclis slowly opened his mouth. What are you doing here? I replied with a shrug, as if nothing was wrong. I was watching birds in my words. The gaze of Eclis slipped to the cage next to it. For a moment the gray eyes that stayed in the dark pink bird in the cage came back to me again. Did you go out of the palace? He looked strange in my appearance. I belatedly closed my eyes and nodded, breaking the fact that I was wearing full makeup on a banquet dress. Oh yes, there was a banquet in the palace today. There was no mention of banquets relating to the crown prince. It would make you feel dirty if anyone listened to the story of the main culprit who killed his home country. However, due to the immediate reaction, the consideration became useless. The crown prince's birthday banquet? Did you know that? My teacher also participated. Really, I was so surprised that I only blinked. So there's no class today. As soon as the question passed through my mind, Eclis asked suddenly, by the way, why did you come back to young master's hall? I felt a little nausea. I see it must be visible to others that I came back alone secretly. There's no way you didn't know. If the real owners had come back, the mansion wouldn't be so quiet. But I didn't have to tell Eclis this trivial story. I just laughed silently and vaguely, but at that moment, Eclis' eyes flinched. Why are you laughing like that? His face was as dull as usual as a wax figure. So I couldn't immediately understand what he was saying. Did they make you sad again? What, the Duke and other nobles? His subsequent words left me blank. Eclis is one step closer to me. His face, immersed in a dark shadow, was revealed in the bright moonlight. You always had that look on your face whenever you came here after what those bastards did. His face again was horrendous. I looked at him with astonishment at the violent words and deeds I had heard for the first time from him. But for a moment I was mute. Who else is this? The young Duke the second one, or Eckhart Eclis? The ensuing verbal abuse stopped him in a hurry. It's not like that. I'm fine. Nothing happened. Nothing really happened. I was just a little tired when I saw a bird trapped in a cage, that's all. But he didn't believe what I'm saying. Eclis' eyes were blurred. I've seen and heard. Master, what are you? I know that the reason you brought me from the auction house is related to the master's situation. Fortunately, this remark was not surprising. I already knew that Eclis knew my position in the duchy. Instead of being surprised, however, this time worries came. I'm afraid that the fake princess situation will affect his favorability again. I wonder if that's why he's angry at me for looking so pitiful. Because of my position. Who's bothering you again? That's a careful question. Eclis clenched his fist in a hurry. After a big breath, he answered with a clear voice. That hasn't happened since then. It's not like that. I'm asking why you're standing alone in front of the bird. What do you mean? Who bothered you? And why are you standing alone? It didn't feel like the same question at all, but I soon accepted it. It's because I suddenly remembered how my appearance had just reflected on him. I had my face buried in my hands in front of a bird and burst into groan, so it might look like a pitiful sight. Did you rather buy sympathy? I wondered if one of the puppies that Eclis said was bothering him, and his heart was gone. I answered with a more relaxed voice. It was because the bird was pretty, so I watched it for a while and I was tired. It was a bit embarrassing to see it, but it wasn't an entirely unacceptable excuse. But Eclis just looked at me with an unknown expression. Then a long time later he asked something out of the blue. Are you happy now? What, are you happier than before I came to the Duke's residence? I blinked at my command. I couldn't understand why he suddenly said that. Did you get any unhappier after you came to the Duke's residence? No, that can't be true. Eclis shook his head. That can't be true, master. Then why would you ask that? Just, I want to know, how was my master? With no fixed eyes on me, he urged the answer. I felt a sense of bewilderment while I answered him vaguely. Are you happy? It was close. I don't know when I think about how I felt after I came here. I thought that it was more about misfortune than happiness. But is it enough to be entirely unhappy? It wasn't that again. As long as there was a way out, this was nothing. I am not the kind of person who is always asleep in misfortune and frustration. Look. Even though I just felt deeply fatigued, but I was smiling under a mask. I've never really thought about it, so I don't know. How do I look? I shrugged calmly as usual. However, I couldn't get rid of Eclis' expression. My master, sometimes you seem to be okay, but you seem to be more unhappy than anyone else. Really, and sometimes it looks like you're going to disappear somewhere. I got goosebumps at his following words. Did he notice that I would disappear? I thought I had never made such an expression, but he doesn't know how good he is. Maybe he sensed something in secret. I opened my mouth. My heart was pounding. I hurriedly said, "You've seen the wrong thing, Eclis. Where am I going to leave you? I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, so don't worry too much." I emphasized that nothing had happened to me so that he could rest assured. Until I escape, I must not instill any anxiety in him. "Get out of here with me, master." But what I heard was more shocking than when he was angry for no reason. "What did you say?" "Run away with me, Eclis. There are slaves who are planning to defect to another country. We plan to smuggle through the Delmen who are working on the port side in a few days. So I'm gonna get in between them and say, 'Come with me out of the Empire, master.'" I was so embarrassed that I lost my words. I thought he was just helping his countrymen who were worse off than he was. But I didn't know he were planning this great thing. Whenever I heard the report that he was returning home late, the anxiety that had caused me to wrap my chest turned out to be a reality. "Did you try to do the same?" While I was just poking my lips because I didn't know what to say, a terrible sense of betrayal suddenly rose to my throat. "You lied to me. You tried to go to another country too." "Oh no, master." He shook his head with round eyes at my pressing voice. "It's not like that. I didn't mean to do that." "Then why would you say that to me, Eclis?" "I'm sorry, I've misunderstood that you want to do that." His words struck me dumb. It was absurd that he had been making such a wild guess at me. In the meantime, I couldn't stop my head from spinning. Eclis and I run away alone, raise the remaining favorability, and escape. I don't know if there's really this route in hard mode, but it wasn't a bad way. Realistically speaking, however, escape was subject to numerous restrictions. About 2 weeks now, his favorability was close to 96%. Calling him in comfortably from the mansion as before, and to make a desperate move to the harbor to avoid the countless number of soldiers following him. If I choose the latter, I can certainly improve the favorability of Eclis, but I cannot guarantee the favorability of other ML. In particular, Derek, who was worried that Reynolds and the Duke, who seemed to have finally opened their hearts to me now, would get caught up in the station. If their favorability dropped, 96% of them were useless, and at a glance in the brilliant golden light passing by my mind, I shook my head hurriedly to shake off my thoughts. Eclis, I, who had come to a conclusion, made eye contact with Eclis, who was still staring at me. "You can't just go around and say things like that, even if you stand before me, master. I am the noblewoman of the Empire, and the only princess of this country before I was your master." Eclis' mouth was stiff. He couldn't say a word at the end. I could see his eyes gradually turning into disappointment. But I couldn't do much with only 4% left. I didn't want to take the risk. "I can take your convenience because I'm here." "I can't take that award." "Don't cross the line," Eclis replied in a tight voice to my rather sober words. "A place where even a servant looks down on you and ignores you." Eclis, a noblewoman, returns alone from the banquet hall without a single escort. His jaw has become so hard that it stands out. He really felt sorry for my situation, and seemed to have the authority to run away. I was a little surprised that he felt so sorry for me, but I felt appalled that it was all due to favorability. If I escape, I'll be in possession of a normal mode hostess anyway, but when hard mode is over and normal mode starts, what happens to ML's memory and favorability towards Penelope? Is it all reset to the set value? That thought suddenly crossed my mind. I never broke the end of hard mode, so I didn't know what would happen after that, and what the contents of hidden ending were. Of course, it was none of my business what would happen after I went back to my present life, but it was when I was in deep thought looking at the vivid dark red color gauge bar above the head of Eclis. "Take me with you." Suddenly Eclis' words cut off the idea. "I'm all back to reality. Is it because I'm a slave, so I can't get into the palace? It was a carriage ride with my family today, so I couldn't do much." Family? Eclis' eyes wiggled finely in my excuse. "How can they be the master's family?" "Stop." I kept blocking Eclis from going too far. "Calm down." I reached out one hand to him, who was trying to refute again. Warm warmth touched my palms. "I don't know what made you so excited, but neither in the carriage nor the palace. Nothing happened." I gently stroked his cheek to soothe the excited Eclis like a cute puppy. Eclis quickly relaxed his body and leaned his face on the palm of my hand. "Your hands are cold because I've been out for a long time. When you came back, you didn't even ride a carriage." "That's—" I was embarrassed because I knew why my hands were cold, but I immediately caught my voice. "It's not a big deal," I said. "I'd take a walk, so don't worry about it." "Then you shouldn't have bought me, master. You shouldn't have made me care." "Eclis, You shouldn't have made me your one and only knight. Eclis, who had been rubbing his cheek thickly in my hand, slowly turned his head. Soon it was not soft-skinned but moist and dry. It's already late. Hissing my palms, Eclis kept his eyes from me. The tickling sensation of my palms made me forget how to breathe a little while. I've been in contact with Eclis many times before. But has he ever so openly expressed his affection for me? Never. I'd been begging him to come often, but never once did he reach out to me first. Staring at him with astonished eyes, I slowly breathed out a sigh. It was sudden, but not surprising. 96% is enough. Even in the normal mode, I nodded, thinking of the late meeting and skin ship due to identity restrictions. Suddenly it stung near my cheek. When I looked up, the tip of my finger was a little prickly, with a blind look still nailed to me. A chilling sensation flowed through my spine. I laughed awkwardly, trying not to express the queer feeling. Are you blaming me now? You're so rude. It's not about my unhappiness or mood that matters to you. Eclis, who was still burying his lips in my palm, turned his head back long after. Then focus on what you have to do now. What do I have to do? Yes, you're my only knight. As you say, you have to be stronger than anyone else and protect me. You're the only one for me. Eclis. At that moment I had the illusion that I was suddenly stuck in his grey pupil and disappeared. He slowly raised his arm and covered my hand on his cheek. Hot heat was felt over the back of my cool hand. I gave him orders with all my might. I didn't mean it, but somehow a desperate voice popped out. Stay by my side until I escape. Don't think about asylum, just stay still. You're gonna do that for me, right? Eclis whispered at my urging. I don't know what you're thinking, but I don't want you to be sad about the people who are bothering you anymore. I'm fine. I'll try to make sure you're really okay. As I swore many times, my heart gradually subsided after my whispering voice. Yes, the ML wouldn't leave me behind. I was relieved, and the blinking dark red-colored favorability that looked at me. I made a choice. System: subtract 14 million gold to check the favorability of Eclis. Remaining funds 28 million gold. I was scared by the shrinking remaining funds, but it was snap. Favorability 98%, Eclis 2%. Finally, my throat was suddenly choked up. I spoke with difficulty. Is there anything else you want to say to me? Then I could feel the strong force of pressing a finger on his cheek. He darted his lips and hesitated for a moment, and said in a familiar and sure voice, I'll make that happen, master. It wasn't the answer I wanted. I managed to contain the disappointment and nervousness that was creeping up. It's because it's not 100% full yet. A little over a week until the coming of age ceremony. If I try a little more in it, I will be able to win the remaining 2% and the confession that he loved me. At the time of the thought, staring blankly at the letter above his head, which has been changed back to check the favorability. I'll do that for you, Eclis murmured to himself again. The next day the Duke accepted my excuse that I was unexpectedly ill and left the banquet hall first. It seemed like Penelope had already done it so frequently. But tell me, you are going forward and go chasing. How long will you be so childish with your coming-of-age ceremony just around the corner? But the nagging full of disapproval was inevitable. I'd been looking for Eclis as often as I could since that day. However, it was difficult to raise the favorability of the remaining 2%. Maybe it's at the end. Sometimes I gave him the gifts, sometimes I put honey on my tongue and whispered pleasant words. Even though I gently touched and stroked himself to check his favorability, he only looked at me with his darkened eyes. In addition, daily classes interrupted our meeting. It was a swordsman teacher that I gave him for my favorability. But it was getting on my nerves. Shall we skip class today and hang out together one day? I decided and begged with a sweet voice. However, I immediately changed my words, saying it was a joke, with a perplexing look and a blinking favorability. Eclis, who was very contemplative, and said that it didn't matter, came to consider a new swordsmanship so important. It was the original track of the game's story. When I went to visit him with such a spirit, I finally got the favorability 99%, and the ceremony was only 6 days left. As time went on and it didn't go up to 100%, it was increasingly difficult for me to hide my anxiety. How can I induce him to say I love you even if he has 100% of favorability? I'm like a throbbing. I held onto my sick head and fell into deep anguish. There was no need to worry about this in normal mode. When the time came, he went over to the confession route. Even if 100% was not completely filled, the white gauge bar turned dark pink, signaling that it was ready to confess. That's right, come to think of it, there was something like that. I thought of a setup that I had forgotten because I was in a hurry to fill in my favorability. The color of the favorability gauge bar. I did as the confession route progressed. The favorability gauge bar in normal mode temporarily changed color. It wasn't like the hard mode I'm experiencing now, but is it that important? I haven't really cared much about the color of the gauge bar so far, because the affinity directly related to life was much more important. But now, with the ending of the Eclis route, the black red floating on his head has become a passion. No way, the dark red color doesn't means death out of revenge for the Empire, right? I shook my head saying naughty and uttered a terrible thought. If so, 99% of the favorability is not explained. 1%, how the hell do I raise it? Do I have to push my lips in like that? Man. It was when I was biting my lips without knowing it, and was rolling my head insanely. Knock, my lady, this is Fennel. The butler's visit awakened me. I was a little surprised by the rather late visit, which was quite past dinner time. Come in. As soon as I let him in, the door opened and the butler stepped inside. After he politely greeted, he immediately revealed his reason for visiting. My lady, the Duke told me to have a light breakfast together tomorrow morning. Breakfast? Yes, he says. Dinner will be difficult because of the recent delay in his exit due to the aristocratic meeting. I was puzzled by the sudden news and I nodded my head at the additional words. I see. Of course I'll get it right. Tell him I'll get up early and get ready. Yes, my lady. Well then, good work. Oh, and even after he said what he had to say, the butler hesitated. There's another letter from the Imperial Palace, my lady. The hand which was trying to turn the pages of the book carelessly. Is it a banquet invitation? No, this time he delivered it directly through a servant working at the Crown Prince's palace. Burn it, I answered without a single thought. And I'm not feeling well, so just as I'm recuperating. Yes, my lady, the butler replied hesitatingly. The short interval to the answer suddenly felt suffocating. I ended up covering up the book I was trying to read roughly and making it annoying. That's what the butler does. Without asking, the butler bowed deeply and left the room as if he had noticed my watery temper. It was early the next morning. I got up early and headed for the dining hall as I promised the butler the day before. Even though I was half asleep, my mind was busy. After breakfast I saw the Duke off, and it was pretty hard to meet Eclis just before class, but we arrived at the dining room before I finished my plans. It's your first time since the renovation, my lady. The butler who came to pick me up explained me. He was right. Originally I only played in my room and ate rice with on my own, but I had never been near the dining room due to repair work. You can look forward to it. With a word of significance, the butler soon opened the dining room's door. And the open space, I don't know what the hell it was about, but it was completely different. Oh, it was amazingly colorful and extravagant, the row of gold and flowers arranged from place to place. At first glance it was dizzy and hectic, but if you looked closely it was more harmonious than you thought. He seemed to have paid considerable attention to the design. While looking through the interior of a strange place, I suddenly saw a flower that stood out of nowhere. It was the flower that decorated the interior of the dining room the most. What attractive rose vines! That's a voracious fleshy rose vine, the Ellenwick rose. The other day I had a luncheon in the greenhouse because of the renovation. The Duke answered to my interest for this plant that had roughly surrounded to avoid the quarrel of Reynold. Come to think of it, then I thought it was the first time when the Duke talked to me for no particular purpose or reason. I guess he just liked that flower, I thought with an effort of cynicism desperately pressing down on the insides because of nausea. Excessive meaning was bound to bring about a backlash. Fortunately, I couldn't think of the nightmare of starving with food in front of me. Perhaps because the inside was completely changed. Unlike earlier one made of oak wood, the luxurious marble table had already been seated. The Duke, sitting at the top of the ladder, greeted, "You're here. Good morning, father, brother. Good morning, frozen to death. Don't you go early?" Yeah, guy with his pink hair got into a fight for being only a few minutes late. Stop it, Reynold, there's nothing wrong with that. My father always tells me something. The Duke's eyes were on me and the mouth was closed because of fear. Derek just stared at me silently with his usual expressionless face. I'd been through it a few times and now I was quite used to it, so I was not impressed by the neglect of greetings. Let's do it. Except for the early morning hours, it was an unusual breakfast. There was only occasional clatter of tableware in the luxurious and quiet dining room. Now a few days later, it's your birthday, Penelope. At the middle of the breakfast the Duke suddenly spoke. I replied with a smile, even though it was a subject that made me sick. Yes, it's already done. Are you getting ready for the ceremony? What can I do? The butler and the maid are preparing instead me. I really didn't do anything. All I could do was get a massage from the maids every day during the bath to make the best skin and body shape. As I got used to it, I tried to ignore it. Is there anything you want for the coming-of-age ceremony? Then suddenly the Duke asked. I answered without long thought. Well, not really. It had already been after a grand arrangement of dresses and accessories for the coming-of-age ceremony. What I really wanted was something the Duke couldn't give. Hey, don't bounce, tell me what you want, we'll buy it as usual. There was a sarcastic look as if Reynolds had been waiting for it. Weren't you so jealous of my dad for getting me a magic yacht at my coming-of-age ceremony? It wasn't such a bad thing to have a bath with maids every day. There were so many funny stories to pick up. You bragged about it, and you dragged it in the Altas River and you couldn't drive it properly, and it was overturned. At a smile on my face, his face turned red in an instant as I said everything I heard a while ago. Who said that? It was just an accident, you pathetic bastard. Why are you laughing, father? Oh no, Reynolds shouted hurriedly to the Duke, but it didn't mean anything. I leaned toward the Duke, taking advantage of that he wasn't in the fuss, it was just, and whispered quietly. Early morning, can you come and say hello? Yes, something out of the blue. Looking at the Duke, I slowly opened the mouth. Say goodbye to your immature little daughter. What are you talking about, Penelope? Say goodbye. I'm becoming a decent adult now. I want to forget about my shameful past and become a mature person after the coming-of-age ceremony. I ended my speech calmly, hiding the words last farewell with his daughter, who mimicked that maturity. When did you ever? The Duke's blue eyes, which looked at me with unfamiliar eyes, slowly became warm. Yes. I'll make sure I would say hello in the morning. The Duke has repeatedly promised. This lie was pretty bitter and hard. It was time to barely turn away from the ticklish feeling with an awkward smile. Suddenly the dining room's door opened, so the butler stepped in with a hasty gesture. He reached the top of the table where the Duke sat. Master, I think you should come out to the front door for a moment. The old butler's face was not as good as ever. The Duke showed signs of discomfort. We all haven't been eating together in our family for a while, butler. If it's not urgent, let's talk again another time. It was with an embarrassed face, and soon the butler bent down and put his mouth in the Duke's ear. The Duke's face, which had expressed displeasure with the interruption of his meal, became harder and harder. Finally the butler, who had finished speaking, pulled up his upper body. At that moment the Duke sprang up from his seat. The wind made the chair pulled back, but he hurried out of the dining room without hitting it at all. The butler hurried after him. Derek and Reynolds, as well as I, were just blinking their eyes without knowing what to say. Then Derek rose from his seat, pushing the chair. I've got to go out, he said, and left the dining room without hesitation. Oh man, what was that while eating? Reynolds muttered nervously. The Crown Prince didn't come here again just because I ignored the letter, did he? A terrible assumption suddenly came to mind. It was a story that a madman could have done. If so, the Duke, who had been beaten once, deserved to run like that. Crazy, it hurts. What the hell is wrong with you? As I frowned and got fed up, Reynolds glanced at me with a strange look. Hey, what are you doing? Let's see what is going on. Get up here. Reynolds rose from his seat and urged me to go out with him. I answered with a puzzled look. I didn't really want to go. My head already ached at the thought of going to see the prince again and settling it. I followed after Reynolds, leaving the dining room. It was around the time of passing the long corridor and seeing the central stairway in hall. The front door of the mansion was wide open. As the butler said, there was a problem. Between them stood a stampede. It was a tall man. Through the wide open large doors there was a cool outside smell of early morning air. Aren't you going to catch people? I walked fast, still crumpled my forehead, just past the drawing room. The Duke and butler, Derek and Reynolds, standing stiff instead of the golden hair I expected. I opened my eyes wide. Eclis, the man standing in front of the front door of the mansion, was none other than my capture target. At my call he glanced at me, the gray eyes, which had always been dull, raised wide opened. Why here at this hour? My heart suddenly fluttered for no reason. The mysterious anxiety that I felt a day before my mother died. As if it flees through with its whole body like a thunder. What, there was a little person bouncing out of the back of that Eclis' father. Brother's lovely pink hair that looked just like Reynolds' blue pupils that were indisputably vivid in the veins of Eckhart. I'm Ivonne. That day, early in the morning, the coming-of-age ceremony was still 5 days away. As if there was a lag, the accident stopped. I stared blankly at the tiny figure of a woman who popped out from behind Eclis without even blinking. There was a gauze on one side of the woman's forehead like the white lady who was injured by the magic I casted last time in the basement of Soleil Island. You're lying, aren't you? It was none of my business whether the leader of Layla's remnant was the princess. The only thing that matters is that it wasn't the coming-of-age ceremony, yet there were still 5 days left. Why? I looked away from Yvonne and looked back at Eclis. He had been staring at me from the start with an expressionless face, as if he's waiting to see how I'm going to react. Until a few days ago he said he would stay by my side whatever happened, and will not give up on me. You said you don't want me to sad anymore, and you will try to make myself happy. But why the hell, why just why? Only one question occupied my mind. As I managed to catch my increasingly rough breath, a stifling silence fell. When the Duke, who doesn't bring up a word, turns her lovely face into tears, Reynold Penelope. The Duke broke the stillness, and opened his mouth heavily. You two should go back to your room, father. Reynold reacted before me, however he remained silent on the Duke's warning. I could hear him groan at me, who didn't budge from my place ever after the order, but I couldn't give a response. It seemed like a bomb has dropped this early in the morning, as everyone seemed in a state of confusion. Even though I didn't go back, the Duke turned to Yvonne, and you or I clearly saw that moment. The face of Eckhart, who is always cool, is now distorted by bitter longing and sorrow. Follow me for a moment, said the Duke, with all his reasons. So far countless people have deceived their appearances. You have to go through some tests to prove that you're really my daughter. A test? The Duke's blue eyes shook. The girl was more pitiful and pure than anyone else. Naturally, in the game, the heroine passed all of the tests. She guessed all of the dead Duchess's goods, such as the structure and doubt of the mansion. It was a divine feature. It's hard to know all that if you were not involved with the concerned person. So far, no one has ever passed the princess position. If it is found to be wrong, it could result in the death penalty for the contempt of the nobility. Warned the Duke in a stern tone. What are you going to do now? Will you follow me? I didn't recover my memory entirely, but I still remember, even though it's not the coming-of-age day. I'll try, nodded Yvonne with a determined look. Everything goes as in the game. I felt like I was suffocating. The Duke, who managed to turn his head, ordered Derek. Yes, father, hold him underground. I'll have to question him of what happened. Derek went straight to Eclis. Wait, strangely enough, I tried to stop the Duke in a hurry. But Yvonne was one step ahead of me. I'll take the test, so don't do that. Eclis is the one who helped me. Appealed Yvonne to the Duke pitifully. The Duke shook his head firmly. That's not under your jurisdiction. He's an apprentice to our family. Well, but it would be impossible to go out without clear permission. Find out how this child got it. Derek and I were embarrassed by the Duke's orders. Don't drag him away. When Yvonne shut up, I stepped forward. It's my escort, so he's my subject. Penelope, the Duke, and Derek suddenly looked surprised as they turned. They didn't seem to realize I was still here. I need to talk to him. My head was spinning, but right now I had to ask Penelope. I walked towards Eclis in a haste. No one stroke, and the hostess standing next to him watched me with such strange eyes. I suddenly stretched out my arms, not caring about such a thing. Then I grabbed his jacket as if I were holding back his flesh and blood. It was the moment. System, would you like to check Eclipse's favorability? 18 million gold, fame 400. I hit 18 million gold straight away. But system, insufficient funds, reserved funds 12 million golds. The white writing changed right away. I managed to keep my head above water and chose fame 400 again. System, lacking fame, loyalty total 360. I knew I used all the money I had left to check his favorability without hesitation. I am confident that I will be able to get 100% soon. Moreover, I believed it wouldn't matter because I received news from the butler that the sale of the magic-processed emerald had begun. But had I known that stupid judgment would come back like this when I had no choice but to blow the window of the system that was in front of me, violent feelings of throwing something rose up. The hand holding Eclis' collar that was shaking wasn't visible for the naked eye. It was trembling to an extent that would shiver the order of things. Penelope, stop and back down. Warned me the Duke for a second time. When I came to my senses, I looked down and saw his eyes under the jet light. He was a bit surprised and his eyes grew bigger. Master, just why? I had no choice but to ask like a fool. Among everyone, why did you have to betray me and bring the Rio princess? Why? So I repeated that word only. My face in Eclis' pupils was horribly distorted. He looked down at me senselessly, and soon opened his mouth. I am a slave from a defeated country, but I am indebted to the Eckhart family. I knew the family was looking for her, so I couldn't turn away. Ha ha ha. In the reply of Eclis, who spoke as if he made a brilliant deed, a brave laugh came out. There was a flood of acid going back into my esophagus. I felt keenly what the experience of flipping my eyes was like. Don't fuck me, you crazy bitch. The sound of clenched teeth leaked out. The grace you wear must come from me, not from the Eckhart family. I was the one who bought you from that Fuchsing auction. I knew it was stupid, but even though he knew it, I couldn't stop the screaming. The hand was lifted above the stroke. Just before I put his cheek up, Penelope, the Duke, thunderstruck. Butler, take him away. No, I still have something to say. Penelope Eckhart. This time Derek called me as cool as ice. Don't you understand what father say? I just asked my escort how. You're not a child anymore. How long do I have to watch you do evil? I was fed up with his eyes. I was fed up with the princess too, that was standing still as if she, a real princess, appeared and looked at a fake princess who is evil and rotten to the core with jealousy. It wasn't just them, there was the Duke, Reynolds, Butler, and the people who came to see the commotion. I looked around at them one by one with a look of fear. Dark red, orange, light pink, Eclis' favorability gauge bar was glistening. Lady, please leave, called the butler at me in a heavy voice. My hand went all the way up down to hit Eclis. In the midst of all this, I was worried about the falling popularity. The power of the hand that had held all that weight I loosened. I still clenched my teeth and slowly turned my back against Eclis. As soon as I was forced to follow the butler's footsteps. It's a bloody atmosphere and I don't know what to do. I made eye contact with someone who was stamping his feet. The woman's face was distorted with apologies and guilt, a princess in the usual gentle and good in normal mode, and a fake princess in hard mode who's wary of her appearance and behavior. Somehow the same game is going on, and the creepiness suddenly eroded the tip of the jawline. Coming back to the room under the watch of the butler, I went straight to my desk and sat down. Maybe she heard the news, but Emily, who was waiting, followed me carefully. Miss, get out, but. Brown eyes full of freckles rolling over her face was like a crab. Maybe the shrewd girl regretted siding with me. And maybe she's willing to tell the real princess who's back somehow that she's quitting being my personal maid. Can't you hear me? I have something to think about, so get out, Emily. I shouted nervously. Yes, I'll be waiting outside. Call me if you ever need me, miss, she answered in a fit of surprise and hurried out of the room. Soon enough the room became so desolate that one could hear the sound of an ant passing by. I got a throbbing pain, aching head, deep sighs, and buried my face in my hands. It's still only morning, the beginning of the day, and I'm as tired and exhausted as I've been through the night for days. But even feeling such feelings was a luxury. Think you can't die like this. I held on to the spirit of weakness and forced my face out of my hands. Then I stared into the air and held my head high for some reasons that I don't know. Eclis betrayed me and came to Yvonne. I didn't want to escape like this and be swept into normal mode, become a villain woman, and die miserably. However, I couldn't remain discouraged forever. Fortunately, the game did not show up at the coming-of-age ceremony. I still have 5 days left, which means I still have another chance to escape. 99%. I just need to say I love you after 100%. Whether or not a woman appears, that's all you have to do. I need to see the bastard. I stared nervously into the thin air and waited for the shim gate to end. I also wondered where to get the money to check his good feelings and excuses for his teachers who secretly gave him to the Duke. How long has it been since I started to wait? Knock knock, lady, this is Pennell. At last the news came to the door. Come in, butler, I ordered hastily. The butler soon came in to tell the news. Lady, the first emerald necklace you put up at last night's auction has now an owner. The proceeds were just transferred to the mansion through the White Rabbit platform. The money has been deposited? Yes, okay, although I didn't know the news about Eclis, but still it was the news of the meeting in the midst of this situation. Right now I jumped out of bed when I heard the safe was filled. There was a faint hope in my heart. I have to make him say I love you confession right away after I check his favorability, whether by putting honey on my tongue, coaxing him, or forcing him. It was the moment when I was rushing out of my desk. My lady, wait a minute. The butler hurriedly blocked my way with a troubled look. Here is a list of men I'd like to introduce to you. What, who? I frowned at the sudden news. The butler moved slowly. Come in, gentlemen, and then in the room that was still open, 2 first-class knights in armor came in. They are the new escorts assigned to you, my lady. Sir Philip and Sir Ed. Hello, my lady, nice to meet you. Please take good care of us, my lady. Sir Philip and Sir Ed are members of the Duke's Guard. They are the most skilled in swordsmanship. Butler, I called the butler in a cool voice, ignoring the men's polite greetings. What are you doing now in my room? The butler hesitated for a moment with an embarrassed face, and then managed to open his mouth. For now you have been given the order to keep out of touch with outsiders, even members of the family. That includes Eclis. What suddenly my vision blurred, and all I could see was darkness filling me up. My rage's red flames that had barely subdued rose to my throat. I clenched my teeth and asked back. Why me? It's simply to keep Miss safe until the interrogation is complete. Safe? Yes, isn't this imprisonment or surveillance? It wasn't intended, but my mouth twisted into a smirk, looking at me smile like a real evil woman. They couldn't make eye contact with the lady of the house. That's absolutely not. It can't be, my lady. Then convince me why I can't even meet my escort, and why I have to replace him with new ones. Young Duke personally led the knights himself to Pribu. I opened my eyes wide at the butler's words. Pribu was the name of a village outside the capital where Eclis' teacher lives. Why, the guest who came today, I mean Yvonne, was severely injured by a monster that appeared a few days ago. That it was said that it wasn't because of monster, but I managed to swallow his words. It didn't matter now whether Yvonne really was the leader of an evil group, so I tried to keep my cool and urged him to continue. And the slaves over there took care of the injured guests, but all the slaves were all from Delman. Wasn't that news that the butler already knew? It was a fact that I did not know at the time that I had found the right teacher for Eclis. Because the farm where slaves work was located in a remote place quite far from this village. But when Eclis happened to suddenly recognize an acquaintance from his homeland, he suddenly found a farm. And it had to be the day he came late into the mansion to defeat the monster that suddenly hit the farm. And I was the one who asked the butler to deliver the herbs to those slaves in covert. And it was an implicit secret between the butler and me, so that's when they met. Naturally, the first meeting between Eclis and Yvonne was drawn. Damn it. I swallowed the curse and bit my lower lip to the point where blood would seep. Why didn't I think more seriously when I heard that the monster had appeared? I felt a bitter regret, but it already happened. At that time I had been blinded by the favorability, which was close to 96%. By the way, can other male leads other than Eclis take Yvonne with them in hard mode? I tilted my head at the question that suddenly came to my mind. At some point, I started getting more and more displeased with the development of the game. By this point I was lost in thought. With a serious face I remembered the presence of these scavengers. You guys get out of here. The butler sent out the intruders who had entered my room without permission. When they left, the butler had a serious look on his face. I received the information that the Delmans are gathering and trying to escape, my lady. I opened my eyes wide. It was something I had heard from Eclis a while ago, so young Duke wanted to make an emergency arrest. Wait, I raised my hand to stop the butler. Did that girl say that? No, these are all stories that came out of Eclis' mouth while confessing during the interrogation, my lady. What, the herbs you confided me with to give them to Eclis? He say it's their escape source. He said he was deeply hurt to see his fellow countrymen harmed by the sudden appearance of this monster. Therefore he decided to extend a generous hand to them. By the way, after knowing that my lady's care has been distorted, he has been trying to dissuade them, suffering for a long time alone, trying to hold them back. In the meantime he met the proclaimed princess, and decided to repay his services to the Duke. How the butler closed his mouth at my cold laugh. Crazy son of a bitch. I shuddered shallowly because of his subtlety. Not long ago, if he had been running away with them, he would sold them without hesitation. I had a vague idea why. Because I said I didn't want to go. That's what Eclis was all about, hiding his inner being, his true self, and mimicking a loyal dog. But as his favorability rose sharply, I thought there was a change in his admiration for me, but I was mistaken. For him his own safety came before his petty love for a hateful empire, and his worries about strangers among his fellow countrymen in front of me. I could see how much he would be willing to deceive me into pretending he was a good person who was worried about his fellow countrymen. What would be better? To stay in the dukedom, or help his fellow countrymen get out of the empire? And he chose. He took the people of the village as a sacrifice, dragging Yvonne, and stuck to this place. And he grabbed the opportunity to raise his status that I hadn't been able to do to add the last sparkle on his masterpiece. He had to avoid any suspicion that he might be with the slaves of the defeated country. In order to do that, he cleverly intertwined me. I suppressed my intense feelings and asked what did my father do. He sent young Duke himself to confirm the truth. The interrogation is it's still in progress. So until my first brother returns and the interrogation is over, I can't see either father nor Eclis. The butler did not answer. It was a tacit affirmation. I sighed deeply and waved my hand. Okay, get out. Well, if you need anything, feel free to call me. The butler looked at me and bowed politely before leaving the room. It was a last notice of courtesy that would eventually disappear when Yvonne will pass the Duke's test. Son of a bitch, I was so irritated that I couldn't bear it, so I raised my hand ready to sweep off the desk and barely managed to hold it. I couldn't lose my mind over this. I had so much to think about, and more importantly, how to survive. It's just too much. I can't do this. I scrambled to get up and walk to my bed. I need a second best option. Lying in the midst of the bed, feeble and empty, I rolled my head around. The bed was going full throttle. In a flash I felt terribly miserable because I couldn't do anything, breathless, as if Hades came to take away my soul away. After starving for a day, I left my room early the next morning because if I stayed still, the fire would burn all over my body. Where are you going? I was blocked by the guards as soon as I opened the door. Move aside. We need you to tell us where you're going for your own safety. Can I even move in my own house? After answering nervously, I admitted that I had become too sensitive and struggled to reveal my destination. I'm going for a walk in greenhouse, then we'll follow you. No, don't follow me, but the Duke. If you move one step from here, I'm going to scream because you have insulted and abused me. My lady, their expressions froze and their complexions became ghastly, well aware that the Duke was pretty sensitive to some of the incidents I had deliberately raised. You are just mere escorts. You don't have to follow me around and keep watch on me. But princess, don't make a fuss. I'll be right back. They had no choice but to watch me walk out of the room like a ghost. Throughout my walk in the corridor, I felt like every person I encountered looked at me with strange eyes. I was exhausted even before I arrived at my destination. Suddenly this horrible thought crossed my mind. What if I never get out of this fucking game? Then it suddenly occurred to me that I might have to go through this tedious task until I die. My eyes dimmed. I felt much better now than when I was stuck in my room. As I kept walking, I took a big breath and laid back the thoughts and plans I had last night. But if it's underground, is it in the basement of the mansion? Then suddenly I wondered where Eclis was trapped. I heard that the basement of the mansion is usually used for torturing criminals who have committed great felonies. But there was one more place near the mansion. It's a place where knights who commit wrongdoings are kept. Eclis is an apprentice to the family anyway, so he'll be there. After making the decision, I headed towards the forest road to the maze. I didn't think I could meet him right away just because I was going there. However, if I stand still, I'm going to turn crazy, so my feet just took the lead before sending the signal to my brain. How long did I walk along the quiet forest path? Deep in thought, I didn't find anyone walking from the other side. Speak of the devil. Until someone found me, I let out a weak moan. Oh, hello, princess. It was awkward, but she still greeted me with a harmless, innocent, pure, and friendly face, calling me princess. Princess, give me a break. At the same time, I recalled when I was playing normal mode and greeted Penelope first. I swallowed a nasty curse. It was Yvonne. Soft, blue-colored eyes staring at me. It was hard to believe it was the same person who in Soleil's basement was sucking mercilessly children's spirit, draining their energy, making them shrink like a deflating balloon until they disappear. Goosebumps rose on the back of my neck. I stood there silent with a strange feeling of being stuck in my head. Princess, her voice called out carefully as she stared at me with her blue innocent eyes. I suddenly came to my senses. Hi. Reluctantly, I opened my mouth and glanced around the main trail. There was only Yvonne and me on the quiet forest path. Shit. Originally, I was going to ignore her at the mansion, however, since she's a member of Layla's clan, I was too scared to ignore her. Yes, hello. My low voice shook as the pupils of my eyes retracted shallowly. Did you accept my greeting? Yvonne in normal mode was easily moved and burst out in tears by the slightest trifle. I stared at her with an expressionless face and quickly lifted my lips. You're coming back from meeting Eclis? Oh yes, I heard your test is not over yet. Yvonne frowned in embarrassment at my words. She hesitated for a moment, then answered. I took advantage of the lunch break and asked the Duke to look after Eclis. After all, he's trapped because of me. I was a bit frustrated to think that I couldn't prevent them from meeting. It truly tried my patience. So Eclis is trapped in a cellar, not in the basement of the mansion. It was unexpected. May I ask why you're alone without a maid? I asked back bluntly. Yvonne's cheeks flushed red when she answered. There was a maid, but she had to take care of a few things and I wanted to walk alone. This was a bit offensive. The exam was not over yet, and she had no maid. I guess she hated the fake princess from the beginning and put all the cogs in place so that she'll always be abused. For as long as I can remember, living in the mansion was so exhausting. Then I must accept this situation with my arms wide open and be happy with the appearance of the real princess. But I couldn't bring myself to do so. I held back a peal of twisted laughter that was about to be leaked out, and glared back at Yvonne's face. It must have hurt. Pardon the wound. I pointed out to the wound on her forehead covered with gauze. At this fine comment she grimaced slightly. I had nothing else to bring up apart from this observation. Well then, have a good day, lady. I stared at her for a moment, and immediately passed her without hesitation. To be precise, I was about to excuse me. She suddenly caught me by the wrist. I turned my head with a frown. What is it? Sorry, I'm sorry. Yvonne was looking up at me with her fist-sized tears hanging in her big protruding eyes. She looked so weak and pathetic, and she knew why Eclis was did such a tribute. I was so stunned that I did nothing. What are you sorry about? My sudden arrival? You must have been surprised, princess. In a quivering voice she begged for an unrelenting misunderstanding. I shouldn't have come here, but Eclis begged me to come with him at least once. I felt guilty because I thought I had hurt you unintentionally. I'm deeply sorry. Hey, I cut off Yvonne's in the middle of her increasingly frustrated voice. Did you tell him your name was Yvonne? She looked up at me with her round tearful eyes. Was Yvonne the name you were called when you were a commoner? Yes. How can she recall her name when she was living as a commoner with a memory loss? Even if it didn't make sense, I nodded my head to this absurdity. What you're here for has nothing to do with me. Yes. Her blue pupils were inundated with surprise. I added, spelling my words clearly in case she might misunderstand. I'm fine, so don't bother. I'm telling you to treat me like a nobody. Understood? Well, it's if you understand, let me go. It didn't matter if she didn't understand. My wrist in her hand felt as cold as ice. I didn't know if it was due to my fear or her odd power as the leader of Layla. The hairs on my neck straightened, but I didn't show it, and retorted, clipping off my wrist. And I was a commoner too, so I understand your ignorance manners. So keep in mind that if you touch a noblewoman's body without permission, a correction will be inflicted on you. You'll be slapped. I wish you a pleasant walk. Goodbye. I turned my back on her in a hurry. Come to think of it, was quite funny when I was possessed by this crazy game. I remember feeling like running away every time I ran into male leads for fear of dying. But unlike the male leads who had let me run away with their petty pride, the hostess did not let me go easily. I swear I don't have any hidden purpose. The hem of my skirt became tense without saying much. Yvonne appealed with a cry that was full of beseech. I lost my memory when I was young. I vaguely remember anything, just snippets of flash here and there, and thanks to Eclis' encouragement I came here. If I'm mistaken, if I'm not the real daughter, I'll be punished really. I sighed deeply and mumbled in my head. Then I turned around and approached her. Don't beg me for forgiveness. But princess, I told you it doesn't matter. When Yvonne saw me getting closer, she looked embarrassed and backed away. Then she stumbled, perhaps with a crooked stone. Even when falling down, Yvonne was so beautiful. I reached out my hand and held her arm to pull her towards me. In the middle of winter, her body was barely balanced, so slender. The skin of her palm was appallingly cold, like a dead body. Be careful, thank you. Yvonne murmured the thanks. I managed to put up with what I wanted to do by shoving her and pushing right away, and quickly moved on. Listen, Yvonne, what it's none of my business whether you're the lost daughter of the Duke, or came in because of something else. Princess, from now on, whenever we meet, be yourself and I'll be myself. How can you say that? Her eyes as wide as a rabbit that dimmed again. How could you say that? Who knows, maybe I'm the Duke's lost child, so we might be family. Family? I had a puzzled look on my face as if I just witnessed an accident. Then I strongly denied her illusion. I'm not your family, don't lie. I know you think so too. A family? No, it's just a temporary relationship that will end soon. I thought that was the end of today's dangerous events. Go on, you piqued my curiosity. Let's hear everything you have to say. When the interrupter burst in between us, I and Yvonne's head turned at the side of voice at the same time. Lovely pink hair, just like Yvonne, was walking out of the lush trees, the king of bad timing. I burst out some crazy laughter. As I was getting more and more nervous, the light pink gauge bar on his head blinked quickly. It seemed like the favorability was dropping. "Are you seriously thinking that?" asked violently Reynolds, who had come to where we stood. I defied his resentful gaze and asked with a sigh, "What did I do? What did you do?" His face wriggled abruptly. Strangely, it didn't feel very scary anymore. "Do you have to be careful with the first child yesterday, not the family, or the temporary relationship?" "That's not wrong." "What? Because the test isn't over yet." "I'm not saying about situation right now." He shouted his frustration. I asked back with a reflexive frown, "Then what are you talking about?" "It's all to point out your demeanor." Penelope Eckhart. A shriek of gnashing teeth echoed through the tranquil forest. Yvonne breathed weakly beside me. I didn't like his nonchalant retort, but he pushed me to the limit. "You've already been so grasping at a kid who's not even sure if she's real or fake? Dealing with a bug that is worse than a slave?" I reflexively noticed where his gaze was lingering at the arm of the lady, which I didn't let go of yet. "Who's treating others like real trash?" As his words pierced my ears, that day came to mind vividly. "You always make me miserable, as if I were worse than a slave." The last day of the festival in the attic. He was referring to my screams, which I had let out in response to my desperate situation. That little thing about not caring about each other. Why me? I believe that something might have changed every time I was beaten like that. After all that, like a fool. After all the trouble, when I laughed as if I had gone mad. Reynolds flinched as well. He too hardened his face as if he thought I was mocking him. The favorability bar flashed again quickly. "Is it -1% to 2%? It didn't matter if it plummeted by about 30%, as the favorable sentiment was not as close as before. I turned my head casually, thinking about how much my favorability had been reduced. "Yvonne, you answer. Did I grab you like a rat?" At that moment I was curious what Yvonne would answer. By the way, is it true the heroine's personality is the same as in easy mode? Looking at what's going on right now, it wouldn't be surprising if she answered. I grabbed myself and screamed. "Here!" Yvonne mumbled with tears in her eyes. She was about to open her mouth instead of Reynolds, who couldn't see the whole situation. "If you ask like that, she'll be." "Oh no, young master." Yvonne shook her head in surprise and said, "The princess is right." I was dumb and tripped with a rock and almost fell, so the princess caught me. What? Reynolds' whole face froze as if he heard something he couldn't believe. Then he looked down at Yvonne's arm, still caught by me, with a puzzled look. With the sudden appearance of Reynolds, I had no time to let go, but I was purposely not letting go to listen to Yvonne's answer. I pulled Yvonne's arm up and pushed it toward Reynolds and spread her fingers neatly in front of his eyes. Yvonne's arm dropped down weakly. "Sadly, you haven't changed a bit since then." I shrugged and muttered to myself. At my words, Reynolds' blue pupils began to shake as if it were an earthquake. "Penelope." As soon as he called me, I turned and began to move quickly. The idea of going for a walk and exploring places where Eclis might be was ruined. I was convinced by Yvonne's words anyway, and I didn't even want to pass by them. I quickly walked back to my room. "Penelope." I heard a wild sound beating from the back, and soon my front was blocked. "What? I thought you would comfort your crying sister." I frowned as I looked and said politely, "Move." At that moment the guy Reynolds was breathing heavily and his eyes were watering, and then, "I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood." He admitted his mistake without a hitch. At the same time the favorability gauge blinked above his head. Suddenly Derek at the court of the Imperial Palace came to mind. An easy rise and easy fall in favor. Such a thing could not impress me. "Okay, get out of the way." However, the atmosphere inside the mansion is uncertain. "So if you're in an accident now, then." As soon as I looked at him, who was making an excuse right after the apology, he shut his mouth. He was also embarrassed and his eyes were red. "That's all you have to say?" "I'm sorry, I misunderstood." I nodded my head when I heard his apology. Soon I smiled. "Okay, so that's it, right? Don't get upset and don't go in. Just take a walk." "But I don't want it." I cut off the relieved man's words with a smile on my face. His face went blank. "What?" "Yes, I don't want your apology." I repeated his words word by word. Stupid Penelope always apologized to Reynolds first when they fought. I've never received an apology for any of the arguments and abusive language I've heard before. I didn't get an apology after I was possessed, where the title of fake princess, who was often neglected, originated from, was well known as it had, He didn't expect me to say that, so Reynolds stammered for a while. However, his face soon turned red and then blue and a hideous energy leaked out. Do you feel better when you say such a rude thing after a person apologizes? Then do you have to be so upset even if you apologize? This is getting more, and you haven't accepted my apology every other time either. Why should I accept your apology as if it were obvious? What there may be times when I don't want to accept your apology. I looked at him in a faint manner and said in a preaching tone, how can a person's heart be so consistent? Don't force me to apologize. Are you taking revenge on me for what I did before? Yes, I nodded to the man who was so absent-minded that he was blowing his breath away. You should try it too. How miserable and dog-like it is to talk to someone who ignores you and treats you like nothing. In other words, from now on I was also saying that I would treat him like that too. Hey you, he understood and glared at me with a look of murder in his eyes. I checked the precarious, blinking favorability gauge and glanced around me. There were no stones to hit me in the head, with no sharp branches that popped out. Of course, it wouldn't be great if a man full of anger choked me. Fortunately, he hasn't made any moves yet, so it seems it hasn't dropped too much. Reynolds, who had been staring at me for quite a while, nervously scratched his head as I tried to leave again. Hi, yes, I said I made a mistake. I'm sorry. With an irritated sigh, he surprisingly apologized again. We're not kids, let's stop. How would this affect the Eckhart's reputation among the commoners? And he glanced at the spot where Yvonne was still standing and let out a small sigh. I thought that was just funny. Eckhart's reputation. I burst into laughter, as if I had heard something funny. You really don't know? Why have I been treated like that by a maid in charge? What? Why are you suddenly talking about that? It's because of you, Reynolds. I stopped laughing and looked straight at him. What? Because you've just been acting this way in front of the commoners. Hey Penelope, what are you? You've been treating me like a bugger, and ignoring me so naturally, as if you're breathing in front of people. This guy was also male lead, so I had been desperately controlling myself. Even though I was irritated and angry until the end of my limits, I took it into consideration when he softened his temper to a certain extent. I've never explicitly mentioned anything about abuse before. When he was pushed to the limit, he was trying to get rid of his guilt because of Necklace, but he sat on the sidelines as much as he could. I knew that I couldn't tolerate and cut down on the high degree of the Eckhart pride. It would have a huge impact on my favorability, but the situation was not good. The heroine who appeared before the coming-of-age ceremony, and the fear that I might not be able to return home, made me half insane. And it made me reveal all my feelings that I had been struggling to contain without knowing you. It's because of you, Reynolds Eckhart. It was disgust itself, not words, that came out of my mouth. Reynolds was surprised to see that I felt something as if it was bubbling over the dry voice. But what kind of reputation? Only then did I lose my strength from the glaring eyes at him. Don't talk to me for the time being. Penelope, please, if you're really sorry, please do it for me. Please, brother, have a nice day. With a stiff smile, I greeted him as kindly as I could, as if I had never hinted at any disgust, and quickly got out of that stifling place, leaving him behind with a horribly distorted face. The moment I passed by him, the smile I was building near my mouth faded away like a lie, and a look of fearless firmness appeared. I could feel the shaking gaze nailed to me until the end. However, it didn't matter. As soon as I came back to the room, I walked to the bed with a nonchalant look and laid down. Eventually I woke up from a nap, skipping lunch, repeating my nap again and again. Miss Penelope, Emily woke me up carefully. When I opened my eyes, my room was dark. The sun had already set. I asked in a hoarse voice, what's going on? You should have dinner. You haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Emily suggested a meal in a restless voice. No thanks, I have no appetite. I want to sleep more. I refused and buried my face in the pillow again helplessly. I didn't even have a meal or anything, but I thought I'd get indigestion if I ate something. Miss Emily called me in a voice that was heartbroken at the rejection of food. When I didn't answer because I didn't feel good, one side of the bed suddenly became heavy. That's because Emily snuck into the side of the bed. What is it? I turned my head toward her and asked her what she wanted. Emily hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and whispered the woman she ended up staying in the mansion. I opened my eyes wide with a little surprise at her behavior of telling her the news about Yvonne. But I knew it would be like that anyway. I quickly lost interest and asked back in a calm manner. She passed all the tests? I think not all, because she lost her memory, so she decided to stay in the mansion, and wait for the time being. I see, but it's obvious that it's a fake too. It was a little funny for her to discuss fake with the fake princess. It's okay, you don't have to say that, I answered with a smiling voice. And added a sigh, I think you have something else to say. Do. It was time to let Emily go too. She's under the command of the head maid. And the maid had already served Yvonne in the absence of certainty. I didn't really like our first meeting, but it was true that Emily had made it comfortable here. I think I wasn't a good master, however. Thinking that she had been unknowingly affectionate, and that she was even leaving my side, I was speechless. Maybe that's why I kicked her out of the room yesterday. I didn't want to hear my maid quit. But there's no other way, because I'm the one who's going to get kicked out anyway. Fortunately, I gave up quickly. I quietly waited for Emily's next words. I'll tell you of her every move. What? The girl who assigned as her temporary maid Becky is from my hometown. When she was young, she lost her parents in a fire accident, and lived in our house for a year. And the orphan who originally had no relatives like that doesn't be accepted her a decent maid, my lady. Because if she gets involved in an accident, there's no one who can guarantee her identity. We didn't really get along at the time, but my parents liked her and wrote her the guarantee when she applied with me for the dukedom. Hesitantly, she whispered to me in the hollow of my ear, if you mention the warranty, she'll willingly do anything. There was a glimmer of insanity in her brown eyes. I paused for a moment at her words and soon narrowed my brows and asked, "Are you serious?" "Well, of course." Emily nodded enthusiastically. "What if she's trying to take your place while she's in the mansion?" She appealed to me with a serious look. No matter how much I looked at it, it seemed to be sincere without any ulterior motives. At that sight, I burst into laughter. "That way we'll be prepared in advance." Emily, in deep cogitation, noticed my face full of laughter. One step later, "Lady, this is not the time to laugh like that," she blurted as if she was resentful. "Sorry." I finally managed to stop laughing and answered, "But that's too typical of a villain, Emily. I'm dead serious. Otherwise I wouldn't sell my hometown friend." She sighed and grumbled. It seemed to be true that she was deeply troubled. "I don't know if it's for me or for her future. That depends on my position," but her words warmed me up. "Okay, thanks for worrying." I nodded my head and thanked her without a hunch. Emily looked back at me with her eyes shining brightly. "So you're willing to follow my plan, right?" Well, I thought for a moment. It was convenient to have someone done for you without having to lift a finger, but I didn't think being entangled with Yvonne's daily life would be of great help. After all, I'm well aware of what's going to happen in normal mode. No thinking about it so far. I must get rid of this overconfidence of mine. The story of normal mode and hard mode are completely different. I could no longer believe now that Yvonne would be the same as in normal mode. "I don't need to know her every move. If the tales is too long, you'll just be trampled on." I took a moment of reflection. "Tell Becky to report only when she's up to something suspicious." "Yes, for example." I recalled instinctively the white-dressed woman I saw in Soleil Island, mask relic pieces of a broken mirror. "If she seems obsessed with something or behaves strangely," Emily replied with a determined look. "Oh gosh, I see what you mean. Just leave it to me." To speak frankly, I had no big expectation. If the hostess is indeed a member of Layla clan, she won't act stupidly before a maid to be found suspicious. But seeing Emily looking so determined was so cute that it made me laugh for a short time once again. "She must have noticed that I'm feeling better, miss. Then now are you going to have dinner?" asked carefully Emily, watching my reaction. At that moment I barely managed to hold on my face features that were drifting away. "Now there's someone who will take care of me if I starve." I let out a light voice, pressing down my stomach, swirling of unknown emotion. "Emily, yes, you're doing a pretty good job taking care of me." At what I said, Emily was astonished and replied with a gentle smile, "Of course, miss, I'm your maid." "Well then, bring me dinner." "Yes, miss, I'll be right back." "You won't wait long." Emily hurried out of the room with a colorful face. Fortunately, there's still someone in this mansion who cares about Penelope, whether she's starving herself up or not. After all the hustle and bustle of Yvonne's appearance, the next morning after breakfast the butler came to my visit with a message from the Duke. "I'll be ready soon, so wait outside." Yesterday I heard from Emily that Yvonne had been staying in the mansion, so I didn't think I'd be summoned this early. I immediately followed the butler to the Duke's office. "Knock, knock." "Come in." With the permission to come in. The butler opened the door. I stepped inside with a light strain. We had a great deal of things to discuss. The Duke, as for him, sat at the desk with a thick cigar in his mouth. In front of him a plethora of files were piled up. "Father, you came." He looked up at me. I could tell at first glance that he stayed up all night sorting things up from his tired face and puffy eyes. Take a seat. He rose from his place, settled on the sofa, and then kept staring at me. Even after the maid came in and prepared the refreshments, the Duke, silent as ever, pulled out another cigar and burned it without a word. The atmosphere was getting more and more stifling. It was about time to break the silence. Finally the Duke opened his mouth heavily, bringing out his cigarette in ashes. Penelope, with a stern voice, I replied with a slightly disorganized posture. Yes, father. You asked your brother to give you a teacher without me knowing? Why didn't you tell me in advance? In fact, this was a bigger problem in my eyes than Yvonne passing the test. As expected, they turned a blind eye to what I might be feeling. Ultimately, I ended up speaking my mind. I thought you'd oppose it. The Duke breathed a deep sigh. Although he was just a character in the game, I couldn't help but flinch at the heavy aura emanating from him. Last morning your brother arrested slaves of Delman who were about to flee from the port of Prebu and handed them over to the Imperial Palace. And you know the price of such felony. The execution took place today. I've come to agree with Eclis' statement. My heart stiffened at the word of execution, however, due to the vague conjecture that this would happen through the words of the butler. The shock did not last long. Quietly listening, the Duke spoke with a more subdued voice. The Delman's slaves escaped by selling the herbs you gave them. The funds are still intact. If the Imperial Palace had noticed first and proceeded with the investigation, not only you but the whole Eckhart family would be doomed. My hands on my knees clenched in a fist the hem of my skirt. I truly regretted my impulsive act at the time. I didn't imagine that my genuine intentions would turn into a nightmare. But I'm glad I didn't give him the gold coins. I was worried of what would have happened if I had handed over that small amount of money instead of the medicinal herbs. I opened my mouth facing the ground. I'm sorry I acted rashly. It's my fault. I'm willing to accept any punishment. I heard everything from the butler. The Duke suddenly stopped me from speaking. You didn't have a bad heart. How you gave him your teacher, how you gave him his herbs. It's all in your heart. I slowly raised my head and stared blankly at him with perplexed eyes. Unlike Penelope, the Duke was in no position to make a fuss about it, even if there was record of taking a slave of the defeated country in the mansion. God damn it, I've had a story of freeing a defeated slave out of mansion and almost putting Duke's family in danger. It wasn't all intended, but it happened as a result because Eclis, that man made it that way. I guess the Duke would be angry at me, but he said yesterday and today, didn't you just keep getting surprise? I called because I was worried. I'm not trying to find fault. Even though he was very tired, he was carefully watching over slightest changes in my mood, so he spoke to the main point with a faint sigh. Penelope, the child Yvonne, I decided to let her in the mansion for a while. I knew it. But I couldn't help but feel down at his words, like a person clinging to a ray of hope. Yes, it is. I laughed coldly inside. The long preamble and forgiveness in the preceding days were, after all, just the ground base for this main event. Despite the shocking news, the Duke avoided looking at me expressionless. I looked at him and asked, did she pass all the tests? It isn't because she lost her memory, but... The Duke hesitated and added, all the answers about her mother were right. In addition, the dot's position was the same. And Evelyn, I mean, she was born with a dot in the middle, just like my dead wife. I see. It didn't impress me much. I already knew it all. I belatedly realized that I had answered so insincerely, and forced my lips opened and answered, congratulations, father. What? The face of the Duke looked devastated. But soon the Duke's face became blank. For him it was hard to believe that I said such a thing. The Duke stared at me with astonished eyes. I opened my mouth with serious look. You've finally found your daughter, whom you've been looking for a long time, Penelope? He asked in a tone full of hesitation, incredibly contrasting with the stern look he had just made. Will you be all right if I let the child stay in the mansion? Of course, thank you for asking my opinion, but this matter doesn't require my permission. His blue eyes, hardened by the shock, shook helplessly. No matter how distraught I was with the treachery of Eclipse, my opponent now was the Duke. I don't think it's fair for a fake to go wild when you're telling me your real daughter is back. Moreover, before the start of normal mode, I only wanted a complete escape. I wasn't even surprised by the Duke's words, as I knew this would happen from the beginning and didn't expect anything. The Duke looked at me with a lingering glance, as if he was looking through me. If you don't like it, I don't send her to the dukedom yet. He responded unexpectedly. He could tell I was lying. It was all over my face. As I was lowering my eyes, I took a brief glance at him. Even though I had trampled on him, My heart fluttered with anticipation, and I raised my head slightly. The tired Duke was facing me with such a complex face. I'm usually not quick on grasp on these things, but I realized this reflexively. Are you serious? I never imagined that I'd ever make such a sound. I'd been thinking about it all night, but rather than the constant commotion in the same house, I'd rather her stay away from everyone until it was clear that she was really Yvonne, father. I cut off the Duke's words in the middle. I noticed how concerned he was as he forcibly moved his facial muscles to let appear a stiff smile. She has to enter to dukedom, Penelope, even if she turns out as my father's biological daughter. I have no intention of making a fuss. The persistent fuss he kept on mentioning was directed to me all the way. If you're afraid that I'm going to hurt her, don't worry, that's not going to happen. The Duke's shoulders flinched at my words. He shook his head hurriedly. I don't mean that. Isn't that why I have new escorts in spite of being in the house? The Duke's mouth shut in a single line at my words. Penelope's record was so splendid that it was understandable to have such concerns in normal mode. She was jealous of the attention of her family, and male leads to the heroine, and she tried to poison Yvonne. That's why the Duke's response was natural. No wonder why I was upset. It was heartbreaking, and my stomach felt sore. Don't worry, father, I rephrased my words with a desperate smile to comfort my shallow self. I thank you enough for the grace you've showed upon me so far. I'm not a child anymore. I'm past the age of being mean. The Duke, who had been silent for a long time at my words, softened his lips. Then the day before yesterday, why, he immediately shut his mouth as if it were a mistake. He couldn't help but notice that there was a question the day before yesterday when Eclis brought in Yvonne about why I behaved in such way. I wiped the smile off my face. But don't try to take away the few things I have and give them to her. Pardon, father, I brought him to here, and Eclis is my escort. If you're finished with the interrogation, please give him back to me after that. What matters the most right now was neither the appearance of Yvonne nor the state of the Duke's family. After all this mess, he was still my personal male lead with 99% of favorability. Give Eclis back to me, father. My determined voice hardened the Duke's face. He answered with a deep sigh. Yvonne seemed to want him by her side. I think that she needs a familiar face since she's still not well acquainted with this place. Are you going to do it? Penelope dear, the Duke softly stopped me from asking any further questions. You see, this father of yours doesn't like him at all. Because he had an affair with the same slaves? But you said it was all in line with what Eclis said. It's not like that. If so, that was a very hard reason to understand. Looking at him with an incomprehensible look, I shook my head. He explained reluctantly, looking to my eyes and urging me to hear the answer. Just before Derek executed the slaves, he heard some strange rumors. What kind of rumor? When the slaves were debating where to fund their escape, he was the one to advise them to sell the herbs you gave him. I opened my eyes wide at his last sentence. Does he see me as a pushover? The more I knew, the more I got goosebumps at the work under him. Since when did he? The Duke also had his doubts as to whether he should get caught. I barely said, hiding my trembling lips. He once complained to me that his fellow countrymen were working in poor conditions. I thought I was just advising him to help their life. I've heard that the farm is still a good place to pay less, but it's a bad thing. The Duke answered with a curious look. An eerie thought flowed over me. It was one thing to bring Yvonne. Maybe he was planning this in the first place to get out of slavery. You must be right. He probably wanted to help, as you said. The Duke nodded, assenting. In my defense, it might be that my words sounded different for him. No matter how miserable he is the trash that sells people to the East for his own sake. That was what it was. Anyway, he made a great contribution by telling about dangerous elements. The Duke was speaking about it with no thought in mind, and he brought my youngest daughter, whom I was desperately looking for. I've engraved a great light for Eckhart. So last dawn Derek asked him what he wanted as a reward. What did he want? I waited nervously for the Duke's word to drop. He said, don't kick me out of the family, instead let me learn true swordsmanship. His answer puzzled me. I asked again doubtfully. Not a well-made clothes or a title? Yes, then why did he sell his fellow countrymen to us? Moreover, as the Duke said, he could ask for 1 billion of gold for bringing the real princess. You asked me to run away with you a while ago, and now you want to stay in the Duke mansion? I can't quite figure out what he's thinking. As I frowned upon my troubled heart, the Duke moved as if he sympathized with my feelings. He asked again with a voice full of disapproval. Do you have to keep him around? Why would you want to keep him by Yvonne's side? Penelope, the Duke warned me in a rough voice. It seemed as if he has a valid reason to stop me, but I couldn't care less. I had to see him, I had to meet him. First of all, let me meet him. No, father, please. I got sick of being punchlined by the Duke each time I opened my mouth. The day after tomorrow is your coming-of-age ceremony. Perhaps the most frustrating thing was the Duke's bluffing. If you get involved with a slave, and it would spread some dirty gossip, you're not going to have to deal with it at a time when everyone's eyes are on Eckhart family. The Duke first brought up the story of the coming-of-age ceremony, which he had already mentioned. Then the answer is the same. I removed the expression as if I was going to beg him for and straightened my posture. There were two things I had to settle with him today. One was me to be allowed to contact with Eclis, and the other was me to be allowed do one more thing. So please cancel my coming-of-age ceremony, Penelope. The Duke flew into a rage at my words. Does it really matter to have a coming-of-age ceremony at this sensitive time, since there's a high possibility that they will gossip about you? This is the last resort. I thought of Eclis. If I grabbed that fucking bastard and struggled to see any re-end, it would have been a surprise. I needed a second-best plan. If I cancel or postpone the coming-of-age ceremony, will the normal mode start be delayed? Even tough it may seem a blindfolded dumb idea, it's still worth trying. I want to escape this place. Are you going to cancel your coming-of-age ceremony for a mere slave? The Duke just vented his anger out on me. His nose was reddish. I stared at him with defy and spewed out. To be accurate, it's not just because of a mere slave. What is it? The rumor that the Rio princess is back must be all over the town. So, dear father, how funny would that coming-of-age ceremony be? What a Rio princess! What a fool! The Duke, furious, faced me, suppressing his anger. Why do you make such a face? He shut his mouth powerfully, as if he tried to bite something. I hid my face with my hand, not knowing how to react. My palms dried out of moisture. I tilted my head. The Duke spoke in a rather tired voice. Don't worry about Ivonne. I've come to agree with her that she'll be properly introduced once we've confirmed her identity. She's already staying in the mansion, so how are you supposed to refrain the leak? Come on, Penelope. Eckhart, stop. Do you know how much effort I've put into your coming-of-age ceremony? I've already sent out all the invitations to the palace that would never to be cancelled, so be sure to know that. I was disappointed by the resolute words that seemed to have already been made. I looked at the Duke of Eckhart with painful look and murmured quietly. My father asks me to understand, but he doesn't approve of either of the two my requests. Penelope, that's enough. I jumped out of my seat when he stumbled before he regained his balance. While leaving the office after bowing politely, the Duke did not stop me. I came up to my room and saw the two knights standing tall in front of the door. They looked like prison guards, not knights. I went coldly past them and entered my room. Emily, who had just finished fixing the bed, welcomed me. You've come back, miss. I feel sorry for Emily's hard work, but I immediately laid down on my neat bed. Noticing that I wasn't feeling well, she cautiously asked, is there anything you want for lunch? I'll tell the chef, Emily. Yes, what does she do all day? The good news is that the heroine can't get out of the mansion either. Just a moment ago the Duke himself told me that he has no intention of announcing her return, not until her coming-of-age ceremony. Shall I ask Becky? Emily lowered her voice when she understood me. I nodded. Not too much detail, just simply ask her what she's doing at the moment. How she's spending the day at the duchy. Yes, my lady, I'll be right back. Emily quickly left the room. After a few minutes, my lady Emily, as she said, came back quickly and told me the news. In order to regain her memories during the day, she'll follow her maid around the mansion, and after dinner she'll go out for a walk alone. Without a maid? Yes, she's headed for the woods. Right, how did you know? Emily opened her eyes wide and bit back. Isn't it too obvious that she's going to see Eclis? What is she doing now? Emily hesitated a little in answering my question. Then she opened her mouth and looked at me, urging her to answer. She's having tea with the young Duke. I understand why she hesitated to answer. She was worried that I would be hurt because I looked unhappy right after I came back from a meeting with the Duke. But to my surprise, I really didn't even care. Of course you'll have your lunch separately. It's all right. I have one more favor to ask of you, Emily. I quickly stopped Emily, who was trying to give me comfort. Oh, what is it? Give me your clothes. Emily, who heard my whisper, asked me with her eyes wide open. Well, why is that? Why? Because I have something to care about. But what if you get caught right away? Don't worry, just do as I told. Okay, miss, it's a secret escape, isn't it? Emily still seems confused, but she nodded her head gently. I'll get it immediately. Contrary to her concerns, she was strangely filled with determination as she left the room again quickly. Now all I have to do is sneak out of here. There's no other choice but to climb the wall again. This is the second time I'm escaping because of him. Damn, how troublesome. Just for that son of a bitch. I looked at the canister with gloomy eyes. With only 3 days left until the coming-of-age ceremony, time flew by. By the time the dusk fell and everyone in the mansion began to eat dinner, Emily also came to my room dragging a tray of food. Miss, she just started eating. Well done, let's start our preparations. I'm already ready. Are you done? She looked at me standing up in front of the dressing table. Folding up my long sleeves with a startled look, she spoke carefully with a worried look on her face. Wouldn't it be too obvious, miss? I could see myself in the mirror wearing in a big man's servant's clothes. Emily brought it in the smallest size, but there was still a lot left in the arms. But it wasn't a matter of size. No matter how much she picked up the clothes worn by the servants, Penelope is a princess. No matter who saw her on the way, look carefully. We can't control who will know the secret if we ask for help. I had no choice but to take out the bracelet I got from Derek in front of Emily, and right away I put it on my wrist. As soon as I did, the purple jewels glowed. Oh my god. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. The princess disappeared out of nowhere, and a pretty boy with short coriander hair appeared. Oh my, it's magic. Emily said, who almost fainted at my transformation. I nodded roughly. I'll be back in a little while. Memorize my face. I don't know if you can disguise as the boy. Where did you get that stuff? I didn't answer the question. I can't say. It was given to me by the devil, who had a heroine and refreshments during the day. Now that I'm going down, you should go out too. Emily, a husky voice flowed out, which was a little different from my original voice. Emily, who had repeatedly said "oh my god," closed her mouth when she saw my arrogant face. She looked at me for a moment, then followed me on my way to the window frame. Miss, I think this is too dangerous. Why not go out the door with me? What do you tell them outside? Really? Are you going to say that the boy was hiding in the ladies' room? Oh my lady, I can't say that. When I smiled and said something, her face turned red for a moment, but it's so high in front of the window frame was a pile of sheets I had tied up all day. Recalling the failure of the last festival, it was quite bulky this time, gathering all the fabrics I could find. The thought of holding on to the blanket again and trying to escape was most frustrating for me, the person involved, but I had no choice but to get outside the door and sneak out of the front guards. It was when I was sighing low, looking down at the distant bottom. System, momentary movement. An unexpected quest has occurred forward. If you still haven't met the limits of hard mode in 3 days, visit the capture target waiting for you. Derek, Callisto, Vinter, Renouncing Eclis. My eyes suddenly lit up when I saw the white square. I remembered my disguise. Looking at it blankly, I soon twisted my face. You crazy game. You should have come out before I tied up the blanket. The hard work that kept me dragging the blanket for the whole day went to nothing. With my fists clenched, I stared into the air and soon opened my mouth with deep breaths. Emily, yes, get out of here now and do your job, but how can I let you go down this rough road alone? You must do the right thing so that I won't be caught in time. Emily has to keep anyone from entering my room. To my voice, which was beginning to be irritated, Emily quickly answered with a timid voice. Okay, miss, you really have to be careful. Okay, be really careful. Won't you get out of the room? She hurried out of the room. Startled by my glaring eyes, the door was closed and silence came in the room. I looked at the white square window still floating in the air. Although I was annoyed by the fact that the quest appeared now, I was glad I didn't have to take the trouble of climbing the wall. As I reached out to make a choice, I paused on top of the system window for a moment. And then I shook my head to clear it. I had selected System Eclis. Would you like to move right now? Yes, no. When I pressed yes, my eyes flashed white immediately. I don't know why I'm so mixed up. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing in front of a building. I am here. The building was dark with no lights on except for the entrance, I realized while looking around the dreary neighborhood. This is a building like a prison where knights are kept under arrest. Surely the building was a prison. This place was more dreary and sparsely embedded than the building used by apprentices, and I walked straight into it. I had already thought of an excuse to enter the prison. There were only 2 knights guarding the entrance of the building, whether they had gone to dinner or not, but as I approached them they were reflecting on the excuse I had thought of. Someone popped out of the entrance with a quick step, even though it could be barely seen from the light of the lamp, I opened my eyes to the hair of the bay. Crazy damn bastard L. The 2 knights standing guard at the entrance bowed to Derek, who had just come out. Get in, boss, go through it. When he was near, I bowed my head as soon as he said hello briefly and moved right away. My heart fluttered like it would pop out of fear of being caught. It's all right, he never saw me transform. When I wear my bracelet, I put down my fast-folded sleeve to cover my bracelet. It's dark anyway, so he won't be able to see it well. By the time I was pretending to be a passing servant, as expected, he passed me by casually. It was the moment when I just lifted my head, which I had bowed with a sigh of relief. He suddenly stopped walking. Hey. Derek suddenly turned around and called me. Did he notice my heart was about to pop out of my chest? I checked if my sleeves covered the back of my hand and managed to raise my head. Excuse me, did you call me? I didn't have to act because I have the husky voice of a servant. The orange gauge bar above Derek's head shines clearly in the dark. I gulped. You looks like a servant from the mansion, said the other man, who looked at me from head to toe. What brings you here? I'm here to pick up the laundry for the imprisoned slave. I calmly gave the answer I had prepared. Slave by whose command, princesses? At that moment his blue eyes' pupils dilated. Soon, however, he crumples his forehead as if he was displeased. Penelope, did she make you do it? No, Yvonne, the young miss did. I looked at his reaction as I said it. I purposely didn't avoid his gaze. It was a lie, but he might be suspicious for no reason. The guy who went out could have gone to check with the heroine, then there would be no more trouble. Cold sweat tricked down my neck suddenly. Be careful with what you say, said Derek, who seemed to be lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly retorted ferociously, you're easy to go around spouting things that aren't confirmed yet. You must have been told to be careful. I was dumbfounded by the sudden turn of conversation. You asked me first, why are you getting angry? After grumbling, I'll be damned if you started treating me very well. Suddenly, in my mind came Yvonne, who also talked about what she suffered from her brothers who were ill-tempered in the beginning of the week. You're such a nasty character, but I quickly bowed my head, for I was in a position of great trouble if he were to find out. I'm sorry, young Duke, I'll correct it. I'm so sorry. Let's bow down up to 90 like a servant. It's a pitiful sight. Derek asked with his eyes looking down in all haughtiness. Are you new? Yes. That's strange. This day is really full of weird things. My heart sank once again at his words. I couldn't answer, and was just frozen. You may go. Derek's permission finally fell with a clap of his tongue. Yes, thank you. As I tightened my bent head to the last minute, Derek, without a reply, turned around and walked away. Damn it. He then disappears into the dark forest. Looking at him, I carefully opened my wrist under my sleeve. Then I came to my senses and turned to the path. In a hurry I ran into Derek, which took more time than I thought. Well, I'm here to see the slave come in with the guards. Hearing my conversation with Derek, they opened the way for me. That slave guy is underground. Don't go upstairs, just go down the stairs. Thanks to the kind explanation, I was able to go to Eclis easily. As soon as I entered the building, the stairs led to a corridor. The dreary staircase with a sparsely lit lamp has been broken for quite some time. The end finally reached the prison cell. The room was all steel bars, whether it wasn't used as often. The old prison was empty except for the last one, which the light doesn't even reach. There wasn't even a guard underground. They must be confident at the security. He's an apprentice, yet the treatment is terrible. The confirmation process is not complete yet, and we can't release him right away. Even worse, the environment was too poor. In addition, he was a servant of the family who brought the Rio princess. I could see how great the Duke and Derek's hostility toward him was. It's none of my business. As I was looking around the dungeon, I rolled up my sleeves and unfastened my bracelet. In the past, I would have felt at least a weak sense of guilt, saying this is because the Duke did not bring him in first as it was in the original story. But I couldn't even feel it anymore. His betrayal hurt me so much. As soon as the magic wore off, the flaming red hair fell over my shoulders. When I put the bracelet in my pocket, all I had left in my left hand was a big ruby ring. Time was running out, so I moved to the end without delay. I took a step at this end despite the sound of someone approaching. Eclis, stuck in the corner, did not move. I finally stood tall in front of my destination, pulled out a lamp from the wall, and lifted it over the bars. The light scattered over the darkness, and the gray-haired head crouched in a pitiful way. Hi, I said, breaking the silence. Despite the appearance of a man walking, his unmoving body tensed. Eclis raised his head slowly. My eyes, which had been squinting for a while because of the lamp's light, soon expanded slowly. Master, I can't believe you appeared out of nowhere, Eclis muttered with a blank look I have never seen before. He then got up from his seat and began to walk towards me step by step. He's locked up in such a gloomy basement that I thought he was being treated unfairly, but since there were no handcuffs, it seems that's not the case. I felt much lighter while observing the Eclis. Before I knew, he reached out his hand through the bars and I felt the coldness of another person on my cheek, so I hesitated and suppressed my body, which almost retreated. Am I dreaming? Eclis said to himself with a real doll-like face, as if he was a few days old at that moment. System, would you like to check Eclis favorability 18 million gold, fame 400. I wish this fucking situation was a dream more than anyone else, but seeing the system window clearly, it was never a dream. That can't be true. I answered with a wide grin, then the palms on my cheek tensed. Only then did he realize that it was not a dream, but his jet-colored eyes, which reflected the light, shook violently. My lady, how did you get in here? He asked me, still not believing that the moment is real. I still didn't avoid the hand stroking my cheek. How are you? Eclis took a deep breath and then asked me back with his quiet voice, what about you, master? I am all right. His eyes, which used to be passionate, were silenced. I opened my mouth staring at him, which was as dull as ever. I've been wrong. So much as I had to sneak up on you like this, words that I wouldn't have brought up to him at all in the past were flowing out. Eclis was not shaken by my words. You were so far and desolate, with a bare skin like a crumbling sand castle. Did you hear the news? All your countrymen who were about to run away were captured and executed. Thanks to this, the remaining Delmans on the farm were scattered all over the country. I thought seeing his face would make me angry in no time. When I faced in his icy wall, he did not rise that much his head. It was tolerable in reply to my dry eyes. Eclis nodded silently. I uttered my words to him, which help I had intended to drown. I'd been thinking countless times for 3 days, why did you do that to me? Was there anything that I didn't do for you? Or maybe our status were so different even though I never cared about it. My gaze slowly went down and touched his neck. Still, his neck is neatly tucked under a yellow beaded choker. Or is there some kind of ridiculous misunderstanding? Master, I've thought desperately. Eclis, I took my gaze from the choker and raised my head. But you said you didn't want money or title, and what's more, his face was still expressionless, but one of his fingers on my cheek flinched. I asked, whispering, rubbing my face in his hand as he does every time. Did I offend you so much, master, to the point where I want to hang myself to death for buying you? Or did you hate me enough for you to bring out the real daughter of the Duke? That's Eclis slowly breathed, and being close I could his doll-like face turned slightly pale. Or did you want to change your owner who didn't even have the strength to give you a shave? That's... Eclis suddenly raised his voice. It's not like that, master. How dare I think such a thing? But why did you do that to me, Eclis? I tried to speak as softly as possible, but my arguing tone keeps coming out. It's difficult to suppress this intense feeling. Then I pushed his other hand that gently reached out to hold my face. He doesn't seem angry. He looked more like a person who is more worried about the rain more than anyone else. I can't help you anymore because you've put me in a difficult situation with my family. I could no longer help you then. Now who will your new owner be? That won't happen, he answered in a rare emphatic voice. I'll be relieved soon, so I don't need any more owners. What are you talking about? Now that the Imperial Palace has learned that the accuser is a slave from the same Delman, to set a precedent for others, he's setting the grounds to the common people. Then why did you refuse the first brother's recommendation? That's why I can stay here without any doubt. I opened my eyes to an unsolved mystery. What if I had asked to be a small farmer for a cotton cloth or a title? He would have let me out of the mansion under that excuse. It's disgusting, but it's pure. To serve as a loyal servant, to repay the kindness of the family so that I could remain by your side, my master. By my side, I mumbled his words. Yes, by my master's side, he repeated his answer. Haha. At the same time I burst out laughing. It's so laughable that I can't understand what he's talking about. Ha, what are you talking about, Eclis? You've been by my side all this time, but thanks to your help with the real princess, I'm driven away by the Duke. But how could you possibly stay by my side? Then I will follow you, master, and support you when the Duke tells you to move out. Stop talking nonsense. At that moment I realized that everything I had been doing was useless. Eclis couldn't believe I was the closest character to him. The hand which was holding my face burned my skin. When did I ever say I wanted it? The blackish-red gauge bar on his head blinked dangerously. I knew I had to stop, but I couldn't stand the burst of anger. You made your own guess, you made your own conclusion, you crazy bastard. Not this time, Master. What? It wasn't for you, it was for me. Not for you, but for me entirely. At that moment my eyes were stunned. I've always worked hard, predicted and acted accordingly to the character's actions, otherwise I wouldn't survive, but at this moment when Eclis said that everything was for himself, my mind just went blank. Why a stupid meaningless sound came out, nevertheless I really didn't know. What's the problem? I did everything you asked for. My breath became rough. Ever since I've decided to choose him as the male lead, I've always done my best. I'm trying to not get on nerves of the Duke and his two sons, so I desperately defending and taking care of Eclis. Everything you need, your treatment, your teacher, whatever you want. Sometimes I didn't even mind having to take a big risk. Obviously everything progressed according to the game's strategy it should have been. Everything resolved for you, all that hard work is for you. But why? I grabbed him by the collar and asked in a desperate voice. Is it because I didn't order the clothes immediately, or maybe because I didn't look for a master to teach you swordsmanship sooner? Answer, why are you doing this now? Why at this point, only a few days before the escape? Why can't you make a rational action? I screamed at the silent man to shake him up. You love me, right? If you love me, why are you doing this to me? Why the hell? 99% of favorability was love. It has to be love. You love me, Eclis. Say yes. I look above on the top of his head while pleading no. It's more like begging. My hands were trembling. I stared at him desperately despite my evil thoughts. I knew his lips flinched and were shivering. You know, Eclis looked down at me and asked in a hoarse voice. His eyes shook for a moment. There's no way. I don't know. With that look of embarrassment, I burst into tears mixed with a strange laugh. I remember the moment when Eclis' eyes toward me became increasingly dangerous. From one point on he showed his emotions little by little and made a rude demand one by one, and I regarded all that as a green light. Which slave in the world would look at his master with such rude eyes? No slave in the world will look at his master with such a rude look. Eclis' gray-colored pupil, which had been shaking, stopped at that moment. His chin stiffened hard. If you knew, why did you refuse when I asked you to run away? If I run away from you, then what is the difference? Because of the special situation of the game, I was considering it for a moment. Other male leads' routes are no better than now, despite the plunge and the unexpected situation. Even if it were the real Penelope, she wouldn't have done such a dangerous thing. It's all finished now, but in the end I still don't understand at all with his obsession to run away. So you want me to leave my house, my money, and be chased? If that's the case, then what? What do I say to my father and my two older brothers? Now I'm going to live my life as a homeless person and go to another country as a refugee, that's it. Or should I say it's because I'm crazy about slaves and I don't need status or pride? I don't want to do that. Before my words were finished, Eclis snapped back. It is unlikely that you will get out from this place. What? You had the most unhappy look on your face in the world and you never even tried to get out of this fucking house. What are you? I was going to ask back what that meant, but I closed my mouth because his eyes, reflected in the light, were strangely flashing. You don't know how worried I am since you were injured because you met Yvonne, Master. If I just killed her without a trace. So if I get rid of everything that threatens your position, will you smile? Eclis, who said that, suddenly smiled faintly. On the other hand, I caught my breath sharply. The eerie feeling crawled down the spine. I've always never understood his thoughts, but I never imagined he was hiding these sorrowful and terrible thoughts inside. Unconsciously, I was staggering back and removing my hand from him. He abruptly snatched my hand and forcibly put it back on his cheek. Then I'd rather help my master. You're unhappy to have her at home, and if I kill Yvonne, you'll become the real princess. So I've been thinking about it, using the Duke's own daughter. I gradually isolates my master from the corner of the house and makes the humans of this house take the responsibility for their deeds. Let go of me. It was the reason I wanted to know so much. But I no longer wanted to listen to his dark thoughts. Shocked, I tried to pull out of his grasp, but instead of letting go of me, he kept touching his cheeks against my hand. Why don't you give up on your purpose and sit down? Purpose? My heart stopped for a moment. I stuttered back. What purpose? I mean the reason you bought me at the auction and used me. And the purpose was to get me out of this crazy game. With all his favor, he noticed it. Everyone knew that I brought him in for some reason and behaved with thorough calculation. I froze hard just as I took a rough breath. What's that for? In response to that, the faint smile on his mouth grew a little deeper, as if laughing at me. If it's like that with my own power, I can achieve it. You can't overlook the one and only sword master in the Empire. I had no choice but to stare at him like a fool instead of touching the cheek of a man who has been fooling me. I couldn't even take out my hand. He looked at me like that and drooped his eyes a little like a dead puppy. But then I can't have it. What I mean, you Penelope. He stared at me like the day he asked me to run away while slowly kissed the palm of my hand. And he continued talking with my palm covering his lips. You use me thoroughly for your purpose. You have sweet words like honey, but if I try to approach even a little bit, you run away immediately. The gray eyes that look straight at me don't look like the eyes of a person looking at their loved one. The white part of the eye filled heavily with red, his eyes turned bloodshot. He rather hates and despises me so, like a helpless person. You don't love me at all. Seeing how he was staring at me with such eyes, he finally said what I wanted to hear. I love you, Penelope. System 18 million gold. Check the favorability of Eclis by deducting the remaining funds, 999,999,999 plus. Even though I heard what I wanted, I twisted my face terribly. Favorability 99%. I got a confession of love, but I was still in this fucking game. Even though I am a native and a traitor to be torn to death by selling them all, there was no increase in favor. The remaining 1% of the favorability rating did not rise, and I had a feeling that at this moment I would never fill that 1%. I want you, Penelope Eckhart. Are you really crazy? That's right, you made me crazy like this. Eclis glared at me in the dark with his glistening eyes and chattered. You made me like this, and you pretended you didn't know. I think I'm going crazy, but what can I do? And yet I'm still in love with you. His eyes have finally changed into something more affectionate. It all seemed detestable and creepy to me. I was frozen to paleness and breathing hard, and he tilted his head to his side. Why are you shaking, master? Are you angry? I did everything you told me to do. Now I've proved my worth to everyone to be here, master. Are you as scared of me as you were when you first met me? What a pity, crazy little bastard. I couldn't stand it any longer, and I uttered with disgust. But he didn't care at all about the vulgar swearing. Rather, he moved a finger which was holding my hands, gently rubbing one finger firmly. To be exact, the index finger with the ruby ring. Don't tremble, master. Earlier I'm just spewing meaningless words. Nothing will happen. You are still the Princess of Eckhart, and I'm your one and only knight, the one and only. Why are you so worried like this when you are personally holding the leash of a man who's crazy about you? Looking at me with such loving and hateful eyes, Eclis' fingertips lingering closely on top of the ruby ring, as if he'll press it. The gauge bar above his head shone like blood that had rotted away. Only you who can control my leash, my dear master. I had no choice but to admit it completely. Eclis' route ending his failed. I didn't love him at all, and he knew it well. That was my defeat. I completely failed at Eclis' route, and it was time to find another route. Choker, as if to wake from a short daydream, the cloudy fog filled my head slowly now that I was sure it was all and I don't have to put myself in his shoes anymore. Why would I? An insolent dog can be disciplined by tugging their leash. Worth? You're not even worth it. I twisted the corners of my mouth, as if it was my mistake that I was shocked by failure. It felt like a lie. You bit your master. Master, shut up. Eclis' eyes shook once he caught my hand and forcibly touched his cheek, but I tore off from his hold. Penelope, in the meantime, his hand stretched out to hold me, but it hit the cold as I stepped back from the iron bars. Yeah, you're right, I brought you to take advantage of you, but what is that eventually? Because of you, rather than fulfilling my purpose, it turned into a mess 5 minutes before it's done. A dog should behave like a dog. What's the value of a dog biting his master? Eclis, after grumbling, I laughed with a disheveled face. He was no longer worth it. The moment when the face of Eclis was distorted like a slow motion. I pulled out the ruby ring roughly in front of him. Master, when he called me with his eyes wide open. I threw it as hard as I could into the bars without hesitation. Chang, a sharp burst of sound rang out. The ring that flashed after hitting somewhere several times quickly disappeared into the darkness. Ever since I brought Eclis with me, the index finger that was never been removed from the ring is now empty. He looked devastated at the sight of my empty hands. I told you betrayal is death. Now you're dead to me, Eclis. Unlike when I came, I turned around without hesitation. That was the end. The ring was thrown away, rolling right into the darkness. There was a squeak coming from the wind faintly blowing through the front. As she turned her head reflexively, her dark pink hair fluttered like falling petals. Wait. Eclis reached out. It was to grab her master, but before catching her, Penelope turned her back completely on him. Eclis' pupils began to shake uncontrollably. He needs to find the ring and give it back to her, but his master has already gone far away without even looking back. Don't go, master, wait. His master is still moving away while Eclis calls her nervously. Unlike his burning heart, the voice that was dry and hard was resentful. Master. But it was strange, at this point his master would have already gone. Even though she always acted as if she would send him back to the auction house with harsh words, she will eventually forgive him. She listened to everything he wanted and always left room for him. Even if he crossed the line, she always forgave him, so he can't give up his uncontrollable heart. But my master herself, who had tamed me so much, did not look back, because she made the son of a bitch crawl up and down without knowing the subject. The slender body showed no signs of stopping, but gradually moved away. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Master, don't go, there's still something I have to say. As if something hard was hitting his head, he suddenly came to his senses. His chaotic mind gradually cleared up. Why did the master throw the ring? Penelope. How did I look at that moment? Penelope, don't go. Eclis stretched his arm through the narrow bars to catch the woman moving away. Maybe it was because he was trying so hard. A gruesome sound leaked out of his body, accompanied by dull pain. Of course he couldn't reach her. His arms stretched out into the dark pink hair, which had gone far away, fluttered in the air. Penelope, for the first time since being brought to the Empire, he's overtaken by the fear. Penelope, but the steps fade away, showing no sign of stopping. In the end, silence came. That was the end. His only master left in this cold, dark prison cell. Their ring was left as the only evidence of his close relationship with her. Eclis, who clings to the bars and looked at the prison hallway with a vain look, suddenly rubbed his lips. The ring! He was suddenly desperate, and then ran to the corner where he heard the ring being thrown away. The inside of the prison was so dark that he couldn't see an inch ahead. Without hesitation, Eclis fell down to the dirty floor and crawled like a dog and fumbled on the floor. Fortunately, the ring was narrowly stuck between the cracks in the stone floor just before it fell into the hole. He clasped it in his hand and went back to the light. It was where his master had just stood. The red ruby in the light was fortunately intact. However, under the ruby the gold ring was completely crushed. He can't put his fingers in it anymore, and he could see how hard his master had thrown it at the moment. Eclis flinched slightly while he carefully turned the ring around to check it. Why? He shook his head and muttered to himself he couldn't understand his previous master very well. The master just now, of course, he predicted that if he took Yvonne she would be furious with him. However, it wasn't supposed to be like this, like she's going to give up on him. My master wouldn't abandon me. Eclis thought, because you have to keep using me, Penelope, so even for that purpose she couldn't abandon him. It should be now you're dead to me. Eclis, the eyes that were throwing the ring, and the face that was turning away without even looking at him, seemed rather relieved, as if it were better. Why, Penelope? The firm belief that the master would not let go of him while bringing Yvonne to mansion began to shake little by little. It can't be. Eclis denied the reality with a confused face while holding the ring. This is only because his master is angry right now, that's all. Soon she'll be back when her anger passes, and as always with a beautiful smile like a flower. Eclis, it was then his name which had been hovering in a hazy imagination became a reality, and sank into his ears. A soft skirt swirled around his feet. Instead of joy, despair seeped in, because his body noticed before his head that it wasn't the voice of the person who laughed happily in his imagination. Are you sick, Eclis? Hearing a sweet voice, Eclis slowly lifted his head, which was leaning against the bars. Under the lamp's light, pink hair fluttered, blue eyes anxiously looking down at him at her sudden appearance. An unexpected and unimaginable anger seethed through him. Eclis sprang up from the floor and he grabbed her neck, reaching out through the bars of the cell. The woman suddenly caught her breath, struggled with her blue eyes wide open. Eclis looked insensitively at the small body fluttering with embarrassment and amazement. You said if I didn't kill you and I took you back to the Duke, everything would work out, Eclis. I didn't reveal that I used my force because my master might be disappointed, and that's why I sold out all my fellow countrymen. I did what you said, Yvonne. If the eyes could kill a person, she would have been torn to death many times already. Though he's already strangled her neck so hard Eclis gave off eerie chills. But my master said she'll never see me again. She thinks I'm dead. Eclis. Why? Yvonne's face, which had been white, turned red as if it would burst soon. Like there was a hideous bloodshot in her clear eyes despite the slender figure of the woman, who was about to die. Eclis still held tightly her neck. What's wrong with Penelope? Answer me. As her pupils were loosened, she kept falling backwards. Yvonne tapped desperately on the arm of the urging Eclis. She was asking to be released so she could answer. While staring at her fiercely, Eclis grudgingly took off both hands that were covering her neck. Yvonne coughed wildly. After a long time the cough finally died down. She touched her neck with clear finger marks, asked with wide eyes, What's the problem? What's the problem? Eclis' eyes were ferocious. If you said you knew how to use it, you would have been given the cotton cloth right away. With my own strength I have been formally knighted without having to do the dirty work of selling my countrymen. Yvonne cut him off in the middle and answered, Even if you have a knighthood, you still can't stand beside the princess. Yvonne stared at him with a sad face, even though he was the man who almost strangled her to death. As a slave from an enemy country to who have been knighted, I'm sure it would be great. But a man without any wealth is no different than a commoner. Eclis. The princess is still in a far higher place. Poor guy, you know we're in the same boat. Why are you and I in the same boat? Eclis asked as if he chewed on a piece of shit. Yvonne only looked at him with sad eyes and did not answer. It felt unpleasant. He had no other choice but to admit it. They were crawling at the same bottom and they were scrambling to get out of it. One day he had a dream too. He would formally learn the sword and prove his ability, and stand beside his master as a knight, not a slave. It was a naive and pure dream. But when did it start? He was forced to realize no matter how hard he tried, he didn't see any signs of getting closer to his master. No matter if he begged her to find him a teacher to get a lesson, become a sword master, he was still a slave. In order to rise above that, everyone needed credit. It was Yvonne who encouraged him like that. On the day the monster appeared on the farm, slaves took care of her who had been injured in the attack. That was their first meeting. Eclis recognized at first sight that she was the Duke's real daughter. So he tried to get rid of her for Penelope. However, Yvonne sympathized with his vain dream even at the moment when his hands strangled her neck. The princess is confused now, perhaps because of the after effects of a sore throat. Yvonne soothed the upset Eclis with a throbbing voice. You must be surprised and upset that I suddenly showed up and things overlapped. It's sad that there were those who were executed, but it was for the best. Eclis, it's true that they were trying to escape. The princess will soon know your sincerity because no one in this house cares about her as much as you do. She comforted and added hope to the man who strangled her with an angelic face. Yvonne wanted a family and Eclis wanted Penelope. It was in an instant that the deal was made. She was able to get into the dukedom through him, and he took Penelope to his side through Yvonne. No, it was expected to happen soon, but Eclis often wondered if this was really the right way. Maybe she noticed his hesitation. Think about it, Eclis, if you hadn't done this, what would have happened to your master? Yvonne softly spoke to him as if she were singing a lullaby. Eclis was lost in thought, as if possessed by her words. That day when Penelope returned alone from the imperial palace without a carriage was clear. He couldn't leave the girl who had her face buried in her hands and sobbed. If he does that, she would have died in the contempt and despair of those duke and aristocratic cubs. In front of Eclis' eyes, Penelope, who cried out with an unsuccessful goal, came to mind. Please help me, heal me, no, help me. Heal me. He had to rescue her from here. He need to get her out of here so she can live. Eclis' eyes, imagining the unfortunate vision of his master, were gradually lost in thought. So he didn't notice when Yvonne secretly took out something and mumbled. The Otome whisper of a spell. Only you can save the princess, Eclis. Yvonne put something ancient in front of Eclis' eyes. The blue light gradually leaked from the broken piece she was holding. Eclis looked at it as if he had been completely possessed. The blue glowed over his grayish pupil. But the princess hates you. Are a pitiful and miserable person. You're nothing more but a slave from a defeated country, Yvonne whispered, her brainwashing. So don't trust her too much. She's so cold and arrogant. If you get on her nerves, she may send you back to the slave market or kill you. You know the scary rumors about the princess, right, Eclis? Today what she did to you proves that. I'm the only one you can trust. We're the only two in the world. We're in the same boat. Why are you and I in the same situation? For my master, you have to die someday. Yvonne, who was whispering in the other person's ear with her body clasped over the bars, suddenly stopped. He rarely opened his heart to her, even though she had been shown dozens of times the blue-colored mirror. Too much time had passed just to plant hatred for the fake princess who doesn't love him. Despite being distracted by the artifacts, Yvonne changed her face as she looked at Eclis, who showed a strong obsession with Penelope. I need to find the piece quickly. All traces of her innocent and angel-like appearance disappeared from her face. She murmured at the end, collecting the piece she had taken out with a distorted face like a demon. Yvonne arrived sooner than expected due to a long delay. While climbing the stairs, I hurriedly hid behind the door at the sound of footsteps. And the sight that happened was just a wonder and horror. Watching everything the heroine did, I climbed the stairs with my frantic beating chest and breathless. When I finally got out of the building, I barely held back a piercing scream. It was real. All the things I saw in Soleil weren't an illusion. I ran through the woods in fear, as if I was being chased by someone. Maybe the heroine noticed me and will come after me with that blue-colored piece of mirror. I almost fell over many times from looking back. I could see the huge, brightly lit mansion from a distance not long after I got out of the woods and arrived at the mansion. Ha ha! I slowly returned to my senses with the beautifully lit mansion around me. At that moment, the strength in my legs left, and I was about to collapse. I managed to hold on to the tree next to me and kept breathing roughly. My heart calmed down little by little. When the fear was gone to some extent, I realized that I had left without the disguise. I hurriedly took the bracelet out of my pocket and put it on my wrist. After a while, the purple jewels flashed. I trudged along with a sign of relief, or maybe it was of pain. It was when I reached the back door of the mansion. Someone was walking nervously along the door. Emily, I called her quietly. Miss Emily jumped in place and tried to call out to me. When she saw my transformed figure, she closed her mouth. She stamped her feet and whispered to me quickly, "Why did you come back so late?" That woman went to the forest for a walk. Originally, Yvonne will meet Eclis before the dinner and quickly return. But the plan is all broken down. I nodded and spat out quietly, "I saw it." "Did you run into her?" "No." "Then let's go inside. For now it's late. They might find us strange." I entered the back door from earlier and stopped Emily from wondering. The exhaustion caused by the intense emotions took over my whole body. Tired and exhausted, I couldn't even think anymore. I quickly climbed the central stairs with Emily. In the meantime, I ran into some servants, but apparently I looked so different that they didn't care. When I finally got to the second floor, I could see 2 large guards standing in front of the door without moving. As I stood behind Emily and went over there, the guards were alert. "Who are you?" Emily said what she had already been told to this person that the young lady called. "The lady called you? I've never seen you before. Where do you belong and why were you called?" "I'm a child working in the garden. A few days ago she lost an accessory while she was taking a walk, and asked me to find it." The guards looked back at me with suspicious faces. "Is it true?" "Yes." I rolled up my sleeves. On my wrist I had a bracelet that was not suitable for a young boy to wear. "As soon as I found it, I'm afraid I might drop it and lose it," I answered calmly. The guards, who never imagined of me being the boy in front of them, looked at each other and soon turned their heads. "Go in." Emily and I came safely into the room. Now I hurriedly took off my bracelet and clothes and handed them over to Emily. Now it was Emily's turn. She replied, "I'll be right back, miss," and went out wearing the servant's clothes and the magic bracelet Derek gave me. It was fortunate the magic was not limited only to me. While waiting for Emily, who had gone out to deceive the guards, I turned around and changed into my clothes. I washed up quickly and immediately laid down on the bed. My mind is so chaotic I wanted to fall asleep, but I couldn't. The sleep definitely wouldn't come to me. Yvonne is with the Layla clan and Eclis had been brainwashed with that artifact. It was hard to say if the brainwashing she did is not working, since Eclis' behavior changed extremely. In addition, it may not only apply to Eclis but also to Derek and Reynold. Fortunately, the artifact is not in perfect condition. I had a hunch Yvonne is trying to find the piece of the mirror I have and complete the artifact. You can't activate that. It was used by the ancient Layla clan. It's to bring the opponent into the most desperate situation and destroy their mind. Vinter's heavy voice echoed in my ear 3 days before the night of the coming-of-age ceremony. My plan failed to receive a full favorability from one of the ML. And the heroine who appeared earlier than the original story is brainwashing the ML. I'm going to die if I stay like this. This was what my instinct said as the hard mode time limit was approaching. I instinctively noticed that death was closing in front of me. Suddenly I felt an endless sense of hopelessness, as if I had run into a wall. My eyes dimmed. How can I get out of this fucking place without dying? I spent the night with eyes open, calculating, thinking, and desperately trying to figure out the remaining favorability. It was dawn. I rose quietly from my bed and rang the bell. My loyal, dedicated maid forced her way into my room with sleepy eyes. "Miss, you called." I stared at her with bloodshot eyes. Emily was shocked by my appearance. "Are you perhaps didn't get any sleep?" Emily: "Yes, miss. Tell me, how does the coming-of-age ceremony proceed?" "What, the coming-of-age ceremony?" Emily could not hide her bewilderment at the sight of me calling her early in the morning and making a sudden question. But she quickly replied with a grimace. "Usually receiving the official seal of the imperial palace. Upon receiving the royal edict, the older family member will give you a congratulatory greeting and share the sari state, a wine, with immediate family members, to celebrate becoming an adult." Okay, good. I was glad. One thing went exactly the same as the game. Having been lost in thought for a moment, I soon gave her a secret order that no one should know about. "When the day is bright, go to the head of the White Rabbit." "The head?" "Yes, go and tell the head." When I whispered something secret in her ear, Emily widened her eyes. "Oh, miss, well, that's you can do it, right, ha?" But she hesitated in an instant with a worried face. "What if the office's head refuses the request?" "Then tell him to pay the debt you owed me the other day, not the request." Emily grinned her lips with a zinc look. I asked in a cool voice, "Can you do it or not? If you can't, I'll have someone else to do it." "Oh no, I'll do it, miss. I can do it." Emily shook her head hurriedly. I stared at her while she kept saying "I can do it" repeatedly, and opened my mouth and made a grim move. "Emily, this has to be done more secretly than ever. Oh, Mississippi. You know, if you get caught, right?" Emily hesitated in tears and soon nodded slowly. "I'll trust you from now on, Emily. I hope you don't betray my trust." "I'll do it, miss. I'll make sure to help you succeed." Emily's pupils glistened curiously, as if she was asking when she hesitated. "When I first came here, it was that dreary face I saw when she was stabbing myself with a needle. She's like a wicked maid of evil." Only then did I let go of my stiff expression and smiled faintly. There was still one way to try to escape, although the risk was extremely high, and I don't even know if it works in this crazy game. I can't be a fool and just die. I glared at the air. Emily left the mansion as soon as dawn breaks. As instructed, I came out of the mansion with 2 guards behind. It was more frustrating to stay inside the room than to be watched. Unlike my gloomy heart, the sky was bright like a lie last night. I felt dizzy, perhaps because I didn't sleep a wink. Going around the building, I headed to the glass greenhouse. The guards opened the glass door with a quick gesture and stood on both sides of the entrance. Am I a prisoner? I was staring at them with cold eyes, and soon I sighed and entered through the glass door. "Don't let anyone in," I ordered as I passed by before closing the door. It was the night before the storm, but I didn't want to ruin it by running into the wandering Rio princess. It was annoying that 2 big guards followed behind, but it was good to be able to prevent this. I walked inside the greenhouse. The glass greenhouse is full of colorful and mysterious flowers, but it didn't really catch my eye. Finally, I stopped at a seat by the corner. Small white wildflowers bloomed gently among the green grass. It was the bouquet of flowers that Eclis had picked up for me the other day, and that he had plucked flowers for me and made a flower crown. I looked down at them for a moment with an expressionless face standing in front of them, and soon lay flat on it smiling at the flowers. I whispered, "You're the only one." A few days later I received a flower crown, and I was full of hope that the escape was coming soon, but now all those things felt distant. Slowly blinking, I soon closed my eyes completely. "I'm tired." It was quiet everywhere. I seemed to be falling asleep, but I couldn't fall asleep completely. I sighed and lifted one arm and covered my eyes. It wasn't just a nap or awakening with eyes closed. It was like floating somewhere in my chaotic consciousness. Click! I suddenly felt a faint presence of someone. It was the sound of the door opening. I'm sure I told them not to let anyone in. Eyes covered with my arms frowned. I got up and thought I'd fire the one who disobeyed my order, but I just gave up. Even I was annoyed by his noisy body. I could hear the sound of the intruder's feet coming to me without hesitation. Whether they were willing to hide their presence, or not. Guards, or is it Emily? In a rather hurried walk, I had got the dedicated maid I had sent to the White Rabbit this morning. I was curious what kind of answer she had from Vinter. If he refused to the end, things would bother me by the time I was wondering what to do with the remaining 2 days if he finally refused. The step of someone approaching suddenly stopped beside me, I uttered irritably, covering my eyes with my arms. I have already told you not to let anyone in. Does anyone includes members of the imperial family? But the returned voice belonged to a totally unexpected man. I lowered my arm. The sudden flash of light made my eyes ache, a brilliant golden color, and a red ruby shone through the darkness. Callisto, am I still half asleep? I was staring blankly at the intruder before me. Suddenly a pair of red rubies came very close. The hairs tickled the forehead, as if they were almost golden. The man said, frowning at me, and crinkled his nose, "Oh my God, you shouldn't wake up. I haven't kissed you yet." He pierced my ears more clearly with his low-pitched sound of laughter. Only then I came to my senses, as if I was doused in cold water. "Your Highness," after raising my upper body, I almost hit my head with the prince. He said, "Oops." And he dodged his body humorously. I panicked, and soon stammered and opened my mouth. "Your Highness, how did you get in here? You've got some pretty loyal escorts," Callisto answered carelessly, shrugging his shoulders. "Everyone fainted and did not dare block the Crown Prince's entry." "Fainted? Who cares?" I hit it a little hard with a knocking "No, it's not, but I don't know why the conversation flows like this. But it suddenly made me feel better when I heard that he knocked them out, perhaps because of the Duke's order. Or because he followed me without listening to me cursing dirtily. Next time I'd rather knock them out than go to the wall. When he asked, "Why is your face so stupid?" and I said, "Oh my God," and I came to my senses. "Why are you here?" As soon as my embarrassment, which was caused by sudden appearance of the man, disappeared, my cold voice popped out without realizing it with my sour expression. The prince burst into laughter, as if I was dejected. "Can I come to my fiancée's house at my will?" "I've never heard about that before. Which one of my older brothers are you engaged to?" In addition, when I calmly responded to the bullshit that he started, the man frowned. "What kind of terrible joke is that? I never thought that you can be so mean." "I'm serious." After a short reply, I picked up my clothes that were worn out from lying down and got up from my seat. Then I turned and looked at the Crown Prince. He sat crouching on the lawn regardless of the crumpled fancy uniform. The grass was a little smudged at the end of the white uniform trousers. I narrowed my forehead and reached out my hand to him. "Stop it, get up, Your Highness, your clothes will get dirty." The Crown Prince looked at my hand in front of me with a curious look. It seemed that his clothes would be completely dirty. "What are you doing? Come on," I waved my hand and urged. Then at last he snatched my hand and got up from his seat. When I realized that he's still holding onto my hand, I tried to tug them, but this time the Crown Prince did not let go of my hand. I looked down at it for a moment, and thought I'd force myself to break out from him, but soon I just turned off my nerves because I didn't think it would be easy to let go. A strong strength was forced to the fingers, tingling them. I walked away, leaving him like that. The Crown Prince was approaching me silently until I reached to the table in the middle of the glass greenhouse. I felt hot warmth in my hands. I just realized that I had a crush, but that didn't change anything between us. I am in a difficult situation and I can't care about such trifling feelings. Just our hands holding once won't make my heart pound like a child. My heart didn't even shake. It didn't matter. "Sit down." Arriving at the table, I offered him a seat. Only then did the Crown Prince sit down in the chair with my hand in his grip. My bloodless hands are starting to get sore. I didn't express myself and shook the bell lying on the table a couple of times. It was a signal to the maid in charge of the greenhouse to bring refreshments. The Crown Prince looked at me as if he had not expected it. I thought I was gonna get kicked out right away. How dare I do that to the Crown Prince? I'm such a commoner person. "Did the Duke give you new teacher of the Imperial Court etiquette for the coming-of-age ceremony?" He praised me for being so perfect that he had nothing to teach me anymore. As I clenched my teeth and answered with a smile, the Crown Prince squinted his eyes and giggled. Soon after, a maid opened the glass door and brought refreshments. When she came closer, I saw the maid's face were pale. He knocked the guards out and broke, and so it meant that it was true. I looked with pitiful look at the back of the maid who was leaving the room and ran out, and then turned my head towards the Crown Prince. "What brings you here?" "I brought you a present for your coming-of-age ceremony." "A present?" I ordered them to bring it in advance because there were so many. All sorts of junk gifts will get tangled up on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony, I answered Callisto, who gave me a simple reply. Looking with a little surprise, you already gave me a present last time that was a reward. I forgot that it was my own reward, and I nodded at his words and casually spat it out. But you don't have to come and tell me in person. Why didn't you just order someone under you like you did back then? The Crown Prince stared at me with an expression of absurdity. Why are you so slow to get it? I tilted my head because I didn't know what he meant. What, of course I came to see you otherwise. Why would I come all the way here in this busy situation? The moment I heard his obvious answer, as I was in daze. Unlike my mind that left me, my heart was fluttering. My vision was shaking. The Crown Prince added with a face with a grumpy heart. Do I have to say this with my own mouth to make you feel better? You've got a dull side which I have to crack every time, Your Highness. When I came to my senses, I called him like a sigh. My heart shook constantly. No, it wasn't. I bit the flesh inside my mouth tightly, and soon opened my mouth. I'm glad you're finally here. I would be too busy to give you an answer on the coming-of-age day. If I can give you a clear answer to your proposal, I'll tell you. And it was a moment when I tried hard to end the talk. Wait a minute, Princess. Suddenly the Crown Prince raised his hand to stop me. Then I made a sound of confusion. I'd like to ask you one thing before I hear it. The Duke, is his financial situation difficult these days? Or are you being neglected because you're not the real daughter? Oh my God, is he still discriminating against you as an adoptee? What do you mean? I couldn't understand what the Crown Prince was saying as I looked at him with a puzzled look. He suddenly reached out to me. All that's left of you is skin and bones. My left wrist, which was lying on the table carelessly, was caught in a big grip and lifted by the Crown Prince. What are you doing? What's wrong with your look, which I have never seen before? The Crown Prince glared at me with a fierce look, just blinking my surprised eyes. He grabbed my arm and jumped out of his seat. Get up. Well, Your Highness. I clasped his hand in amazement. What the hell is wrong with you all of a sudden? At this rate, the epitaph will be inscribed on the memory of the first noblewoman who starved and died of malnutrition in the Empire. The Crown Prince shrank with a low voice. Then he swung my arm. He caught my wrists, swaying about as he shook them. Were grotesque. As I could see, I had a lot things to worry about these days, so my face seemed to have gotten a little thinner. I wasn't in a situation where I can put some food through my throat, so I just starved. That's why I was a bit embarrassed. Without noticing, I lost the words to explain my thin wrist. Go and pack right away, the Crown Prince growls and spits out roughly. You must go to the Imperial. When I was told to go to the palace, I came to my senses. Your Highness, Your Highness. I grabbed the Crown Prince, who snatched my arm in a hurry. He looked back at me with a fierce frown. What are you doing? You don't get up fast. Your Highness, please calm down and sit down. It's no big deal. I slowly calmed the Crown Prince. Even if I wasn't stressed out, Penelope was just as sensitive, as she had a violent temperament. But what I said to calm him down seemed to have backfired. Then what's the big deal with the princess? The Crown Prince squinted his eyes and said with a cold voice, is it really a big deal for you if you starve yourself and bury yourself in the ground? Don't exaggerate, this won't kill me, and even so, what does it matter to you? An indifferent voice leaked out. I was really asking because I was curious. Why is he so angry about I losing some weight after proposing a political marriage without any emotions until recently? As if he loves me. Love, don't you think that's a naive word that doesn't suit us? What's wrong with you? That day the words he said were engraved and floated around in my head. 76% of favorability was shown like a sign of affection, not love. System, would you like to check the favorability of Callisto? 4 million gold. Fame 200. I stared blankly at the white square window that had been floating in the air for a while and slowly took off the wrist that was caught by him. Whether I'm really abused as an adopted princess, or whether I starve or lose weight because of it, it has nothing to do with Your Highness. It's not a big deal. When I took my hand off of him completely, the system window finally disappeared. Of course, if I don't act like I do now and I'll be more affectionate as I did with Eclis, maybe I'll reach the 100% and hear what I want to hear, but I don't have time, so both the situation and the confirmation of his favorability were useless. I knew the Crown Prince would get angry, pointing out my rude tone. But he stared at me in silence, and soon he opened his mouth and said quietly, is it really bad to worry for someone you care about? His expression was calm, but I could feel the remnants of anger barely holding back from his exhaling breath. But I still asked insensitively, why do you worry about me, princess? What kind of relationship do we have right now? I answered indifferently to the increasingly cold voice of the Crown Prince as a warning. There's too long distance between us, the Crown Prince answered in a brisk manner. I've proposed to you, so we're going to be officially engaged. When I got back I thought about what you said then. His reticent utterances were full of unknowable conviction. I didn't know where his conviction came from. This was an opportunity anyway. I whispered something I had just missed. No matter how much I think about it, I can only refuse your offer. My answer is no, Your Highness. This is driving me crazy. The Crown Prince laughed as if he was bewildered and raised his hand to rub his face. I knew that our conversation was a little off, but I pretended not to know. It was just a good thing you say this before the coming-of-age ceremony. The Crown Prince, who had been rubbing his face for a while, soon lowered his hand and looked back at me. His eyes were a little reddish. Princess, we were just talking about your eating and health. Do we have to bring that up in this situation? I was going to tell you this. Why, give me a reason. The Crown Prince irritatedly cut off my words and moved his body. He sat down again across from me. Finally, it seemed that I had a chance to be heard out. For your information, it's almost like killing me for a reason like that, Princess. I don't understand any of that anymore, he suddenly warned in a low voice. I'd given you plenty of opportunities, the chance to get revenge on me. It was like a madman, but it was me who didn't give him a chance to cut his throat anyway. It was a very convenient reason, but now it didn't matter. I nodded and opened my mouth. That's not the reason then, because you and I are moving in different directions, and we are not compatible with each other's wishes. Different directions compatible? I don't think you've ever uttered such a word that day. The Crown Prince sighed deeply as if he were dumbfounded by my words. Tapping on the table, he asked, suddenly furrowing his forehead, Is it so hard to say that we're going to get married according to our family's arrangement, and that we're going to get along with each other? The words were not difficult, the situation was just difficult. When I did not answer, he whispered in a soothing voice. I didn't ask you to be Crown Princess, I suggested you to be a partner to share my life with me. It would be a better choice than a political marriage with a stranger. How can you be so sure? I am more handsome. He shook his head arrogantly. I was in a state of complex thoughts. But at that moment I burst into laughter. Are you laughing? Callisto glared at me. But I couldn't stop my laughter. If I had been a real Penelope, if I had been a noble woman born and raised here, perhaps his words would have been so sweet, but it wasn't that case, Your Highness. I finally opened my mouth with a big smile. First of all, as you described me, title The Ugly Duckling of the Duke didn't suited me. He frowned at my rather incoherent remark. What are you talking about? The real princess of the house came back. The real princess, the real daughter of the Duke. At my reply he only wriggled his chin once, but there was no sign of much surprise. You knew about it. I've been told by Cedric that the atmosphere of the duchy is unusual. I thought it was a fake, but it was real, he asked back abruptly as he confessed the news he had learned. But what the hell does that have to do with your relationship with me? I'm a fake, I added with a shrug. Fake which is supposed to leave when the real daughter appears. Where in the world does that thing happens? Callisto looked puzzled. You have been living in a lady's position for 6 years. And now that his own daughter has appeared, the Duke is going to kick you out, so you're starving without food. It's not like that, Your Highness. Please stop. If someone heard, they'd really think that I am starving. Suddenly he shut his mouth. The look of compassion made me feel bad. I was speaking with a frown on my forehead. As long as I'm engaged to you in this condition, it won't do you much good, Your Highness. Because for nobles there's no reason to treat the fake much better than you do for the real one. Blood is much thicker than water anyway. You didn't listen to me then. Until then, the Crown Prince, who had kept his mouth shut and listened to me, gave me sharp statement. It's you. I chose Penelope Eckhart. I didn't choose a real daughter of the Duke. Your Highness, isn't that better for you now that his daughter is back? You won't be too involved even if you leave the mansion? As you said, the Duke won't turn you out right away. It's not goodbye yet. Before you get kicked out, come to the palace first, then isn't it over? Why do you make things so complicated? He looked at me, who was stunned, and muttered as if I couldn't understand him. I think we're pretty fond of each other. Am I mistaken? The fact that he knew about it made my heart flutter. He and I, we had feelings on each other, that real feeling that can never develop beyond that. This is why you and I can't be together. My heart sank slowly. I managed to squeeze out my voice. That fondness is not love. You're not a child, but I appreciate you, Princess, the Crown Prince answered rather nervously. That stupid emotional play is just an illusion that has a definite end. You know about that much. A real princess has appeared, but she is not worthy to be called ideal. Sounds like an excuse. Tell me the real reason, not that it would be more convincing for me that you would say no to me. No, at that moment the reasons for the refusal, which was difficult for even me to explain properly in words, became clear as bright day. I raised my head and looked Callisto in the eyes. I don't want to be with you without love, Your Highness. I don't want to choose you who don't love me, whom I don't love as well. Is that a reasonable reason now? At that moment, as I watched the red eyes shake slightly, I thought this is how it should be. I moved silently, looking at his eyes as if they had lost their shine. I don't know when I'll be kicked out. I've always lived in uncertainty, Your Highness. Of course it's half decided that I'm going to be being kicked out now. Words worthy of sympathy flowed out in a desolate voice. It was in the middle of my confession to Callisto. Sadly, I didn't care about saying this. It wasn't even my situation. And it was a game story that was decided anyway. No matter what I do, I can't change it. Of all your suggestions, the premise that I will always be a lady is wrong. Your Highness, I'm comforting myself with the bitter certainty, and confided the secrets that I've been hiding. I want someone who will love me enough to get me out of this hell. I don't need man with moderate interests, who see me as a princess of the empire, but I need a man who will get me out of here. And I breathed heavily, and then breathed out like a sigh. I'm sure you're not that kind of person. Callisto's face, which I checked with glaring eyes, was lost. I'm not, he asked with a little commanding face. Yes, you're not. Once again I nodded slowly as I watched the red pupils shake faintly. Once again you will be the emperor. I managed to lean my head down, avoiding his gaze. There'll be more decent ladies if you look around. They have a proper understanding, and they are pleasant and reassuring to be with you. For example, a real lady of this house who came back, or someone else. While talking, I suddenly remembered the Crown Prince's route in the normal mode. After brutally killing the wicked woman who was harassing the heroine, he later held an engagement ceremony with her. And with the full support of the Duke of Eckhart, he defeat the unwarranted forces and rise to the throne, and then marry the heroine immediately after the ending. An illustration of the splendid marriage between the Crown Prince and the heroine, which was coming out of the epilogue, flashed through my mind. To be honest, Yvonne was very reluctant. But what's important is that the Crown Prince managed to survive the bloody battle with Yvonne on his back and grab the throne. In the illustration of the Crown Prince growing up and wearing a crown, he was smiling brightly as if he was perfectly satisfied. Well, that's what's important. It was not difficult to kill someone, but a new characters in my head, a handful of wobbly dungs. Maybe that would be more beneficial to you, Your Highness. A fairly sound voice leaked out. What? Callisto asked back. I muttered, staring at the small white flower that bloomed between the green grass under the table. It would be a better choice for you to marry the real princess, not me. Your mouth shut up. At that moment there was a chilling sound sharp enough to make the flesh sting. I raised with surprise my head, which was bowed down. The Crown Prince glared at me fiercely with his red eyes brightly glistening. How far are you going to insult me, Princess? Your Highness, now you're even a matchmaker, treating the Crown Prince as a stallion. Is my proposal seems funny to you? I couldn't figure out why he was suddenly angry. I panicked and replied barely while rolling my eyes. You know that's not what I meant. No, I don't know, the Crown Prince spat out before I could finish my words. Damn it, I don't know why you are doing this. He brushed his bangs roughly with one hand. Then you will send me to that bitch, and you will find another bastard and leave this house. What's with the sudden talk? Tell me, who's that bastard? I frowned at where our conversation is going. My escape is entirely up to me, you know. There's no one like that, and you know it's none of your business. I'm at my limit now. Penelope Eckhart, you'd better be careful what you say. A blue tendon stood on the back of his hand. Perhaps it really showed he was at his limit. I asked because I didn't understand. Why are you angry? So I look angry in your eyes now. The Crown Prince must have been unable to bear his anger, so he hit the table with his hands. Amazed by the loud noise, I shrugged my shoulders and I stared at him with dumb eyes. I don't understand. Why was he doing this to me while he didn't even love me? Your Highness needs another noblewoman who fits your interest without emotions, and I need someone who loves me. Is this hard to say? I returned what the Crown Prince had said. Callisto opened his eyes and called, not to know what to say. But that was it. He was so nice despite not saying a single word. A stifling silence falls in the glass greenhouse. For a short time we sit quietly without looking at each other. I suddenly felt deep fatigue and opened my mouth. Now don't come to me any more, Your Highness. My lips moved without my knowledge. Callisto, who was clenching his fists tightly and keeping his temper, suddenly stared at me with his red eyes. Don't even give me your gifts. Pretend you don't know me from now on. Why? That's the way people are when they are not in a relationship. We're not like it, aren't we? Yes, I nodded my head and answered again. Your Highness and I have nothing to do with each other. We should keep going forward with our own separate paths. Haas! Callisto burst out laughing with the hysterical grin. He stretched out his fist, which he had held so tightly that there was a tendon, and swept down his face. The situation now seemed quite stuffy and complicated. The Crown Prince, who did so for a long time, lifted his hand from his face for a moment. He looked tired and asked, I need to make sure, Princess. Yes, go ahead. Just now have I been dumped? If you are unhappy, Your Highness may consider it as if you have dumped me. I replied neatly and dryly as payback for the atrocities I committed in the maze garden the other day. It's really strange. I only answered the question, but he suddenly frowned at me. He once again sighed and opened his mouth. I believe that you had the same idea as I did. I thought you was looking at the same direction as me, walking the same path with the same mind. It feels so strange to hear you say that. I hesitate to ask why. It's weird, so I just closed my mouth. Tap tap, like under emotional anxiety. The prince tapped the table again and again. I'm sure I predicted that you might refuse. You used to look at me like a rotten fish in front of me and spit out hateful words. There was a constant look of disgust at this man's choice of poor language, but I remained silent. For Callisto continued to speak his words with a dejected smile, but I never expected to be rejected like this, so I'm feeling really dirty. His words rattled my heart. I bit hard my lips. At that time the Crown Prince jumped out of his seat. The chair fell back at the rough gesture, but neither he nor I cared about it. I see your answer, Your Highness. See you at the coming-of-age ceremony. Without looking at me, he spat out like a shotgun. I answered hastily. You've already given me the gift, so you don't have to come that day. But even before I could finish speaking, Callisto turned away coldly, creating a wild wind, and he was walking fast towards the entrance of the greenhouse. Not long after, the roughly opened glass door closed with a roar. The glass greenhouse became silent in a moment. Well, I'm glad after he meets Ivonne and falls in love with her, I may not be able to speak the same words as before in front of Callisto. It was fortunate that I could speak before and not be miserable. I gratefully looked at the closed glass door and moved on to make a series of misfortunes. Callisto, who had just escaped through the glass door, suddenly looked down at something that struck him. What the fuck? Two guards lying on the floor carelessly, and a small body was squatting down and watching them carefully. Is she a maid? Before entering the greenhouse, those who had personally wanted to stop him with their fists were blocking his way even after they had collapsed. What a shameless fellow they were! He felt very uncomfortable. He kicked roughly with his shoe-padded feet, pushing away the arms of someone who was under his feet. Someone's moaning and sharp breaths were defined. Because those things had always been his daily routine, the road was cleared without anyone blocking his feet anymore. Only then did he move his steps. No, he was about to move it. Hey there! Suddenly the hem of his cape was pulled. He looked down slowly. He could see the pink top of head in front him. It was a maid. Oh, hello. Well, I'm Ivonne, who's been staying in this house, and I would like. You know, the guards are laying, so I was so surprised that I was looking at them. The maid uttered a series of useless words and made a mistake, but I didn't intend to make you uncomfortable and intentionally block your way. Get your hands off me! Callisto, who had been silent until then, suddenly opened his mouth. Yes, the maid lifted her head slightly. She looked puzzled, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. He felt something dirty which was stuck in the mud. Callisto clenched his teeth, holding back his anger. If you don't want to be hurt, get your hands off me. The maid blinked blankly, as if she didn't understand what he was saying. The Crown Prince took out his sword right away. As always, he recited with low voice, knives pressed under the woman's neck. Did your ears get clogged? Don't you know it's a summary execution if you touch the imperial body without permission? I didn't know it. I'm so sorry. A sharp blade pressed under her neck. A tingling pain began to make the maid tremble like a tiny tree. He really didn't want to hear the woman cry when he was a child. He dreamed of someone who would hold on to him and feel free with. He wanted to kill this woman right away, but he managed to control his anger just behind. It was because of the woman in the greenhouse. She hated blood, and hated cruelty. Even if he only showed her beautiful and pretty things she liked, she would never associate herself with him again if he used your sword in anywhere. Callisto took a deep breath and put the sword back into its sheath. You have to select your people carefully. Duke, you haven't educated your employees well. And still with her head bowed down before him, he strode past the shivering pink hair as if it's not worth dealing with. The crown prince disappeared with a red cape, and it wasn't long before Ivonne raised her head. Her face, all wet with tears, was so pitiful and beautiful. However, the blue eyes that looked at the side where the crown prince disappeared were not at all so. Her hand, hidden behind her back, trembled with one shard piece held tight. I didn't get up until it was time for the crown prince to return to the imperial palace completely. It was around the time I left the greenhouse I found 2 guards lying passed out on the floor in front of the door, and a small figure next to them. He really knocked them out when the dismay because of the crown prince's action past discomfort soon came. It was because of the pink hair. She raised her head and looked at me. Her crying eyes were burning red as if she was crying out of pity because of one of the guards. Even her crying face was pretty. For a moment I looked at her with a frown on my face and was about to walk past her. Wait, Princess! Ivonne jumped up and blocked my path. When my path was blocked, an unintentionally crooked voice came out. What is it? Hello, Princess. That is, I was taking a walk when I saw these guards passed out, and I was trying to call someone, and I was worried that the princess might be going around alone. Exactly like the settings in the game, Ivonne looked very innocent and kind. After telling me why she was hanging around, she tilted her head down when there was no answer back. I'm sorry, but I'm never like that. With her shivering shoulders, she was like a fawn without a family in front of a big fierce wildcat. I suddenly got a headache. I didn't do anything, but I already felt like I was the only villain in the world. Yeah, it would be just great if Derek or Reynolds showed up right now. For my safety, I have to get out of this place quickly. I hurriedly opened my mouth. No need to worry about it. They'll wake up on their own. I think you're here to see the greenhouse. Please continue. The moment I was about to pass by, leaving behind a wobbly Ivonne. A bloody smell hit through my nose. I stopped walking further, and I turned my head towards Ivonne. A couple of bloodstains were clearly marked on the collar of her white dress. As I looked up, I noticed a slight cut through her soft pink hair. Are you hurt? I asked with my eyes wide open. Oh, well, that's... Ivonne stepped back from me, shoving her neck in one hand. It's no big deal. Come here, let me see. I went as far as approaching her and forcing her hand off her neck. Ivonne breathed, and when I lifted her cumbersome pink hair, I checked the wound with serious eyes. Fortunately, the wound was shallow. It was only a slight scratch compared to when I was cut. But I wasn't at all relieved by the man who did this. Crazy bastard, she's the Duke's real daughter. Without thinking twice, I felt that the Crown Prince was the culprit. I frowned at his arrogance and stared at the wound on Yvonne's neck. Not that I was worried about her. I'm just worried about how the Duke and his 2 sons will react when they find out. I'm sure he didn't do this in easy mode. It meant nothing to think about that now. It was all messed up because of Eclis. And I didn't think it would make any difference if I blamed the fucking game. You could get an infection, so you'd better go ahead and treat it. I opened my mouth, swallowing a sigh. It was already done by the Crown Prince, no less. There was nothing I could do. I can't be here with an injured Yvonne and be blamed for this. Go to the butler and ask him to call a doctor, then have a good day. I gently let go of Yvonne and turned my back again. Wait, Princess, but before I could take a single step, my skirt was caught as I inadvertently turned her head. Yvonne bit her lips and asked carefully, he's from the royal family, right? The blonde with red eyes, His Majesty the Crown Prince. You and him, are you close with him? After giving her a gentle answer, my face froze from the question that followed. There were sharp words at the tip of my tongue in response to why she would ask such a thing. However, I struggled not to and spit out, how dare you speak of a friendship with the little son of the Empire where it is concerned only one person? Sorry. Yvonne's head was bent down again, but she didn't stop asking questions. Well, by the way, if someone asks why I'm hurt, it's better to say it was just scratch something, right? Her watery blue eyes wobbled weakly as they looked at me. I couldn't stand it, and twisted my face. Why are you asking me that? Do whatever you want. If you want to make things bigger, tell the truth, and if you want to move on quietly, then keep quiet. At the end of my remark, I snapped her hand off the hem of the skirt. I'm sorry. Her helpless muttering seemed really pitiful. But I watched her with rigid eyes, to be exact, her one arm that's been hiding behind her since earlier. I just returned to the mansion, leaving Yvonne behind. When I arrived at the main hall to go towards my room, there was a commotion. Luxurious boxes with shiny jewels, dresses, and other luxuries piled up all over the place. It was a huge number, with the interior full of the Duke's mansion, which was a couple times larger than the mansions of most aristocrats. The busy servants greeted me with a bewildered look. As I kept walking with a frown on my face, the butler, who was in the middle of it leading them, recognized me. "Oh, my lady, have they already decided to treat her as a lady?" I laughed sarcastically. "Yes." The butler looked perplexed at me, looking upset. "There was only one reason why I felt so dirty. Don't worry about this. I've kept Yvonne in line. I don't intend to make this public until I'm sure. It was yesterday morning that the Duke told me that. But when I saw him buying and transporting all kinds of luxury goods in less than a day, I felt like my quiet spirit was twisting. If you're going to do this, why don't you just take her and dress up her from head to toe? The real lady is back, and you're advertising it." I was nervous about kicking one of the golden boxes at my feet. I also felt that I was a very mean villain, but it was hard for me to suppress my irritation. "It's not like that, my lady, that's not it." The butler hastily denied my words. "These are all birthday gifts for the young lady. They were brought by the Crown Prince." What I hesitated, dozens of things that at a glance did not seem to be ordinary accessories were on the floor. A vast number of dresses, shoes, gloves, hats, and a crossbow placed on top of the boxes. Looking around the chaotic main hall once again, I asked dejectedly, "These are all mine?" "Yes, he told you not to feel pressured." I was dumbfounded and touched my forehead with an empty laugh. "I told him not to give me a gift, and instead he sent a huge number of gifts, as if he had robbed a whole country. He sent different types of crossbows." "How should I arrange it, my lady?" the butler asked, looking at me with a confused look on my face. "There are some that are simply used for decoration, and there are ones with magic, and some that seem to be used in war for killing." Where he pointed there really were dozens of crossbow boxes. The servants, who had opened some of the boxes, looked back at me with troubled faces. "Do you think what I've been eating and doing nothing but shooting a crossbow? I thought I should just send them all back, but then he may come back to the duchy." I felt a sudden surge of fatigue. I turned around and beckoned the butler. "Keep it organized. Butler, I'm tired, so I'll go up first." "Yes, my lady, then I'll personally take care of it. Please rest." The butler bowed his head to see me off. "Now, first of all, we should classify accessories by category." With a clap of applause, the butler's voice echoed behind my back as they began to clean up. Somehow he looked a little excited. Someone was anxiously waiting for me when I came back to my room. "My lady, Emily." I slowly walked up to Emily, who looked delighted. "Have you been well?" "Yes." She nodded with a rough breath. I took off my shawl and handed it to her, and as I went to the front of the desk, I asked calmly, as if nothing had happened, "What did he say?" "At first he checked several times to see if you had really sent me." When I answered many times, the guild master refused to accept such a request. "Emily, just get to the point." I cut off the emphatic "maid," "so he can't do it. I said what you told me to, and he said he would prepare and send it soon." She answered timidly with her head down. The secret instructions I ordered seemed to be quite a burden. "Very good." A brief response with praise. I took out the book I had read a while ago. "But that's not the end," Emily added carefully. "The master asked me to deliver a message to you." "What is it?" "With this he have cleared up all his debts he owe you. So he won't be asked again." My hand, which was turning over the cover of the book, froze in the air. "Okay," I muttered after a while. "I'll never see him again." That night a rabbit appeared in my room with a rough gust of wind. Not the baby rabbit I saw the other day, but an adult rabbit. The rabbit looked at me silently for a while without making any noise. Am I mistaken? In a hazy gaze I could see a dark blue color. Soon after, the rabbit opened its mouth wide and vomited something. It was a grotesque scene, like a terrible nightmare. The rabbit who had just vomited something disappeared with the gust of the wind again. It felt like a dream, but it wasn't. The rabbit's vomit was in front of my eyes. I grasped it, and woke up. At that night time flew by like an arrow with no chance to catch it, and finally the coming-of-age day had arrived. Like every time I attended a banquet, I was forced to wake up at dawn by the maids. I hardly slept anyway, so it wasn't as annoying as other times. However, after they repeatedly rubbed something on my face and body and washed it in water with perfumed oil, I became a kimchi by the time I left the bathroom. Everyone knows what day it is today, right, my lady? You must shine more than ever. Yes, leave it to us, my lady. We'll pour our soul into making your beauty stand out even more. The maids, who normally couldn't even raise their heads properly in front of me, clenched their fists and joined forces today. Just do it, please. Of course, my powerless pleas was ignored. The maids put in more effort more than usual with my makeup and hair. Only when the maids let me go after quite a long time I was finally able to see my reflection in the mirror. As I slowly opened my eyes, someone gave a sigh of exclamation. Unlike other times, most of the maids were quiet. I soon found out why my reflection in the mirror was really beautiful enough to give them exclamations. The eyes were raised to the point where the expressionless face looked rather bright, and the makeup made them look pretty and colorful. My dainty nose, reddish cheeks and lips, and dark pink hair, which was finely braided, looked quite lovely. I slowly raised my hand and touched my cheek. Pretty Penelope, who I saw in an illustration of the coming-of-age ceremony scene in easy mode, was so breathtakingly pretty, or so pretty it's so unfortunate that I didn't recognize her at that time. Looking into the mirror, I felt a little sad. I feel sorry for the loss of this body's owner, who would soon be helpless against what I was going to do. You can't touch your face, don't touch your face today. However, my moment of pity was lost when the maids pulled me back to reality. Okay. I lowered my hand gently with a disapproving look. I thought it would be better for me to say nothing today. It'll be the first and last time. Then another maid said, "My lady," and the dress. I tried to instruct them to bring the same as usual. By usual I meant something subtle that covered my neck. However, the moment I was about to open my mouth, the maids slowly walked closer, holding a dress on a hanger. "Please wear this dress today, my lady," Emily said while looking at me. "This. Nothing looks better on you today than this dress." I hesitated when I saw the dress they had brought me, the dark blue gown spread out to the floor. There was a silver powder that glistened over it. The color that spread out gradually met with the finely embroidered gold thread at the bottom. A dress that resembles the calm moonlit sea at night. It was a gift from the Crown Prince. I grimaced a bit when I saw it. Emily nervously begged at my expression. "It's the one and only ceremony where you should shine more than anyone else, my lady. Commoners also wear expensive clothes even if they have to be in debt. Just this once, please do as we say today." "Yes, my lady. That's right, my lady. The things you've often worn in the past are a little dark and simple. But of course my lady is beautiful in all types of clothes." The maids were waiting once each of Emily's words poured out. It seems they didn't like my modest look that I wore every time I went out. "What is this?" The maids, trying to persuade me with all their might, looked a little sad. "Okay, I put it on just this once." Eventually I nodded lightly. "Really, are you serious, my lady? Well then you're going to wear accessories as a dress and a set too, right? Don't ask such an obvious thing." The maids were happy. I was sorry for the Crown Prince's gift, but this was going to be all a memory. Maybe he wouldn't come today. Suddenly I remembered the prince's back as he left the greenhouse in anger. Maybe I would also be angry if someone refused to accept my offer. Not only once but several times. I swallowed a bitter laugh. All the dresses and accessories were ready and the maids were filled with praise and admiration again. Maybe it was because I didn't sleep properly for a few days that I was too exhausted to check the mirror again. After they were finished I asked Emily for refreshments to take a quick rest. After a while, Emily brought me a sofa so that I could rest without ruining my dress. I asked Emily with a low voice, leaning close to her face. "Do we still have a long time to wait? When does it start?" "We're going to receive guests starting at noon. The ceremony is at 2 o'clock, my lady." "What is she doing?" I asked briefly, moistening my throat with the cold tea Emily had brought me. "The refreshments were just an excuse." Emily answered my question hesitatingly. "She's in the young Duke's office. They're having tea at this hour?" I asked back with a startled voice. It was still early in the morning, before lunch, perhaps because they got ready early in the morning to have tea time. Either the day or the time was right. Nothing much happened. Anxiety lurked in my stomach. However, I had to endure it even if something happened. Besides, whether Derek would be brainwashed or not, anyway, that was it. At that time a cautious voice startled me, who was lost in thought. "My lady, the request for the master of the guild." "Quiet, watch your mouth." I clicked my tongue and warned her right away. "And I check around with a frown." "Emily, are you sure you acted in secret without anyone knowing as I told you to do?" "Yes, my lady." Emily nodded wildly. "By the way, my lady," she suddenly whispered, her brown eyes gently looking around, "there was something suspicious last night." "What was it?" "I was going back to my room to wash up and I met Becky in front of the building. She asking me the way to the office's street." "What?" Becky was Yvonne's temporary maid. I jumped back and shouted while leaning toward. "Why are you telling me that now? It was too late, so I couldn't wake you up, my lady." Emily quickly excused herself with an embarrassed face. "But don't worry, my lady." Of course I said I didn't know. She said okay, and I just went back to my room. That's good. I leaned over the plump cushion, replying rather insincerely. Tap tap. I tapped on the armrest of the sofa while I was lost deep in thought. Why would she want to find the office's street? To meet Vinter? There was a good possibility that was it. Even in normal mode Yvonne looked for Vinter, who helped her return to the dukedom, but now unlike the original story in the game it was Eclis who brought her first. It was my best guess and assumption that Vinter and her had already run into each other after all. He didn't bring her, so it was unclear what had happened between the two. I jumped out of my seat and walked to the desk. Emily, go out for a moment. What? Oh yes. When Emily left, the room was enveloped in silence. I said I trusted her, but there was no one here I trusted. Standing in front of the desk, I took out my keys and opened the last locked drawer. There was a piece of paper inside in which I wrote down capture targets information when I first came here and arranged their favorability in spare time. And there were different items from the quest, items from Vinter, and transactions with him last night. I fumbled for the bottle of purple liquid that the rabbit spat out yesterday. It was then suddenly red and silver light poured out of the drawer. I was a little surprised and hesitated, and soon took out the source of the light. It was an ancient magic necklace that Vinter put on me during the Traiton's volunteer work. A large bead embedded in the middle of a star-shaped ornament sewn in dark red and vibrated shallowly. I followed the direction of the bead's light in a daze. Ironically, it was Eclis who came to my mind the moment I saw the bottle of purple liquid illuminated by dark red light. The color of the favorability's gauge bar that I didn't care much about. It was death. At that moment my heart sank. I didn't know that my plan was on the path of complete disaster. No, maybe I've been trying to deny it because I've been blinded by favorability. It was a love like death. He would even kill me to have me. It was terrifying love. The unexpected realization made me dizzy. As soon as I felt the hand holding the necklace was shaking. It was that. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. I raised my head suddenly in fright to hide the light of the necklace. I shut the drawer of the desk roughly, and hurriedly raised my bent body and immediately identified the visitor. Who is it? Your father? My mind went blank for a moment. Why does the Duke come to me at this hour? As soon as the thought came to my mind. Knock knock. He knocked one more time. Penelope, may I come in? Yes, come on in. I couldn't keep the Duke outside forever, so I hurried. Click. The door opened right away. As he entered the room, he suddenly stopped walking when he saw me. The Duke's eyes shook slightly. Father, when I called out to the frozen Duke, he soon closed the door and entered completely. The Duke went to the table in front of the window and sat down, exactly like when he came to talk about the transfer of the mine the other day. Standing in front of the desk, I followed him and sat on the opposite side. When I tried to deal with the Duke in an unknown situation, I felt like I was in a quandary and hopeless. I took several deep breaths to calm my trembling heart. And when my breathing became a little calmer, I opened my mouth. Shall I ask for some refreshments? It's fine. The Duke dismissed me briefly. An awkward feeling settled in the room. When he showed no sign of speaking first, I reluctantly spoke again. What brings you here? At my words, the Duke made a rare embarrassed face. Didn't you ask me to come and greet you on the morning of your coming-of-age ceremony? I did ask him to do that, yeah. That's what I said before the heroine appeared. I had forgotten it didn't actually mean it that much. At that time I was a little sad for the Duke, who was about to lose his foster daughter, who pretended to be mature for a while, and I was still hopeful that I would be able to escape today. I don't know what's going to happen now. Of course, now that I think about it, it's all bullshit. I answered casually, trying not to show my prickly feelings. Thank you for listening today. The Duke hesitated a little. You are very beautiful today, Penelope. The Duke wasn't originally able to express the feelings of praise. So I was a little surprised by his praise, which he had unexpectedly said, but soon I became a little wretched. Thank you, Father. The appearance of a grown Duke was indeed overflowing with grand aristocratic dignity. Looking at the black jacket with the Eckhart silver pattern clearly engraved, I answered in a dull, dry manner. Father looks handsome today, too. I've never seen this dress and accessories before. You said you didn't want to get it through the Empress tailor. Did you buy it separately? Yes, it looks good on you. It's pretty. The Duke repeated the same words twice, but I just accepted his words because I couldn't tell him it was a gift from the Crown Prince. I felt more and more strange. My stomach was about to feel nauseous again, so I tightened the grip on my fist. By the way, what's in your hand? Suddenly the Duke glanced at one of my hands. I lowered my gaze along with his, and saw a long string of silver sticking out between my clenched fists. I let out a disconcerted sound. I was so nervous that I barely remembered that I still held the necklace tightly in my hand. The end of the star ornament was sticking out between my fingers. Is it a necklace? The Duke's eyes were filled with interest because of its unusual appearance at a glance. I hurriedly loosened my hand and hung it around my neck. Yes, I got it as a gift from whom? The owner of the weapons shop that I went to sent me a magic necklace to celebrate my coming of age. It's the place where I bought Father's amulet. Oh, that's a pretty good service. I'll have to buy my arrows there next time. Fortunately, the Duke readily accepted my response. But I don't think it fits the dress you're wearing today. But I'm going to wear it because of the sincerity behind the gift. Of course, I didn't mean to. I was going to take it off as soon as the Duke left. You have a good heart, but his reaction was strange. What's wrong with him today? I looked up at him with strange eyes and asked him carefully. Do you have anything to say to me? No, not really. I just wanted to do what you asked me to do. I see it's nice to see you before the meal, Father. I'm afraid I'm taking away too much of your time since you're busy greeting the guests. I was subtly telling him to leave now, that it was enough. The Duke, however, hesitated as if he had something else to say. After a long time he soon spit out something with a deep breath. I'm sorry, it was an unexpected apology. I asked back with a puzzled look, what is it? Didn't you feel frustrated because of the guards I had arranged to you? After the coming-of-age ceremony I'll replace all of them. Oh, that the time when I was about to go crazy because I was frustrated was already past. I understand, Father, I would do the same. A cliché voice flowed out. After the conversation with me, he seemed to have a guilty conscience. The Duke was often like that. If he thought it was a little too much, he'd give me materialistic compensation. That was his way of apologizing. He came to apologize in person. I didn't know he would say it in the end. I uttered words that would relieve the Duke of his remorse, as he always wanted. It'll be the last time anyway, so I won't be able to do it later. You had no choice but to keep an eye on me if you wanted to stop me from harming Yvonne. I didn't have to go out anyway, and I was fine. What? The Duke paused and looked back at me with a surprised look. What are you talking about, Penelope, my dear? It's not like that. Then I did it for you because I was worried about you. Yes, you brought that guy here with you. You looked at me with that look on your face. What I felt a sense of incompatibility in the Duke's dark blue eyes. The answer was subtly changed from when we talked about the same topic a few days ago. Previously he didn't confirm it, but he didn't deny my words that I might have been escorted not to harm Yvonne. But that, what do you mean, Father? I asked back with a confused face. After a long silence the Duke opened his mouth heavily. It was right after the hunting competition. Reynolds came to see me. He said he had something to confess. What is it? Do you remember what happened not long after you came with me to dukedom? The reason why we closed the third floor. Yes, of course, the real Penelope could never forget, not even myself. The injustice she felt at that time, the misery, she had no choice but to call him Duke, and not Father. Reynolds told me about what happened then. In fact, he said that you didn't steal Yvonne's necklace. I opened my eyes wide. I never imagined it would happen. Do you know everything? Even though I didn't personally experience it, a seething anger soared up my throat in that moment. In the game, Penelope was to blame until she was died. Otherwise she could not go through the routes and throw herself out of the quest, turning in terrible corpse. That I didn't do it, but Reynolds who did it all? My trembling voice asked. The Duke nodded with a dark face. I want to punish him right away. What's more, I couldn't stand it any longer, so I shook my head. The Duke spoke slowly. I couldn't punish him properly. All I could do was make him train intensely. I wanted to beat him with all my might, but I suddenly wondered if I was the one who deserved it. Penelope, the Duke stared at me with reddened eyes full of remorse and regret. When I first saw you, you were so small and skinny. You came to me with barren eyes to beg for something to eat. Those were not a child's eyes. Somewhere I kept getting caught myself for fear that Yvonne had to go through the same as you did. Sometimes whenever you came to beg, I tried to get you to eat something, but one day you got a gold coin and you smiled for the first time. It was so pretty I couldn't leave you, who was starving to death beside your dead mother. So I decided I'd take you away so you wouldn't starve. It was the first meeting between Penelope and the Duke I heard for the first time. It didn't even appear in the game. But I was stupid and impulsively brought you here when I didn't even know how to take care of you. Not only you but Derek and Reynold. So at that time I just thought you wanted accessories too. As a father I thought I should cover up for your faults. If I had known you'd call me the Duke for 6 years after that, I wouldn't have done that. The Duke muttered in a lonely face as if recalling that day. Why now? I bit my lips hard. It's already too late. That's when the first meeting with Sons of the Duke went wrong, and Penelope was abused, and she got out of control and ended up with the worst ending. When I looked at him vacantly without saying anything, he managed to open his mouth again. I've forgotten about it for a long time. But the look you were looking at me that day is still clear. And a few days ago, when you saw the guy who brought Yvonne, you had the same look on your face. At that moment all I could think about was getting him far away from you. What kind of facial expression did I make? That the Duke glanced at me and couldn't speak properly. You didn't make any expression. He hesitated and struggled to spit it out. Since you were a child you have often been angry, but when your anger reached its limits, you would rather shut up and erase your feelings. I was a little surprised because I was originally trying to kill my emotions. If I held my breath until I oppressed the things that pop out, and suffocate until I stopped choking, everything would disappear a little later and peace came. As if he was recalling that time, the Duke glanced at me and looked confused. But your eyes are like as if they are fading away, and they become strangely lifeless. That's when it feels like as if you became a dead person. The Duke frowned and couldn't finish speaking. At that moment a violent realization like lightning came to me. I could instinctively know. Penelope was already dead. To kill her feelings, she held her breath, held her feelings, and endured it, until she finally died from it. In the game where the villainess lost her life, I came to possess her body. I was so used to this family that I didn't even think about it. Then what about Penelope if I escape? No matter how magical the game is, the dead never lived. It's only a family affair, but I found it hard to shake off the creeps that ran down the back of my neck. What's the game story? Can the FL target ML without Penelope? My brain didn't work well. The most important thing here was my escape. What about me? Can I really get out of this game? I felt like I was in a labyrinth without an exit. My breath became heavy. The Duke looked surprised at me, panting shallowly. It's a slip of the tongue, forget it. However, the heart that raged wildly did not calm down. Looking at me getting pale, the Duke asked urgently, Penelope, are you sick? Should I call a doctor? No, father, I shook my head with difficulty. And she opened her mouth, trying to hold her breath and force her heart to calm down as usual. I'm a little surprised that my father knew. The Duke accepted my excuse with a firm countenance. He squirted his lips with difficulty. Penelope, I'm such an immature and ugly father that I still don't know how to treat with you. I looked at him in silence for the first time, holding my breath. I thought it would be all right if I gave all the things you asked for, and let your anger out every time you didn't care about me the way you used to be. I thought that would work. That's not it. Now he knew it. Now it was a sad realization. Finally he stared at me without an answer, and he opened his mouth. Eclis, is he that good? I caught my eyes at the sudden noise. What are you? You're the child who had an open mind. But he brought Yvonne. I was afraid you'd get hurt. That's why I didn't let you meet him. But if you really want it, I'll bring him back to your escort when the ceremony is over. So eat your food in time. I looked at the Duke with gloomy eyes. The word should have been said 3 days ago. No, in fact, if I had been allowed to meet Eclis then, nothing would have changed. Since the color of the gauge bar was dark red, I've already failed to Eclis' route. It's not like that, father. I shook my head slowly. I was so surprised that day. He's just a benefactor who helped in an emergency, and he's not a more meaningful person. I know you don't mean it. I was sincere now, but I wonder if it was because I really wanted Eclis. The Duke did not readily believe it. Then Yvonne, I asked back in a dreary voice. She said she wanted Eclis. The Duke looked embarrassed at my words, and soon answered calmly. She have to live in the same house for the time being, and as you say, you have to keep the good between sisters. I didn't know the fact that I and she are sisters had already been decided. Penelope, he called me nicely. If you look at it, Yvonne was the older sister. By the time she returned to the Duke, it occurred to her, as if she had seen the epiphany of a brief coming-of-age ceremony for her birthday. You've changed your words again. At the same time, I noticed the subtly changed attitude of the Duke from 3 days ago. At the time, I think he was in halfway of attaching Eclis to Yvonne. I was trying to understand which side the Duke really was. Suddenly everything became meaningless. What was the use of getting it now? With so many opportunities missed, I was now nearing the end of the hard mode. Duke, I put in a title that I hadn't called for a long time. The Duke's blue pupils dilated greatly at a strange call after a long time. I talked to him calmly. Don't bother about me that much anymore. Penelope, I was greatly indebted to you for staying at the dukedom as a lady instead of Yvonne for 6 years. I've seen and learned, so I know that knowing when to leave is a virtue of noble. What are you talking about? What do you mean instead? I don't want the whole dukedom to be subject of the joke because of me. I want to leave quietly. Leave it. The Duke, who was stammering in embarrassment, let out a roar at the moment. Why do you keep making such noises from the past? Where on earth are you going while being an unmarried woman without a home? Your daughter is back. The Duke took a deep sigh and touched his forehead. He said with a vague eye that even I would notice. What are you talking about, Penelope? You are also my daughter. It's not too late now, Duke. Please cancel the coming-of-age ceremony. Penelope Eckhart, he shouted again. This wasn't just a stand to avoid the coming-of-age ceremony. It is already too late to do so. It was a piece of advice for the Duke, who called all the nobles of the empire and even the people of other countries. If you're worried about losing face to others, you can postpone it for a while and hold Yvonne's coming-of-age ceremony in a big way. I'm not pushing the coming-of-age ceremony so far just for my appearances. Also, the Duke, who raged, shut up. He who stared at me fiercely soon relaxed his eyes and avoided my gaze. Within seconds of the voice, he looked as if he had aged 10 years. I wanted to make your one-time coming-of-age ceremony the best. Soon after, he told why he couldn't cancel it. For your happiness, I want you to ask for forgiveness, though it's late. I couldn't stop my face from distorting again. Yvonne, yes. I was delighted that the girl who I thought was dead came back. I feel guilty for all the trouble you've suffered, and I'm sorry to even hold your big coming-of-age ceremony banquet without your approval. But you're also my daughter, Penelope. Ever since I brought you here to the dukedom, I never thought you wasn't my daughter. My vision was blurred. I had a hard time throwing up a piece of injustice that I had never said about before here. But why don't you do me a favor once? Am I doing something wrong again? The Duke asked back with a weary voice. Is it something you want to hide, Yvonne, and make your coming-of-age ceremony more spectacular than anyone else? I'm sorry I didn't hear you ask me to cancel the adult ceremony. But there are some guests who have already arrived, so how can I cancel it? The Duke was gentle but firmly refused my request. I will announce about Yvonne after your coming-of-age ceremony is over and after a long time has passed. So you're just thinking about it as a good day ceremony. The Duke, who was rambling, stopped talking. Penelope, the blue eyes grew gradually. The Duke dragged his chair and got up rough from his seat. Hey, what's wrong with you? The restless man reached out to me. Hot warmth touched under my eyes. Only then did I realize that my eyes were wet. On a happy day just once in your life, why are you crying? Baby, it's all your father's fault. Don't cry, okay? The Duke, unable to figure out what to do with a stream of tears, finally embraced me and comforted me. It's not that sad, but I couldn't tell why my tears were flowing. He's just a character in the game. But nevertheless, despite neglecting Penelope and making me countless miserable right after the possession, At that moment he really felt like a father. Father, yes, tell me everything. Goodbye, I finally muttered a greeting to the Duke that I couldn't say. Early in the morning could you come and say hello greeting? Yeah, a little farewell to your immature little daughter. My lady, it's time to go. Emily picked me up shortly after the Duke left. Yes, I nodded and raised my body. I followed Emily down, and it was calmer than I thought. The venue for the coming-of-age ceremony was decorated with a banquet hall inside the mansion, not in the front garden but in the back garden. It was the will of the Duke. It was a place that I spend a lot of time, and it was really meaningless. After pressing down on the aching stomach again, I strode past the wide-open back door. The bright sunlight shone outside. The place, which had been off-limits for 2 days due to preparations for the ceremony, was turned into a starland. New white drapes, tents, flowers, crystals, and various jewels with lavishly decorated podiums, and numerous tables embroidered with colorful gold coins. Apparently a huge fountain, which had not been there until a few days ago, was pouring with water in the middle. As if to adorn all of it, a rare flamboyant, colorful flower rain fell from the sky. It's not a fantasy, it's a real-life magic, my lady. Emily whispered gladly, for today, the Duke hired a large number of wizards. When I heard that, I could see a little bit why the Duke insisted so strongly that he couldn't cancel it. The ceremony was simply the height of luxury that seemed to have been poured out of money. It's so beautiful, my lady, Emily muttered while looking up at the sky with her dreamy eyes. I extended my hand just in time. A falling petal settled down on my palm. At that moment I couldn't stop my view from blurring. The coveted flesh-colored petals were the Ellenwick rose. To avoid the quarrel with Reynolds, who said it was meaningless and pretty in front of the Duke. When I was staring down at it, suddenly, someone snatched my hand towards the air. What are you doing standing here stupidly? When I looked up I saw his light pink hair. I asked, frowning, what? There's no one knight saying he'll escort you to the ceremony, right? You could have been a fool without me. I don't need you, I can go alone. And I told you not to talk to me for a while. I said it sharply and then snapped and plucked my hand. Hey, Reynolds took my hand back in a hurry. Let it go, don't you hear me? What will happen to Eckhart if you go alone? You have 2 brothers, and they'll point at us if we don't escort you. What do you know? When I twisted my arm without care, Reynolds exclaimed hurriedly. Father, he told me to take care of you so you wouldn't get into trouble. Hey, you tell her. Dad made me do it, didn't he? He fiercely glared at Emily, frightened. Emily nodded wildly. Yes, my lady, I've heard it too. The young master will escort you to the ceremony. You see, she heard him. It was an obvious lie to anyone. I sighed indistinctly and relaxed my arm. I didn't want to be in touch with Reynolds, but if I continued to fight like this, everyone's attention would be drawn. He quickly followed me when I moved without a word, assuming that I had no escort. I didn't want to see his smile, so I fixed my eyes only on the front. There was quite a distance to the podium beyond the fountain in the middle. I stepped on the red carpet holding Reynolds' hand, who was like gentleman, and I heard a familiar whisper. It must be true, well, I mean, even though she has been such a scoundrel all this time. What's this decoration for her? Oh, my God, it looks too expensive. It was the moment the light flashed before my eyes. System U has a reputation of plus 100 for your improved relationships with people around you. Total, 460. I watched the news of my reputation increase on the last day of hard mode with a cold eye. Reynolds raised our hands higher to see if there were the extra people who doubted in our good relationship. After making many twists and turns, I finally reached my place for today. Even though he completed his mission, he didn't leave my side. I was the only one who worried about it, so I watched the fountain that poured water freely. But the dreaded fear of terror wouldn't let me stay still. Are you still upset about that? No, I immediately answered before this guy's words were finished. Said Reynolds, who burst out laughing, thunderstruck as if he were dumbfounded. Just pretend you're listening and answer. I'm listening, you're definitely upset. I tried to ignore it, but the hateful words and deeds kept coming under my eyes. Why do you think I'm upset? I don't care at all. The way you talk is just like it before you start screaming. I'm sorry I couldn't meet to your expectations, but I don't want to waste the time putting that kind of emotion into you. Oh my baby, she's pouting. He pinched my cheek and chatted. I hit that hand and I screamed in astonishment. Are you crazy, oh my? Now you're just hooked. I sighed deeply and fixed my gaze again at the fountain. Even though the ceremony didn't start, but it felt like the day had already ended. It was the moment I was determined to ignore him thoroughly from now on, for the sake of my mental health. I'm sorry I misunderstood you. A small apology has been heard. I looked back at him as if I had heard something unfamiliar. But this time Reynolds didn't face me. I didn't do it on purpose, you know that. That I sometimes talk like a prick. It was really surprising that he knew it. You must be anxious to pick a fight with me all the time. This looking at the sister drowning in the water. He was literally tormenting me in a fit of rage, and soon frowned and muttered. Actually, I don't know why I did it when I think about that time. Maybe it was because I had a dream before that. Dream? What kind of dream? I had the same dream the night before. So I thought you were really beating her. You know, déjà vu phenomenon. Reynolds tilted his head and soon returned to original topic. So be yourself as usually. Would you even dream of playing at some king of game? My hair suddenly stood on end. I had a vague idea of how it happened then. It was clear that Yvonne tried to brainwash not only the Duke but also Reynolds. I held back my trembling hands and opened my mouth. You don't feel sorry for her? What, she's supposed to keep being hidden because of my coming-of-age ceremony? Reynolds answered me with a shrug. What do you say? It's not even clear yet. If our father can't tell whether she is real or not, then you don't need to be sad. The appearance of my brother Reynolds, who was lifted from the influence of brainwashing, seemed didn't care much about her. I was a little dazed. I was the only one who appeared and stood on all the alert and nerves. So far the Duke's family had dealt with numerous fraudsters who had been looking for a reward. If this was reality, this episode was more natural. The idea of a tale-to-door affair ended with a bizarre act by Reynolds. Suddenly he bent down and pulled something out of the cloth that was stretched down the podium. Here, take it. What he gave me was a pretty big wooden box. What is it? I didn't know what it was, so I just had to stare at it. Then he threw the box helplessly. And I opened the lid without a moment's hesitation. When I looked inside the box, I slowly opened my eyes wide. On top of a pile of straw lay the mass of 4 furry balls huddled together, and someone was snoring in his sleep. They were baby rabbits. White, gray, black, and the last one, uniquely, has a green dot on a sky blue fur. Is it a bunny? The rabbits you told me to let go of have their babies crammed near the curb. These are already 3 years old. I completely forgot hunting competition. After I was done, he asked the persistent question, is there any kind of prey from hunting you want? I answered rabbit. When I made a stupid noise, Reynolds frowned violently. You didn't even look at them, did you? Not only did I look into it, I didn't even know that he had taken care of the rabbit. Frustrated, Reynolds pointed to one of the cubs, who was inside the box. This is my gift. It was a unique rabbit with a green dot on its sky blue fur. As I stared blankly at it, Reynolds silently moved. I bought a green rabbit in the south for an expensive price, and I paired it with a sky blue one, but the little one with your eye-like color doesn't come out. Is it paint? If you mix it, the color will be darker? Hey, this is all I can say to you. Are you an idiot? I was dumbfounded and asked again, and Reynolds yelled in a fit of rage. However, his face turned red, as if he had been stabbed in the heart. And when I see it running, it's like a turquoise. Did I succeed? After a moment's stuttering, he shouted loudly. Then I looked inside the box in case the rabbits would wake up, and I carefully closed the lid. Take good care of them. Because you're their mom now. What about their mother? Where is it? They were either abandoned because they were weak, or their parents died. If I let them go, they would starve to death. I was a little solemn with that remark. I called Emily, who was standing by, and held out the box to her. Sadly, I couldn't keep Reynolds' words about taking the good care of them. But like a rare dark pink bird that Derek gave me as a gift, I couldn't refuse coldly. It was partly because they were newly born, and I could not ignore them because I felt that Reynolds had been put in agony. I whispered belatedly in a small voice. Thanks for the gift, brother. At my words, Reynolds laughed brightly, revealing his relief. Happy birthday to you, Penelope. A light pink Favorability's gauge bar glistened above his head. When I looked at it with strange look, one side of the hall became noisy. Reynolds, who turned his head and confirmed the cause, said with an impression, Hey, old man's here. I guess he's about to start nagging. He was a senior member of the Eckhart family who came to give a speech at the coming-of-age ceremony. It didn't appear in the game, but I knew it from the butler. I'm bringing my father, so stay alone for a while. As a member of the family, Reynolds was busy with this event. But where is he when I'm busy? What should I do, what he has to do? It was about time to turn away from him, ignoring his whining. Suddenly my cheeks were sore. Unconsciously I looked at someone face to face. As the seats were not fully occupied yet, the purple Favorability's gauge bar was blinking. It was Vinter. Verdandi, the coolness of his naked face, which I hadn't seen in a long time, turned to me. The guarded blue pupils seemed made me return to the early days when I had infiltrated at his secret space. Well, is this good enough? I silently endured his cold gaze. It's a good piece of information, so he already would know. Yvonne came back to the dukedom and was somewhere in the mansion. Vinter was originally a character who was so devoted to her that he brought Yvonne on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. What was he thinking about when he saw me forcing him to make a request, even mentioning the mistakes he made to me at Trothan? It was then his cold gaze, which had been nailed to me, slid down. He stared at the dress, not my face. Oh, damn it. I, looking down as well, realized what he was looking at and gave myself a short recite of scolding. I forgot to take off my necklace because of the conversation with the Duke. It was a completely old-fashioned accessory that didn't look good on me. What should I do? You want me to take it off now? Of course nothing will happen. I left my bottle in my room. It was a moment when I looked down at the shiny white bead and I didn't know what to do. Suddenly one of my sides became dark. Princess. I slowly raised my head to the familiar voice. The sun-haired blonde man stood coldly in front of me. Your Highness, I said him not to come, but I burst into laughter at the sight of the man who came at my coming-of-age ceremony. It seemed helpless for me to do anything about Callisto, who appeared confidently with a red cape. I greet the little son of the Empire. I bowed my head slightly. The Crown Prince, who didn't answer at my greeting, finally opened his mouth after a long time. Raise your head. At that remark I looked up and faced him. I told you not to pretend you know me, but you're pretending again. It's beautiful. His wrong answer was caused by my hasty attitude. I understood his words a little later. It was a dress that I wore thinking he wouldn't come, but I was embarrassed that the person who gave me the present appeared here. Even though I couldn't make eye contact with him and didn't know what to do, the Crown Prince uttered without hesitation. It's more than I imagined myself. It looked like that only to me, but looking around, it seems that all the guys were staring at you. He looked at me with an expressionless face and said bluntly. I was surprised to see the Crown Prince saying such things. I had never heard such a strange compliment, and once again I burst into laughter. I calmly decided to accept his gifts and praise. I don't know what to do with the hype. I'm not kidding, Princess. He bent his head slightly toward me and whispered with low voice. I just barely endured on what I wanted to do because I want gouge all the eyes out of those bastards. I frowned upon the brutal joke. Keep holding it in until the end of the ceremony. Is that what the protagonist of today is going to say? Or take them to a place where I am not there? Only then Callisto loosened up his expression, which was fiercely rigid, and then he sighed and smiled. All right, because you hate cruelty. As he nodded his head, he asked suddenly, have you got my gift? Yes, there are so many presents that I don't know if I can use them all anyway, thank you, Your Highness. Don't feel too pressured because I picked them especially for you. When the butler delivered the message a few days ago, I thought it was just an exaggeration, but now he really said it himself. I was dumbfounded at his arrogant look and opened my mouth. Whenever you come to the duchy, do you come as it is a conquest war? What, is there somewhere you want to go? Just say it. I didn't know you were so belligerent. No, nothing. Callisto laughed short again at my answer. Then suddenly his gaze fell on the lower part of my chest. But wasn't that the one from Soleil last time? Yes. What? Following his gaze, I lowered my head and found an ancient magic necklace that I had just been worried about. It's weird. In other words, the Crown Prince commented that it didn't match to the dress. What is it you're so fond for? How dare you put me, the Crown Prince of the Empire, in such a humiliating situation? Shit, he added in an unpleasant voice. I fully understood his displeasure, and answered him gently. It's a gift from Vince. Vince? Who is that? You know, the wizard from another country who helped me. Wearing a mask, oh, bare feet with the evil spirit. Whether he deliberately forgot, the Crown Prince exclaimed briefly. All he could remember was evil spirit and bare feet. I felt a little sorry for the evil spirit barefoot man behind me, so I just laughed awkwardly. What is it? Suddenly the Crown Prince asked, with his eyes slightly open. This necklace is supposed to protect the wearer's life. How? If there is a danger around, the color of the gem in the middle changes. I think it's like an amulet in that country. To be exact, it was to detect a change in nature caused by toxicity or magic, but I said roughly. You gave me a similar gift just like that. Only then the Crown Prince stopped inquiring persistently and sarcastically as if he wasn't convinced. I was curious about what similar gift it was, but I hurriedly took off my necklace rather than question it. Just wearing it. But the moment I had just caught the silver chain, Callisto stopped me. Why, on a day like this, all sorts of guys must have crawled in. How do you know what's going to happen? You said it's a gift like yours. But you can still trust its magic abilities. Callisto shrugged and answered cheerfully. I said so much, and I felt ashamed of my hurried attempt to take it off. The hand that held the silver chain was put down gently. And there was a short silence between us. Actually, I felt it from the beginning. Like me, he was trying as hard as he could not to argue today. It was amazing that we, who broke up 2 days ago as if we would never see each other again, were having such a casual conversation. That's enough, I thought so. I don't think I can leave anything behind. Your Highness, I glanced around, and I quietly opened my mouth. People are looking at us. For greeting the nobility who came to celebrate my coming-of-age ceremony, the time was quite late. There were already a lot of glances from this side a while ago. No more, that's weird. As soon as I was about to bring it up to finish the conversation, Callisto abruptly cut me off. Clearly, until yesterday, you were driving me crazy because you were mean and disgusting to me. So I kept thinking about whether or not to go this morning. To his shame, Callisto laughed at himself, as he had put himself in a funny position. But the moment I saw you today, the light brightened over your hair. I couldn't take my eyes off it. He paused. He muttered softly to himself, with his eyes down, without making eye contact with me. I thought it was obviously because of the sunlight. Still, even at the distance, Princess. I'm blinded. He suddenly frowned and looked at me. And slowly reached out to me. The man's fingertips touched my head, caressing my hair, and touched the strands near my ears. Strange, did you put on some luminous magic? He tilted his head as if he really didn't know what was going on. I looked at him because it was him with his hand that stroked my head with his shaking eyes. The Crown Prince was giving out the same impression that I had always felt. Just as I felt about his golden hair, it wasn't much. The flowers on my head were a tiara or earrings I wear. There was enough light to reflect and to fit in his description like that. Nevertheless, as he said, I felt strange. My heart was pounding so hard, no, I couldn't stand but to tremble. System, would you like to check the favorability of Callisto? 4 million gold / fame 200. Because it's the last time. I choose 4 million gold with such rationalization and trembling hands. System spent 4 million gold and checked the favorability of Callisto. The remaining funds 999,999,999 plus favorability 89%. Only then could I breathe out slowly. I looked up at the shiny figures, above the red favorabilities gauge bar. The emptiness and disappointment I felt last time seemed like illusion. The fact that he didn't yet fully admire me, I was truly relieved. It's no big deal, Your Highness. It's probably because of the diamonds. I managed to open my lips and laugh, desperately trying not to cry. I think the diamond you gave me is so valuable, Your Highness. Really, yes. I see. Callisto nodded and quietly lifted his hand from my hair. If so, then so it. His hand that was moving away felt as if this moment was forever. The moment when our eyes met each other. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Someone's voice suddenly went in between us. Turning my head, I saw the Duke and Reynold, who had gone to pick his father up, were approaching. I greet the little son of the Empire. The time, which seemed to have stopped, flew quickly at a breath. Raise your head. The Crown Prince gave a clear order. And when he looked at them expressionlessly, he stiffened his face and smiled that fierce smile of courtesy. O long time no see, Duke. It is an infinite honor for you to attend our party in the midst of your business. You're the ambassador of a great help to me in the future. Of course I should come, the Crown Prince said, proudly raising his chin. The Duke's eyebrows wriggled once. I'd like to thank you more, but I'm sorry to say that we have to start the ceremony now, Your Highness. Oh, indeed, yeah, the one-time ceremony of the princess can't be delayed. The Crown Prince soon turned his head back to me and congratulated me casually. Happy birthday, Princess. Thank you, I responded with my eyes down. Soon he turned around and took a step to his designated seat. I didn't look at his flying red cape. When I looked up again, I was already sitting tightly at a table prepared for countless nobles. Now let's start the ceremony. A mad dog's coming-of-age ceremony was held in which I was raised by a duke who was so powerful that even a bird fell. The ducal family, including me, stood side by side behind the podium. Congratulations on the coming-of-age ceremony of Penelope Eckhart, the Eckharts the only woman. As an honorable nobleman and one loyal people of the great empire, so as to make its castle and name known to the world throughout its life. On behalf of the Emperor, who was unable to come in person due to illness, a servant under his command issued an edict. The boring speech was repeated. The next order was the congratulatory remarks of the original family. The beginning was only a minor aesthetic to escape from the trapped pupa, but now in adulthood, she is a member of the proud Eckhart house. He said it long and elegant, but now that I'm an adult, he was telling me not to run like I used to. I could see Reynold pointed to the old man and said, I think the nagging is about to start. The speech of the elder, which seemed to be highly self-possessed, went on as delicate and long as it seemed to be never-ending. Therefore I admit that Penelope Eckhart has grown up, and I formally declare it. At the end the elder grandfather finished speaking and neatly closed the right-hand file he was holding. There was a thunderous applause from the audience. I was supposed to hear it silently, without smiling or answering at any other questions. That's all I could do while I was holding this kind of coming-of-age ceremony. Butler, as the applause calmed down little by little, the Duke looked at the butler, who was in charge of the ceremony. The butler moved at once. He dragged the tray that he had prepared on one side. It was the final procedure. Drinking sherry as a way of congratulation and reverence between immediate family members. Of course this does not end completely, and it has since led to a reception. Anyway, I put my mind down because I was just about to finish it safely. But where the hell is Derek? At that time, the Duke asked Reynold with an angry voice. I realized only then that Derek wasn't in his seat during the ceremony. Reynold frowned as he looked around the hall. Oh, I've been looking for him for a long time before, but I can't find him. Should I bring him now, father? You go right away to him. But before the Duke allowed it, the butler arrived. The Duke quickly shut his mouth and again put a friendly expression on his face. On the tray brought by the butler, there were 4 bottles of liquor and 4 golden glasses side by side. Butler, go ahead, find Derek and get him here. The Duke ordered the butler, who handed the glass over him. He soon asked the guests for their understanding. Please wait a moment, the ceremony stopped. I had a new impression because I didn't know that Derek, who was so thorough, would cause problems. But that too, for a moment, I took a close look at the maid putting a bottle of liquor and a glass on the table instead of the butler. There was a rather crude gold cup in front of me. It was a monotonous thing with no name written on it, unlike the Duke's and the fancy glass of his two sons, in which the crest of the family and the beautiful handwriting were engraved. The golden cup used on special days, such as the coming-of-age ceremony, is not a new one but a long-time favorite. This meant that he expressed his affection for the main character of the day. So the nobles here gave and received gold cups with their names engraved instead of gold rings when their children were born. I just heard from Emily that Penelope also had a cup. When she had just followed the Duke to the Duke's house, Derek's coming-of-age ceremony was just around the corner. For that reason I could not engrave my name, unfortunately, while preparing for a rush. Since then there had been enough time to engrave name, but there had been a long gap of 4 years until the coming-of-age ceremony of Reynold. The Holy Grail, which was forgotten even by its owner, was still plain. As I stared blankly at the golden cups, the agitation of the nobility grew bigger and bigger as it stopped. The butler who went looking for Derek still hadn't come back. Penelope, it was decided that there could be no further delay, and the Duke had no choice but to take the bottle. "I'm going to lift the glass." I raised my share of the glass without a reply. The ceremony, which had been suspended for a while, was held again. Squeeze a bloody red liquid poured into the golden cup. Then the Duke handed me the cup and whispered, "If it's too strong, just pretend to drink and throw it on the floor." It was good to hear I did not really want to drink. I tilted the bottle to his glass with a slight turn of my head. Soon the glasses bumped into each other. For Penelope, the Duke, who had made a short toast, poured the wine into his mouth. Again a steady stream of applause burst out. I pretended to drink as the Duke told me and threw away the wine on the lawn. When I put my glass on the platform again, Reynold poured the wine naturally. For Penelope, the previous acts with the Duke were repeated once again. Throwing away wine was easier and more natural than before. When sharing the toast with Reynold was finished, the Duke opened his mouth quietly. "Sadly, the young Duke have something to do. I'm sorry for being late." It was then stopped the Duke's words. Someone stepped into a solemn, still place. Everyone's eyes glanced there. The first thing that caught my eye was an old butler with a puzzled look. Approaching him, the tall man reached to the podium. As usual, a cold, cool face faced me. I looked at him with a little surprised eyes and hesitated. The gauge bar above the top of Derek's head, the gauge bar had changed color. From orange to bright yellow. My eyes were wide open. Derek's favorability was distracted by the change of color in the gauge bar, and I didn't notice it. A small figure standing behind him. "Who's that lady? Is she the hidden lover of young Duke?" What the hell? The whisper began to spread all over the quiet hall. It was the Duke, not the me, who recognized it first. "Derek, you?" The Duke couldn't speak, staring at the slender wrist he was holding. When Derek saw his father in astonishment, he said calmly, "It's a place where all immediate family members should attend. I was late picking up Yvonne." "Father," a small shivered figure slowly emerged from behind his back. It was Yvonne. Carefully raising her head, she looked at me, shivering her shoulders, and lowered her head down in fear. It looked as if she was forced to be hidden under the evil influence of a fake princess, but was dragged out of the hands of wicked woman. "Father," the crowd. "Well, then that lady." "Don't tell me the crowd." A little murmur quickly spread to a loud noise. I watched the coming-of-age ceremony, which had become a mess, with dull eyes. "Derek Eckhart, what the hell are you doing?" A roar of anger broke out from the mouth of the Duke, who was trembling all over his body. "No matter how much I think about it, I can't understand it, Father." Derek was talking like he had no doubt that he was doing the right thing. "Why do you delay announcing that Yvonne had come back at Penelope's coming-of-age ceremony, and even hide her presence? How dare you? Let's announce about it at this event, where most of the guests of the Empire, as well as the family members, are gathered." His gaze, which had been fixed on the Duke, at that moment shifted to me. "The Lady Eckhart, who had been lost since her childhood, has come back again." At that moment, I faced his blue eyes. It wasn't as surprising as I thought. Maybe it's because I made this assumption that this might happen when I heard that they were holding refreshments in the morning. At that moment, the eyes of the man, who was looking at me with no expression, twitched. Is it because I am not so overcome with emotion? Derek's jaw stood out. I glanced over him and looked around the mess at coming-of-age ceremony. What's going to happen now? The silent hall was noisy like the Dodgy market. Yvonne was taking advantage of the fuss, and completely stood out of Derek's back and looked at the Duke with a glare. It was then system. The hard mode limit period is over. System counting favorability. System favorability's count is complete. The light flashed before my eyes and... System, you didn't succeed in ending with any target until the time limit. A system window pops up to inform me that the game had failed. It was okay because I was prepared so far. But that was not the end. System penalty due to failure penalty? The unexpected development made my mind blank. What kind of penalty is this? Before I could even accept the situation, the writing in the system window changed rapidly. System downs the favorability of all capture targets. Penalty application. Eclis -20%, Derek -20%, Reynolds -10%, Vinter -10%, Callisto -10%. In the blink of an eye, everything fell apart. The white writing with came to me like a vision from all sides. I quickly lost the favorability I had accumulated with tears of blood. System exit hard mode. Ha ha ha, my eyes were clouded with the red haze. I laughed hysterically among the crumbling sand castles. Hey you, suddenly I laughed like a madman, and Reynolds called out to me with a strange face. My grotesque laughter gradually died down. The Duke, who was angry because he knew I behaved in the strange way, and Derek, who was at state of odds, looked back with astonishment. Everything was as expected. Hard mode ended with nothing but misery, and I was still in the game. In this fucking game, this crazy game. The hand holding the glass trembled. It's okay, but it is too early to be frustrated. I still have one method left that I have not used yet. But I can't just sit back and do nothing. If this was the case, wouldn't I be a fake lady who persecuted the real lady? Of course I did not care if I left this fucking place, but then after all, I ended up as a villain in the original story. I have been looking forward to them. Didn't they feel sorry for me who has been begging for my lives with a servile bow in front of them? I bit my lips and opened my mouth. What my first brother said was right. I raised my chin to the fullest and looked around the audience. Always arrogant like a proud Penelope. Then I fixed my eyes on the slender woman with the shaking eyes. Yvonne, I walked to her without hesitation. Penelope, the Duke came to his senses late and called me in a hurry, but it was too late. I turned to the podium and approached Yvonne. I didn't mind Derek's eyes like an awl and his gentle touch her hand. Thank God my one and only sister came home, ladies and gentlemen. Yvonne looked at me with wide open eyes. Not only her but all the male leads and noble people. But I laughed with all my might. My father tried to announce Yvonne's return, but I asked him to make it public at the reception, fearing there would be confusion among the guests. You said I tried to hide my sister. I guess there was a misunderstanding in your communication with your first brother. Isn't that right, Father? I looked back at the Duke and asked for his consent. You came to my room this morning and talked about it. A lie poured out of my mouth smoothly. The Duke flinched at my words. He kept moving his lips as if to talk to me, but he finally shut his mouth. We had no choice but to stop the scandal that broke out right away. A chilling silence descended upon the hall. I pulled Yvonne without looking at Derek with a stiff face. Come here, Yvonne. I felt an eerie chill where our skin touched, but I did not express myself. I took her around the podium and returned to my seat. I put Yvonne, who felt embarrassed, near me and pushed the gold cup in front of me. Will you pour me the wine? We're family now. Penelope, the Duke warned in a stern voice, but I pretended to be a child with an exaggerated sullen look. Father, it's my birthday. The Duke's mouth shut. I grinned at the silent remark. He eventually reached out for the butler. He asked to bring an extra glass. In the midst of this he seemed to be amazing, calmly and cool-headed. The atmosphere was so subtle that it was beyond control, but the process of the coming-of-age ceremony was enforced under my will. A while later, at the butler's instruction, a maid came running with a golden cup. Coincidentally, she was Yvonne's temporary maid. A similar cup was placed next to Penelope's golden cup, I immediately picked up the bottle and handed it over to Yvonne. You'll follow me, right? It was then the eyes of Yvonne, who was shaking helplessly, filled with joy. Yes, then she was dragged to me and looked at me with dead look, and it looked like as if she was treated like a nothing. I stuck out one of the plain cups on the table. Thank you, Penelope. And I am sorry because I ruined your coming-of-age ceremony. She whispered cautiously, pouring the wine into my glass. Don't say that, what a mess. I grinned and accepted the wine she had poured. On the contrary, I imitated a benevolent sister, pouring the wine into her glass. You don't have to be sorry anyway. It was the moment I suddenly felt a slight tremor in my chest. Not to mention the shiver, but I even stopped tilting the bottle and lowered my gaze. An ancient magic necklace that could not be removed at the recommendation of the Crown Prince. The color of the white bead stuck in the middle of it had changed. It turned yellowish. I managed to lift my gaze, which frozen stiffly, and looked at Yvonne. Whether she hadn't noticed it yet because of the bright sunlight, she spoke to me, who suddenly stopped talking with a curious look. But why is she asking me the way to the office street? At that moment Emily's voice pierced my ear mercilessly. I thought of a bottle of purple liquid that I left in my desk drawer in my room. One remaining method that I have not used. It was to escape from death. With hard mode just around the corner, that was all I could choose to get out of here. Even if I take the risk of real death. I requested Vinter a poison that can kill as quietly as I fell asleep. And originally I was going to do it during the coming-of-age ceremony. It was a little annoying let them watch me fall and die, making them doubt the angelic hostess. But I changed my plans just before the coming-of-age ceremony. Emily's statement had also a sense, and my conversation with the Duke also was great. Penelope, whom he said he wanted to give her the best of all, and Penelope, who disappeared without being able to hold the only one-time ceremony in his life. Thinking about it, I couldn't possibly ruin the coming-of-age ceremony. Poison was always available. Anyway, I wanted to see how hard mode ended, so I gave up the plan and locked the desk drawer. Apparently right after the coming-of-age ceremony, I tried to drink it alone without anyone knowing. Penelope Yvonne called me carefully as she sees me being weird, standing motionless for quite a long time. I moved my wrist, which had been stopping for a while, and poured the wine. The light emitted from below became stronger. That the necklace at last. Yvonne also noticed that the bead had turned indisputably yellow. She stared with a startled look at the necklace. Pouring sound, I filled the glass with red wine and put the bottle down on the table and said, Yvonne. She stared at me with surprise, taking her eyes off my necklace. My heart that was beating wildly calmed down. The glass has changed. That's my glass? You must have been confused because there were no patterns. I pointed to the golden cup full of wine that she was holding. It was a lie. Yvonne's temporary maid put the glass she had brought right in front of her, so there was no confusion. She did. I'm sorry. I snatched the cup from the crying girl with a look of embarrassment. The wind overflowed the back of my hand with the liquid of wine. The dripping liquid was like blood flowing out of my wrist. Penelope, you'll get drunk. Hold up your glass, I said briefly before the flustered heroine came to her senses and interrupted. And without caring whether she really lifted her glass or not, I turned my body. Attention everyone! Today's main character is Yvonne, not me. I told the audience, lifting up the glass of Yvonne that I had taken away. Once again the roaring of voices took over the hall. I smiled brightly and said, Congratulations everyone. The real lady has returned. Penelope, I could feel the gaze of Reynolds, full of surprise and of astonished low voice of the Duke. It didn't matter if it was a game scenario or a trap for Yvonne. If I died and escaped from this place, it would be over. This is the end of it. I didn't plan it, but when it came to this I felt relieved. This is how it should end up. I don't know what I was so afraid of. Last time I finally looked at the faces of the male leads. Derek, who crossed his arms over his chest and was staring at my actions expressionlessly. The Crown Prince is frowning, as it seems strange to see the sudden turn of events. And Vinter with a face full of anxiety. It was a little strange that the gauge bar still remained on top of their heads, but I did not care anymore. Now it was the end of the day to see those sickening faces. For the heroine. After a low murmur, I gulped down the glass I was holding in front of my eyes. The moment I swallowed all the liquid in there and put the glass down. Young lady, suddenly Vinter rose violently from his seat. His face was horribly distorted. Now it seemed that he had noticed the color of the necklace. The guest looked back with astonishment at Marquis of Verdandi, who suddenly rose from his seat. I stared at him with no expression on my face. Suddenly, I felt a warm sensation in my heart. Gradually, the heart rate increased. I staggered with my head and felt a twinge of dizziness. The crown prince, whose eyes were wriggling as if he had sensed something unusual, seemed to be shouting, "We need to call a doctor right now." Around the time when a loud noise burst from Vinter that was constantly looking at me with anxious eyes. My heart was burning hot. I was blinded by the tremendous pain. I coughed a small vomit, feeling 1,000 shots boiling under my neck. I thought my eyes were suddenly seeing things. But they weren't. Blood really came out of my mouth. Penelope! People's screams rang from far and wide in my ears. The hall quickly became a mess. But I couldn't feel it as my body was slowly falling apart. By the time I held the edge of the table and supported my crumbling upper body, suddenly my eyes were blanked out with white flashes. System main quest: the missing children's whereabouts. Third, save the kidnapped children from the force of evil. Quest: other rewards are activated. What the hell? Through my blurred vision, I could see a white square system window. System, don't you feel sorry to end the difficult quest like this is a long time ago? As a special reward, you will be given a chance to see the hidden ending as high praise for playing hard mode enthusiastically. 1 billion gold - 500 million gold, pay or reject. Hidden ending? I felt like I was waking up in the middle of everything getting dim and hazy. I struggled to get up my body that kept falling apart. However, my eyes were blurry, and my arms were bent. Meanwhile, the writing inside the system window changed. System, you have enough funds, so it will be automatically paid in 5 seconds. System 5. System 4. What the fuck? No. I shook my head wildly and stretched out my hand to press reject. But at that moment, blood spurted out of my mouth and my body shaked. Penelope Eckhart. Then someone hugged me roughly. The finger that was almost touching reject was stopped. Call the doctor, call the doctor. Right now! Someone who hugged me shouted. System 3. System 2. Either way, I shook my head desperately, blinded by the system window. No, reject it. No, I have to press reject, so get out of here. The numbers changed rapidly. I struggled desperately to press reject. However, my body shook violently again, and my eyes blurred. There was screaming, howling, and chaos all over the place. No, get out of my way, no fuck. I couldn't finally press reject because of the countless number of people who came upon me in an instant. System paid 500 million gold to enter the hidden route. The remaining funds 999,999,999 plus. The last thing that was reflected in my hazy eyes was neither the Duke nor the male leads. The system window that finally floated after the countdown was completed. It felt like a demon came out of hell. I heard a sound as if something had fallen. Please stop killing me. I closed my eyes and screamed silently. Despite the sudden appearance of the real daughter, she remained calm. The act of avoiding a chaotic atmosphere and pushing forward with the ceremony calmly was more graceful and dignified than any other noble. This didn't fit her with the nickname Eckhart's crazy dog at all. For the heroine, as she said it in the low voice as if it was a magic spell, the time of all those in the hall stopped at that moment. In the meantime, the woman who raised her glass to herself and drank the wine at a gulp. Then she collapsed, throwing up blood. The dark pink hair close to red slowly faded like a falling flower. So Derek could not immediately tell what was wrong. Not only that, but Yvonne Reynolds and the Duke, who were standing right next to her, stood frozen, unaware of the situation. The crumbling woman's body managed to hold onto the table. But once again the small body fluttered and threw up more blood. Watch out! With a shriek a step later, the ceremony became a mess in a moment. Derek moved his lips and stepped forward instinctively. It was then Penelope Eckhart. Someone pushed his body hard. As he staggered and lost his balance, Derek wondered at the brief moment when he saw the fluttering blonde hair. The Crown Prince, who was sitting in the back, was running as if he was tornado. As if he had moved in a flash, he arrived and embraced the body that was collapsing close to him. And at the same red liquid quickly moved at his white uniform. Only then did Derek realize that what Penelope had thrown up was blood. At the same time something huge began to weigh on his shoulders and he could not move his body. He just opened his eyes and looked at the dark red hair drooping from the Crown Prince's arms. Call the doctor quickly! With Penelope in his arms, the Crown Prince was in a quiver. The thunderous voice finally unraveled the numb atmosphere. One by one the frozen guests, filled with astonishment, began to move. Open your eyes, princess. Do not close it, no. Please, please. Not caring of the sticky blood on his hands, the Crown Prince stroked Penelope and whispered. There was a strange feeling of affection between the two of them, about whom there were various rumors. The Duke, who came to his senses late, approached them with a pale face. Your Highness? Fuck, when the hell will the doctor comes? Don't you see she is dying? But as soon as he spoke, the Crown Prince flared and bursted with anger. As if the Duke would take away the woman in his arms. I can save her life. Then, someone shouted urgently. The Marquis of Verdandi. It was none other than Vinter who emerged from the crowd. He quickly approached the Crown Prince, who was holding the unconscious princess with a pale complexion. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please allow me to see her for a moment. What are you going to do? There is an antidote I usually bring in case of an emergency. The Marquis of Verdandi. Is someone trying to poison her in the duchy now? The Duke reacted sensitively. This is because it was a sensitive matter that could lead to political problems. It was premature to make a definite decision, with only circumstantial doubt. That's not something that I dare to answer. Vinter glanced over the Crown Prince and the people surrounding Penelope. I just want to give her the first aid that we can do right away. That's what you believe in? The Crown Prince looked at him and opened his mouth heavily. Even if the princess took the poison, I don't know what you have and what you're going to do. It's an toxic antidote in a case of extreme situation. Vinter answered calmly. It will be difficult to decipher it completely because I don't know exactly what kind of poison she took, but it will serve as a neutralization to some extent. The Crown Prince glared at him with his eyes wide open, hearing such a posthumous conclusion. It seemed to be a doubt of whether he could be trusted. The Duke shook his head with a somber look. His Highness is right. I'm not sure Penelope was poisoned, but we can just wait for the doctor. If you know it's poison, whatever it is, it's bad for her, give her the antidote now. Until then, Reynold, who was frozen with a blank face, beckoned his father with red bloodshot eyes. But don't you trust the Marquis of Verdandi, father? It's called first aid. She's going to die before the doctor comes. The Duke, who identified the direction of the finger's tip, distorted his face and closed his mouth. Until just now Penelope's body, which had been convulsed with blood, had become silent. Her eyes, which Callisto had begged to stay open, closed beautifully and had no movement. Her cold body looked like a corpse, with even no dying breath. The Crown Prince, who confirmed her state, ordered in a tight voice, feed her. Your Highness, but if anything goes wrong. Despite the Duke's shout of dissuasion, the Crown Prince continued. You'll have to be prepared, Marquis. When he was given permission, Vinter calmly took of the bottle from his arms. In front of others he said calmly, but his fingertips trembled funnily when he covered her from other people's eyes. Just in case he brought the antidote, but he swore to God, he didn't know it would be used like this. I should have refused at the time, no matter what she said. A ray of remorse flashed through him. She said that if you refuse, you should pay the debt you owe. But when he heard the maid's words, he couldn't say no again. He was a sinner to her. A sin of recklessly suspecting and testing a person who has nothing to do with Layla. But you shouldn't have deceived people with a lie as if it was interest or curiosity. At the same time, His feelings were not even as good as her, but he was the sinner for his lie. Ever since he was told not to contact her until she finds him first, he had been constantly agonizing between the urge to contact her and the reason he should give up and endure. And when she finally sent the maid looking for him, and then he got the request from the maid. It's funny that what he felt then was relief and worry, rather than disappointment. He knew that it was a profane idea that was far from his beliefs that he kept firmly. Nevertheless, while making the poison without an antidote, he never thought she would drink it herself. He didn't think she would fall down because of the poison that he didn't even give her. But why? She knew clearly, she had poison in her gold cup. Because the color of the beads on the necklace has changed. She should have seen the color that was bright enough to recognize even for someone sitting far away. Then why did she drink it with such a grim expression? He felt sick to his stomach from the confusion. But this was not the time for complacency to think about these questions. He bit his lips and pulled out the bottle that touched it with his fingertips. He opened the cap of a small glass bottle containing violet liquid and leaned straight down. A bitter image came from the crown prince, who had given the order by his own mouth but was not willing to let the princess go. He said it desperately, suppressing it. "Your Highness, please show the face of young lady." The crown prince glared at him with icy red eyes, and reluctantly showed the princess' face from his arms. The blood dropped out from her face. Vinter, who closed his eyes for a moment in misery, soon opened her lips with a cautious touch and tilted the bottle to her mouth. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. A liquid resembling the poison given to her went into her mouth. There was the faint, lingering sound of breath. Fortunately, her breath returned to its original form shortly after. Her pale complexion, like a corpse, also began to turn red. "Duke, I've brought the doctor." Just in time, the butler called him, and the medical stuff with the stretcher arrived. After first aid by Vinter, Penelope was quickly moved into the mansion. A sigh of relief came from each of the mouths of those watching who had been holding their breath. Except for one person, Derek. He was one step away from the urgent situation, and only quietly watched all the way to the end. Slap. It was when his cheeks stinged and caught fire that he came to his senses. "What the hell are you doing?" When he opened his eyes, he saw his father's distorted face. At a time when the Emperor's representatives, as well as His Highness the Crown Prince, are all here, you dare to make things like that? The Duke couldn't control his anger and shouted. Derek, he had been very mature since he was a child. If he knew one thing, he would wake up his son from his dumb state, and he finished his own work without having to do it. Therefore, unlike Reynold, the Duke pointed out that he had never risen his hand at first son. A single bloodstain flowed through his mouth. Derek felt the tingling sensation in his mouth. To face such an angry father. He slowly returned his head back to its original state. And opened his mouth. It would not have happened if we had revealed it right away without hiding her in the first place. If only we hadn't put off the announcement that Yvonne had come back to fulfill Penelope's whims. "You son of a bitch is still out of your mind." The Duke raised his hand once more. However, the hand did not fall and trembled in the air. "It is my will to postpone the announcement, and hide Yvonne, not Penelope." The family, a little out of place, was now in a state of catastrophe that cannot be attached again. The Duke shouted with a voice full of despair. "Isn't it only a once-in-a-lifetime coming-of-age ceremony, a moment to be noticed more than anything else? I ordered it myself on order to stop to rumors about my soon-to-be-defeated stepdaughter from the frivolous bastards. And yet this morning, she told me to cancel the coming-of-age ceremony because Yvonne's back." The Duke, who spit it out randomly, shut his mouth out of a rough breath. Derek's blue eyes fluttered. However, due to the blindness of his eyes, the subtle changes were not visible to the Duke. His first son, who was reliable and proud of himself, lost his younger sister, and his number of words dropped sharply. But he had a time, so the Duke thought he had accepted Penelope as a family to some extent. It was an illusion. Derek wasn't accepting Penelope at all. He just valued his public position over his personal feelings and acted accordingly. The Duke regretted his past of neglecting his children under the pretext of being busy. And he rubbed his face with his hands and muttered like lamentation. I didn't know that you hated Penelope so much. I did something terrible to all of you. Derek's expression changed subtly. His father's words didn't make any sense. It is not because I hate her. He had never, ever thought he hated Penelope, it was just that. If rumors spread wrong, Eckhart's prestige would be harmed because we delayed the announcement that we had found your own daughter do the coming-of-age ceremony. This matter is not so childish. Let's stop talking about it. At that time the Duke raised one hand and stopped him. He flopped down on the chair, perhaps a little less excited, and said rather in cold voice, "Now it's not just the issue of the Penelope's coming-of-age ceremony, it's a poisoning case aimed at Lady Eckhart." Poisoning? Derek's blue eyes shook at that moment. The girl who smiled brightly and brought the gold cup up, suddenly burst into blood and fell down. He didn't remember all the things that had happened a while ago. It was a small memory blackout at that time, as if his memory had been divided and cut up. Only the dark pink hair that collapses like a flower in his lost memory sometimes came to his mind. As if the Duke's words had been a hit in the face, the pulse suddenly began to throb frantically. "What's wrong with me?" His hands, which were clinging together behind his back, were sweating as he stood still. Derek tried to regain his coolness like his father. He retorted from an objective point of view. Immediately after drinking she vomited with the blood and collapsed, so there was no doubt it was the poison. However, no one except the Marquis of Verdandi was convinced this is because Duke and Reynald, who drank the same wine, were fine. What's more, who dares to confront Eckhart committing such an inhumane act? Derek looked at the face of a serious Duke and licked his lips. So what's wrong with him? What did it happen with his mind? What kind of poison it was? He would like to ask him something that's going around the tip of his tongue. "Are you sure she has been poisoned?" However, the words that came out were completely different. The Duke answered such a son shortly rather than just looking at him. The doctor just confirmed it. At that moment Derek felt that his palms had become so wet that they were slippery. Who dared against Eckhart? He gripped his hands together even harder to hide them. "And I put a maid named Becky in a dungeon and also put Yvonne under home arrest in her room." The Duke gave a short reply. Derek raised his head and asked back, "Why is Yvonne?" "Because it was Yvonne's temporary maid that brought the cup, father. The maid in charge of Penelope testifies not long ago Yvonne's temporary maid secretly asked her how to get to the upper street." Derek was inwardly surprised at the words of the Duke. It was not clear whether the investigation had progressed that much. So he wanted to ask him what happened then and right after that. But Yvonne, it can't be Yvonne, father. But it was time to look back on what happened rather than to pay attention at such personal feelings. That was what the Duke of Eckhart's job was to do. Derek put the confused thoughts aside and pointed out the questionable issues at the Duke's words. "I'm not defending Yvonne. I don't really have the right to do that, but what's the benefit of poisoning Penelope? I don't understand why the target has been Penelope. It should be my father or me, or maybe she got a poison from the maid or someone else. The Marquis of Ellen is the most suspected one. I've been receiving reports about his quietness lately, but there's still a possibility that he has been doing it secretly in order to take revenge over the hunting competition." Derek, who had gibberish thoughts with a serious face, suddenly raised his head. "I'll go underground right now and interrogate the maid myself. Longer hours will only give her time to get out of here." Derek, the Duke called Derek when he was about to leave the office right away. "And he gave notice stay aside from this case." Derek stammered unbecomingly, "Father, I maybe mishear you just now. I told you to stay still because I know you will." He didn't mishear it. The Duke gave orders to the young Duke in a clear voice. "To stay out of this case." Derek, who understood him, asked his father again with clenched teeth. "Did I become a suspected one because I brought Yvonne? It's not like that. If not, then what's the problem?" he asked with a little unconvinced face. "Not only we have to check the bottles and glasses, but we should also keep a close eye on everyone invited today. Don't you know that it's hard for Reynald and the butler to take over all that? I'm going to let Marquis of Verdandi to take part in this case." Derek laughed at word of the Duke. He is the head of another family. "But what do you believe in leaving the family's innermost affairs to him? Besides, he is the most influential suspect." No one immediately knew that Penelope had poisoned on the spot, but only the Marquis. If it wasn't for Marquis of Verdandi, the Duke, who was listening to his son in silence, hit the desk with his fist. If it wasn't for the first aid of the Marquis, We would have been preparing for the funeral by now. Why did she vomit blood? Why did she collapse? You still don't even know if she's poisoned or something else." The angry Duke couldn't speak anymore and shut up. It was the same for himself that he couldn't doubt that it was the poison. Far from being suspicious, he saw his falling daughter, and did nothing but to stand frozen. The ceremony ended in the worst possible way. The Duke swept down the desk with his fist, which he struck hard at the corner of his bloodshot eyes. Deep tiredness sat down on his face, which was covered by his hands. It's not the poison that kills at once, but it's a rare poison that causes the bleeding to stop and makes the person suffer if you don't take the antidote in time. After all, the Marquis of Verdandi saved Penelope, who was slowly dying. It was then at the trembling voice that came from side. The Duke blinked his eyes and lifted his head. Derek stood there with an unfamiliar look on his face. A blue pupils that shook uncontrollably without focus, and his pale face. It was the first time the Duke saw his son in such state. "It can't be true, Derek dear." The Duke looked at him with eyes of wonder, and called him, but like a man who can't hear the call, he stretched out his hands forward, which had been held back until then. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his sweaty hands. She wouldn't die. At that moment something that he had forgotten flashed through his mind. It was a scene of his dream last night. Yvonne, who was dying, vomiting with red blood in his arms. Derek, it was strange, the dream had changed. His memory was mixed up as if someone had cut part of his mind, but even if it wasn't for such an ominous, unlucky dream, shouldn't Yvonne take the poison? Penelope would have prepared a poison herself, but she's not the one who's going to die from the poison. He didn't feel his hands and his back was filled with cold sweat. Derek shook his head again and murmured incoherently, "She can't die, she's poisoned herself." "Derek, you." The Duke stared at Derek with astonished eyes and urged him in a subdued voice, "You should go to your room and get some rest." "But the interrogation, this is an order." Derek finally got his mouth shut. "Okay." After a while he ended the short answer and left the Duke's office. He left the Duke's office long after a brief reply. There was a person who was waiting for him. "Young Duke." It was a head maid. "What's the matter?" "Well, can you go to see Lady Yvonne?" she said with a face full of sweat. "She's been shaking and crying ever since she has been locked in her room." Derek hesitated at the remark. It was him who dragged her to the coming-of-age ceremony. But how frightened and unfortunate it is to be trapped in a room after being half-day criminal. How scary and sad she must feel. Even my sister, I had to worry about her. Judging by this, he tried to move towards Yvonne's room. However, unlike his head, his body did not move. It was strange. Suddenly he thought something was wrong. The feeling of anxiety that he felt during a conversation with the Duke spread all over his body. Later, Derek, with a tightly voice, struggled to say a word. "But she doesn't eat. She keeps looking for the young Duke of later. I'll go later." He walked away as if he were running away from the desperate maid's requests. He walked aimlessly without knowing where he was headed. Why do I feel this way? From the moment he heard that Penelope might die, he couldn't shake off the guilty feeling. All he did was take Yvonne, who was hardly breathing, and crying, "Come, brother." "No, young Duke. Do you have time?" Early in the morning Yvonne came over and asked for refreshments. She tried to pretend to be casual and laughed, but she was full of gloom. It made sense. No one cared about her because of preparation for Penelope's coming-of-age ceremony. Moreover, she was hiding in her room during the coming-of-age ceremony, but she couldn't find how to handle with herself, who was struggling. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to comfort her. "I'm fine. The coming-of-age ceremony has already been held." "In just one word, fine," she said with a smile as the fog faded away soon. "It's a shame that we couldn't spend this festival together rather than to attend the coming-of-age ceremony to celebrate the victory. The fireworks at this festival were much more colorful and beautiful than in other times. If I had regained my memory a little earlier, I could have seen it with my brothers." This time a shivering voice added to her senses was full of regret. It was enough to bring back vividly the memory of the day that Derek had forgotten. More than a decade ago, the day he lost Yvonne, the three siblings crawled out of the hole without the Duke's knowledge, who banned them from going to the festival streets at night, saying it was dangerous because his little sister wanted to see fireworks up close. The night street of the first festival they saw was very interesting. Around the time they bought cheap ornaments, ate street food, and danced to the music they heard, the parade procession struck them. Brother Yvonne, his little sister, was swept away by a flock of new people. An instant the blue eyes that were taking away from him filled with tears. The little hand that was stretching toward him, he never caught it. Derek closed his eyes to the memory of being revived in an instant. Brother, when he opened his eyes again at the slightest sound, he saw thin little face looking at him with her worried eyes. At that moment Derek was sure the commoner brought in by a slave was that his lost sister who he lost a long time ago. I'm sorry, young Duke, I'm afraid I've caused you trouble by saying something I shouldn't have said. I just remembered that. But I really missed you even when I lost my memory. Always when she saw his distorted face, Yvonne hurriedly got up from her seat. Even after that incident his sister was worried and comforted rather than resenting at him for missing her. Even when she came back to find her house she was so discouraged that she couldn't even say brother, unlike the kid on the second floor. That's why just before the coming-of-age ceremony he brought her out, who was breathing heavily and crying in search of help. Unlike Penelope, who was about to have a more colorful coming-of-age ceremony than anyone else, it was a pity that Yvonne could not even have a proper coming-of-age ceremony because she lived among the common people. The ominous dream he had the previous day also played a part. No matter how much she was reticent, she won't be rude in front of everyone. Let's go together, but young lady, you are also a lady. Isn't it more ridiculous for his daughter not to attend the meeting when all our immediate family members are attending? As he took Yvonne, who was delighted by his words, to the hall, he suddenly wondered. How will she react to the Yvonne I brought? Will she be angry and did evil things? Or maybe she will shut her mouth as usual and make no expression, that lovely smile on her face, just like she did when she got his scarf, or she would say I'm all wrong. Derek stopped in amazement at the thought that came in his mind here. Suddenly he came up there. Looking around he realized he was standing on the last floor of the central staircase. He could see the butler and a maid standing in the hallway with a nervous faces. He hesitated for a moment, and soon moved on. Young Duke, the butler, who raised his head at his unexpected appearance, looked surprised. Is she inside? Derek asked. The butler, who was briefly catching the subject of the vague question, soon replied with a slight nod. The doctor is checking her. I'd like to check her condition for a moment. That's the butler was visibly embarrassed to hear that he was going to enter into the room. A strange voice suddenly came from inside when he was wondering with a perplexed expression. Somehow her condition was. It was the heavy voice of a man. Around the time Derek, who was surprised, grabbed the doorknob to open widely the door that had been slightly open. Young Duke, it is His Royal Highness. The butler hurriedly to stop him and murmured lowly. These words hardened Derek, who held the door knob in his hand. The new figures of two men were reflected at the haze of his eyes. The doctor and the crown prince stood near the bed in the middle. She is over far from her death, but the blood hasn't stopped completely yet. When will she regain her conscience? The doctor shook his head vaguely. At the end of his speech he had a bundle of agar filled with red water in his hand. As if all the strength had left his legs, the crown prince staggered and sat down on the chair beside her bed. He pulled her thin hand out from under the blanket and put it to his lips. There came a deathly dreary silence in the room. I've been mean to you all the time. Is that because I have teased you so you want to take revenge over me this time? After a while he heard a murmur of the crown prince. Derek held his breath and listened to the muffled voice. In fact, I know well that you are far from an wicked woman who has neither blood nor tears. As rumors say, I know you're a living being who is able to feel and suffer, but every time you say that you're so beautiful and charming that all I can see in my eyes is you alone. And I'm not able to take my eyes off you. That's why I keep doing that, but I didn't mean it. The crown prince, who had been confessing to her, buried his face deep in Penelope's hand. You put out yourself the rumor that you are an evil woman with no feelings or tears. But you aren't a person without blood or sorrow, rather a person who hates to fight. But your blood is still running. You hate this. To you a pale hand like a corpse seemed to have no warmth. The crown prince rubbed her lips and cheeks with his hands to deliver his temperature to her. You asked me to get you out of this hell, so please open your eyes. Don't die, Penelope, don't leave me in this hell. The moment Derek heard the whisper, something broke down with a huge roar in Derek's ear. That's he didn't want this. It was just out of curiosity. What kind of reaction did he expect when he brought Yvonne? But he didn't want something like this. Without his knowing, Derek's face was distorted. It's from the maid's room. A small glass bottle with a clear liquid was placed on the table. As a result of walking through the streets and checking, it was an antidote to the poison that Penelope drank. Reynolds, who had raised to take out evidence, had returned to his seat. Currently there are 5 men sitting with the heavy faces in the drawing room. Duke, Derek, Reynolds, Callisto, And Vinter, it was a meeting to find a clue to the incident. Derek was absent from the process of investigating the case as the Duke's orders, but he sat down as the young Duke to settle the case. What does the maid say? It was the Duke who broke the heavy-sitting silence first. Reynolds replied. For a moment she said Penelope asked Yvonne to get it to feed her, so she ate the poison that princess saved to drink herself, as if she is an idiot? The Crown Prince struck back sharply. Reynolds frowned at his nervous voice. If it's true, she might have mistaken the glasses for being similar. At that time Marquis opened his mouth. The Duke is surprised at his words, raises his eyes and looks at him. Marquis, be careful with your words, as the maid claims. Vinter looked up and looked at Reynolds, who was sitting opposite him. Then Reynolds nodded with a look of great discomfort. It's Lady Penelope who deliberately prepared a similar new glass and put poison in it, but Lady Penelope is not the culprit. The remarks Vinter made just now changed his words that he had said a moment ago. Derek, who was silent until then, raised his head and reacted. How can you be sure of that, Lady Penelope? After that, Marquis of Verdandi stopped talking with a face full of hesitation, and soon sighed and poured out words. It's because she knew it was already poisoned before she drank wine. Everyone in the drawing room was froze. What? It was the Crown Prince who replied first. What are you talking about? It is exactly what you heard. Vinter answered briefly. 3 pairs of blue eyes shook in consternation. The Duke stammered, saying, I can't believe what I heard. She drank it because she thought it was poison. What do you mean, Marquis? Why are you sure about that? Derek asked back sharply instead of Duke. Tell me quickly, Marquis. You have said she thought it was poison, and she drank it. The necklace that young lady was wearing. At the loud sound of the Duke, who was expressing his urge, Vinter hesitated and threw up the truth. Before young lady lifted her cup with wine, the color of the bead in the middle of her necklace changed. What? The necklace is an artifact with magic that reacts to toxicity when there was a toxic substance nearby. The color of the beads changed, and I saw that Lady Penelope's beads turned yellow when she lifted the cup. At the same time, the faces of the Duke and the Crown Prince, who had previously been briefed by Penelope about the necklace, was simultaneously turned pale. The Crown Prince spoke slowly in a subdued voice. Then she saw it, and drank it. I'm not sure if young lady saw the color change of the necklace, but she has probably noticed it briefly. How? Because it was so clear, bright color that even I could see it from far away. The Crown Prince blew his breath and swept his bangs roughly away. The Duke also raised his hand and rubbed his dry face repeatedly, sitting with a blank look on his face as if he had lost all his spirit. Only Derek had an expressionless face, as it was at first time. When he looked at him unconsciously, he wondered, but then the Crown Prince opened his mouth. As Vinter turned his head, he saw red eyes glared at him. How do you know so much about the artifact? It doesn't seem to be the kind of thing that the Empire uses. His eyes were dimmed. The Marquis' blue eyes shook shallowly. But it was a very momentary moment, to the point where illusion might be considered. It's a rare item in the Empire, Vinter replied, staring straight at the Crown Prince with an unwavering face. I've also had that artifact. In a country where it is commonly used, there is a custom of wearing various objects in fear of evil spirits. You really have everything, by the way, all sorts of things from antidote to a rare thing from a faraway country. You are really obsessed with the princess. The Crown Prince, who looked at the Marquis with strange look, slowly tilted his head. So did you keep the evil spirits out? Of course. Vinter, who answered with a sympathetic face, naturally turned to the Duke. So the testimony of maid that Lady Penelope ordered the poison to be brought to harm Lady Yvonne doesn't fit the actual situation. It is more like the exact opposite is true. Another person who had been silent until then opened his mouth. That commoner might have asked Becky to do something about it, or whatever, for her own safety. Reynolds. The Duke looked back at his second son in astonished eyes, but before he could even say anything, the young Duke quickly warned, What kind of safety are you talking about here? Be careful of what you say. It's not clear yet that she had regained her memory. But what if she want to kill our adopted sister? Yvonne, as Derek's thick veins rose on his forehead at the sight of his younger brother, who was easily affected by sarcasm with bloodshot eyes. Yvonne was originally not supposed to attend Penelope's coming-of-age ceremony. For his little sister, who had been lost for 10 years by a mistake, they were sinful. How could he erase such cruel suspicions when he asked her for apology and forgiveness? The words, "Don't you feel sorry for her?" filled his throat. It was all Derek could do not to say. How can a child who would not have stepped into the hall without me go to the coming-of-age ceremony and plan to poison Penelope? Isn't that the same thing with princess? However, the answer that came back was not from Reynolds but from the Crown Prince. Young Duke, so do you want to say that Princess predicted that you would bring your own sister? At last Derek's lips shut up at Callisto's mockery for a while. A heavy silence fell at drawing room. So we're divided into two groups with two opposite assumptions. After some time Vinter carefully organized the situation. Someone bribed the maid for Lady Penelope or Lady Yvonne, or the Duke heard the words that had become blurred without being able to speak out. Penelope must have played her own game. No one saw that she had deliberately changed her glasses just before they drank from these glasses. This naturally left the Duke's biological daughter out of the suspect. Tapping on the armrest with his fingernails quickly, the Crown Prince asked who was lost in thought, what's the reason of Princess doing such a self-made play? That's enough, Derek replied silently, who has always been in charge of the aftermath of her accident. I'm ashamed to tell you, but Penelope would often demanded such attention in this way. Do you agree with the young Duke? The Duke and Reynolds lowered their eyes down in shame at the question of Callisto, but failed to give another answer. Derek's words were no more no less true. Penelope would often draw attention in destructive ways. Although she seemed to have grown up recently, it was somewhat understandable from the perspective of her own self-play. The Crown Prince was on the battlefield around that time, and the Duke had stopped and prevented the spread of rumors inside the mansion, so the Marquis also couldn't understand the whole situation. However, a child's fault is the father's fall. I don't think Penelope would have done that far. The Duke opened his mouth with a heavy face. Reynolds nodded quickly. My father is right, she has something to do. Every week she is busy playing and eating because she gets paid. Penelope hated that Yvonne was back. Only Derek said something else, like a man who firmly believes that the end of this case is Penelope's own game. Servants said every time they bumped into each other Yvonne came back crying. Reynolds laughed as if he was dumbfounded. Which one of us had the blinded eyes? She didn't say or do anything, but the commoner just cried. If you look at her words and deeds, in all intents and purposes are just like a knife to society. Unlike her beautiful appearance, it was true that Penelope's tongue was like a knife. Then Reynolds, who had been beaten by Derek's words, was speechless for a moment, and soon looked at his brother. So you are saying that she would have poisoned herself to divert attention from the commoner to herself? Don't jump to conclusion, it's just a guess that this might be the reason for her self-play. Stop, both of you. The Duke stopped the two of them in a fit of anger. It's not clear that Penelope was involved in a self-made play, but there's no reason to speculate now. Self-play, that's easy to say. Someone else intervened into the family quarrel. The Duke bowed his head to the Crown Prince with a very unpleasant expression. Your Highness, if the princess really did play her own play, doesn't that mean that she only planned it once in her life? For a day that draws everyone's attention? Isn't it strange? The reason she drank poison herself is that she just wants to get your attention. The faces of the Duke and his two sons hardened. Does the meaning of the prince's self-play mean that their attention was worth it, or was it a sign of such a thing because she didn't get one of the attention? The Duke opened his mouth for an answer, but the Crown Prince was ahead. Besides, it's because I listened quietly. The young Duke seems to have been anxious to blame the cause of this disturbance on the fault of the princess. The Crown Prince's gaze with the red eyes was shifted from the Duke to Derek. Have you been so frivolous about the princess every time? Not thinking of finding the exact cause, but deciding that it all was the fault of the princess and finishing it quickly. Is that Eckhart's way of solving problems? Are you a great Duke who says I'm a Duke and you're nothing? Oh my God, it's disappointing. The face of the Duke and Derek were distorted by the mumbling of the Crown Prince, who became like a man speaking to himself. With a blush of the shame, the Duke answered back, holding back his anger. Your Highness, I beg you, but this issue is within the family. It has no regard to the imperial palace, but you shouldn't concern for our business. I promised to be engaged to the princess. Involved in the ducal family's business. When Callisto heard the Duke saying that it had nothing to do with him, and the Crown Prince snapped violently, the faces of the members of the ducal family became blank. Well, what do you mean? What did you just say? After the princess's coming-of-age ceremony, I was preparing to formally put a proposal to the family of the prospective crown princess. So if the princess dies like this, it won't be considered as a family affair anymore, Duke. Callisto looked back at each and every one of the people in the drawing room, revealing his intentions and laughing. But unlike the mouth which showed his smile, his reddish eyes were infested with mysterious, ominous sparkles. When the Crown Prince smiled with his fierce, cruel face, the atmosphere in the hall was intense, as if everyone was poured with cold water. Vinter, who kept quiet in a bloody atmosphere, managed to make a voice, "I don't think it's a self-play either." Knock knock. It was then someone knocked on the door that had been closed all the time. "Duke, this is Pennell." The butler's urgent voice broke the ice in the room. "Come in." The Duke had allowed the butler to enter. Immediately after that the butler came in with a click sound. "I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, but I have something to tell you urgently." The butler, who bowed his head and apologized, quickly announced the urgent news with a pale face. A maid named Becky, who had been locked up in underground prison, died. What all the men's faces, including the Duke, were shocked. "The maid has died?" the butler notified with a dark face. "Yes, she has died by biting her tongue in her mouth." "What's it, Reynold?" The Duke looked back at his second son, who was in charge of the interrogation. "Well, it can't be. She made this statement so faithfully that I didn't even have to use torture." "And why?" Reynold muttered like an excuse with a face that the Duke didn't understand at all. "The maid, who insisted that she only did what Penelope had told her, trembled at the very moment she was brought in. There was no falsehood in her face. However, self-examination was the custom of assassins who lost their mission." The atmosphere quickly became serious. There was a bizarre silence in the drawing room. "First of all, investigate the actions of the dead maid." After quite a long time the Crown Prince ordered in a heavy voice, "Where did she get the poison? What did she normally do in the Duke dorm? What she was doing before the coming-of-age ceremony, and how many contacts she had with the princess? It's too bad that she is dead, because I really wanted to find out if it was the princess's order. If this is case, then it is the way I used to use it on the battlefield." While shrugging his shoulders like a joke, Callisto was not smiling at all, still looking at him, who seemed to have focused on someone trying to kill the princess. Someone carefully added, "She is Yvonne's maid." "Then you'd better to include that bitch in this investigation." "Your Highness, you said she wasn't confirmed to be your own daughter yet." The Duke could not speak. It was true, but there was a law in everything. The Duke's face was stained with humiliation at the sight of the Crown Prince, who casually controlled the sensitive issues inside the family. Either way, the Crown Prince concluded at his own will. "Good for you. At this point you should check every detail of the commoner, Duke. Doesn't the Marquis state that Penelope was poisoned and drank it herself?" Then someone asked back hard. Callisto turned his head. It was the young Duke, who was impatient to accuse the princess. "Oh yes." The Crown Prince nodded lightly, then turned his gaze from Derek and looked at the other. "By the way, Marquis of Verdandi, why do you think that the princess doesn't have a self-play?" The Crown Prince, who managed to remember what he was trying to say before the butler came in, asked. That Vinter couldn't answer immediately, and shook his lips. "It certainly wasn't her self-play if it included a dead maid. This is because she asked the poison from the office's head through her decent maid. Moreover, before she lifted the glass she looked at the necklace. Obviously she knew that the color of the necklace had changed to the primary color. Maybe she drank something different from the poison he gave her. Either way, he couldn't grasp the slightest hint of her intentions. In this state he couldn't figure out if it would be beneficial or not to tell the Crown Prince everything he knew. "Marquis," the Crown Prince tilted his head and called him as if he was in strange state without an answer. Vinter finally opened his mouth after biting his lips at the glare of the Crown Prince. "She already has a decent maid." A good excuse came out. Why would she let someone else do such a secret thing when she left her decent maid behind? Why would she do a thing like that? Why did she let the temporary maid of Lady Yvonne do it? "You've come to conclusion for a long time." "That's exactly what I'm saying." The Crown Prince again moved his red eyes to Derek. Derek refuted again. "But if it wasn't self-play, why was the antidote discovered, and why did Penelope drink wine when she knew it was poisoned?" "So let's do the investigation, young Duke," the Crown Prince said with a glance of his eyes. "Who is poisoning the princess, or is she really poisoning herself to get your attention? Or maybe the princess who noticed the self-written play planned by someone else, and she tried to stop it? Well, let's find out together." In his words, 3 pairs of blue eyes grew so large deep doubts were read in those eyes as if they had never thought about it at all. Callisto, who knew Penelope was a woman who was smart enough to make such a choice. It was understandable that the Duke family had regarded her as a stupid and immature baby. "Investigate all." Duke Callisto glared at all 3 of them in turn before I as a witness intervened, directly as a member of Imperial family, not as a witness. Callisto left the Duke's parlor and moved quickly. He participated in the conversation to find out the circumstances of the princess poisoning, but it was a waste of time. In the meantime, he was very busy worrying about what would happen to an unconscious woman. Almost running down the hall just as he was about to climb the middle stairs. "Your Highness," someone sitting in the middle hall woke up when he ran in. A hesitant Callisto turned slowly. What the Crown Prince, who would have greeted his aides slyly at other times, stared at him with a hideous expressionless face. After a few days the Crown Prince's face was very rough. At times like this everyone should be careful of what he say and do. Cedric swallowed the dry saliva and managed to say, "His Majesty has asked me to bring back you, Your Highness." "Why?" "The Cronia's rebels have taken over the northern frontier." The Crown Prince, who burst into a smirk, soon turned roughly on the stairs. "Tell him to send the others there because I'm too busy right now. They're camped in the north, and they are gradually gaining power in collusion with the remnants of other defeated nations." Cedric cried in haste. His shouting face was also covered with frustration. "The day before yesterday Marquis Chase was taken over. The order is to go and suppress it right away. Marquis territory belonged to the north, where the barriers were solid and well trained by the soldiers. If that's the place, it was already got quite a few heads of rebels." "What the fuck?" The Crown Prince suddenly grabbed the Cedric and turned back to his aide again. His glare glistened with red light as he walked down the stairs. "Is there no commander in this country other than me? You could have made it into soup and fed it to them right up to their nose. Do I have to clean up every piece of shit? For nearly a decade I've rolled like a dog on the battlefield. But why should I play a fucking war game when I don't know when the woman I love is going to die?" His Majesty one-hit Cedric, who closed his eyes at the big hand that was about to hit him, shouted out in a burst. "His Majesty said that after you completing this mission he will consider positively your engagement to the princess." He then opened his eyes and persuaded the Crown Prince with an earnest voice, "You know, without His Majesty's approval and support, engagement cannot be achieved." It was true. No matter how much he offered his proposal, it was no use if the Duke refused. Before that it was useless, as the princess hated it, but he was confident this time. Now he already knew what she wanted. Whatever it was, he had the power and the money to fulfill her wishes. Of course, only under the condition that the engagement would be done. Shit, his fist, which had been lifted high to beat Cedric, was eventually lowered and hit on the wall. Cedric trembled, imagining it might have been his own head. At the onset of his puberty, after being thrown into the battlefield as if he had been kicked out without knowing anything, he rolled like a dog and survived. As he returned to the capital with the message of his victory, he promised thousands of times that he would never play the Emperor's game all along again. He knew very well that if he accepted now, he would end up offering himself to put a jade leash on him again. But wait, he breathed slowly down his heated breath and said, as if he were brooding, "Tell His Majesty the situation is not urgent. Come on, you should say goodbye and don't come here anymore." Callisto, who shouted, swung up the stairs before Cedric could even catch him. He ran, fluttering with his red cape behind him, which was never caught by Cedric. Climbing up to the second floor, Callisto opened the princess's door to her room straight away. The dedicated maid, who has now become quite accustomed to his existence, hurried away without a hint of surprise. He walked across the room without hesitation. Before a long time, a large pair of shoes stopped near of her bed. The area around the bed was filled with smoke from the decoding candle burning up. Between the strong scent of herbs, the princess still closed her eyes as if she was dead. Her pale complexion, the smell of poison, her bright lips, and her dark pink hair, which had lost its light, gave her the appearance of a corpse. Other day, the Duke's adoptive daughter didn't even look like this when she tried to fake him, and was forced to dress up as if she was sick. A lively face and a ridiculous figure with a blackish painted eyelid. It was cute. A disgusting woman who even dressed up because she didn't want to meet him. However, Penelope Eckhart was even prettier. Penelope Eckhart. The Crown Prince reached out and touched the lips of a woman with his rough hand. It was already the third day since she collapsed from poison. She was able to save what it felt like. Blood was dry all day long. He could see the blood dripping for 3 whole days. He couldn't sleep for a few seconds. He was afraid she would die in the meantime. Fortunately, it stopped now, but he thought dozens and thousands of times whenever he saw her with her eyes closed, and her mouth was dripping with blood. Who dared to make her like this? The thought of it caused the boiling blood to rise in his head and his mind to heat up. The crown prince quietly murmured, looking down at the princess with his eyes full of unknown emotions, who poisoned you, or whether you drank it yourself with your own hands because you want to die. Now I don't care about that anymore. As long as I'm alive with my eyes wide open, you can't die. Wait for me, I'll come back and crush all the guys that made you suffer like this. I'll freeze their hearts by magic so that they don't die, and tear each limbs apart as much as the blood you shed, and put their foot in their mouths. The crown prince, who was shining with his red eyes and uttering an increasingly exuberant sound, suddenly stopped talking. When he said such cruel things, she would usually frown and hated them. If you're going to do that, go to the place where I am not there. He thought she was going to get up at any moment, and gave him a hard time. However, the cold body without warmth did not even move. No, only then did the prince slowly stop himself from further cursing. I didn't mean to say this. Getting down on his knees as if he were falling down by her bed, he stroked the face of the pale Penelope with his hands. Just pretend you didn't hear anything just now, princess. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm in a hurry now. I'll be right back, so when I come back, please greet me with your open eyes. I wanted to see that. Ironically, Callisto, who muttered these rambling words, suddenly turned his face in desperation. He bowed his upper body. It was the goodbye kiss to his lover. Their lips were all touched. He pressed his lips against hers, which was as dry and pale as a sheet. He thought he wanted to give her his breath. I'll do everything for you, and he whispered in a small voice. It was a secret no one should hear. So let's fulfill her wishes. If you want to go out of here, I'll get you out of here. I will give you love or whatever you wish. I'll do everything you want. Don't die. Once again he swallowed with his dry lips, imploring desperately, and begging her to live. Don't die, Penelope. The blue light pierced in front of me. I opened my eyes with a frown. I could see a familiar space at a glance. It was a vast underground space on Soleil Island, the base of the Layla clan. As I was surprised and looking around, I found a light source that pierced my eyes. White robes standing on the altar. No, it was the light coming from the ancient relics held by Yvonne. The light was pointing down. A child curled up in the air with nothing, and a strange figure floating slightly below the floor. I realized right away I couldn't see, but I was under the blue light. I was saving Rayon, invisible by the magic that Vinter casted over me. Vinter lying in the corner of a spacious space, and Callisto lying on the floor to avoid the huge lizards. The moment I went through, the past was unfolded as if looking into a still image. And I watched it a step away like a third party. It was then suddenly the white robe, no, the blue light that was emitted from Yvonne's ancient artifacts shook. At the same time, something began to float over the mirror where there were nothing. It was a sight that I had never seen before. When I desperately closed my eyes, taking into consideration the words of Vinter, who said, "Don't look at it," come to think of it, Yvonne saw me exactly, even though there was a magic of invisibility. From this objective perspective, the scene at that time was new. I glanced at the ancient relic Yvonne was holding. With my glazed eyes, the blue light became stronger. Soon a cloud of dust appeared in the mirror, which was shaking like waves on the water. As I was looking in the mirror, that became clear like a lie. I opened my eyes and took a sharp breath, looking into the mirror, which had become as clear as a bright day. I opened my eyes and breathed in sharp breaths. It was me, not me saving Rayon. Not Penelope with her beautiful appearance, but me, the real me. I was asleep in a corner, dead, holding my cell phone tightly in my hand. My appearance just before being possessed by the game. Why am I there? I stumbled towards the altar where Yvonne stood. One step slowly, and the steps gradually accelerated. I reached the front of the mirror at one stroke. And the moment I reached my hand out to hold it before my fingertips touched the blue light emitted by the relics, the surrounding scene collapsed with a loud roar. No, what, in an instant the altar and cave walls disappeared and the black darkness filled the place. By the time I was panicking and looking around, a cloud of smoke lowered down by my side. I raised my head. Yvonne's only laptop-sized artifact had become an antique, massive, full-body mirror, and became dark. Above that, the sleeping reality I just peeped at was reflected with my room. A game screen with game over floating through the gap between the fingers holding the phone. Now I can go back. Now this thought occupied me instinctively. If I touch that mirror, I will be able to go back to my reality. I ran as fast as I could with my heart full of hope and joy and toward the giant mirror. If I rushed like this for some reason, it seemed like I could jump into my room over the mirror, and by the time I finally reached the huge mirror, I climbed the floor and jumped into the mirror as hard as I could. Even then I was full of unfounded belief that I could just pass through the mirror. However, I was badly beaten up by the cold hard mirror at face. Oh hey, I'm dying. My bumped shoulder had been sore. No, it was just a strange bump, but my whole body began to ache, as if I had been beaten. What is it? Why? I looked up at the mirror in front of my eyes with tears in my eyes at that moment. White letters flashed over the mirror: system error, turning on, game over, couldn't be reached because you've entered the hidden route. I stared at it blankly and spat it out with a laugh. Don't fuck with me in this game. Game over meant the death of the character. It meant the death of Penelope's lives possessed by me, but when this crazy game chose death, it showed the system window with writing game over. I will be supposed to get out of here only when I'm dead. What the fuck? I went aside from my reflection and I ran to the mirror still shining before me and clenched my fists. You crazy game bastard, you let me in. Why are you not letting me go? Boom boom, I shouted, hitting on the mirror. I want to go back playing all night long. I felt more and more attached to the pitiful sight of me who was sleeping faintly. Let me go, system error, turning on, game over, couldn't be reached because you've entered the hidden route. Boom boom boom, but no matter how much I hit and shouted, only the white writing once again floated over my reflection in the mirror. And there was no change at that time. The mirror trembled as if the time had run out. My real self, and it began to blur as well. No, I shook my head wildly and beat the mirror like crazy person. I'm just going to die, so just let me go into reality. As my appearance in the mirror became disorganized and faded, the writing in the system window became clearer and clearer. System error, turning on, game over, couldn't be reached because you've entered the hidden route. At the sight of the window, which felt more awful than a nightmare, I was fed up and closed my eyes. What was your favorite part of the story so far? Whether it's a character moment, an epic battle, or a shocking twist, drop your thoughts in the comments. We're also excited to announce that Season 4 ends here, but don't worry, we'll be back with more once the manga's 5th season is released. We'll continue to bring you all the recaps, insights, and discussions you've loved. Stay tuned and thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please like, share, and subscribe. Click the bell icon for notifications.